Bleach ended in 2012. Not with a finale, just silence. The story kept going in the manga, building towards something massive, but most of us assumed that was it. We'd never see the 1000-Year Blood War animated. Bleach had become this bittersweet memory, a series we loved, that shaped so many of us, but one that never got to finish its story the way it deserved, and then it came back. Not quietly. Not as some low-budget nostalgia grab. Bleach returned like a reckoning, with cinematic animation, with weight, with the kind of brutal, unrelenting energy that reminded everyone why this series mattered in the first place. The 1000-Year Blood War didn't just bring Bleach back. It transformed it. It became the version of Bleach we always knew was buried underneath. Darker, sharper, more devastating, and finally willing to let its heroes break, because that's what TYBW is. It's Bleach confronting everything it built. The Soul Society, untouchable for so long, is invaded. Captains fall. Bankai are stolen. Yamamoto, the strongest Soul Reaper in 1,000 years, is reduced to ash in minutes. The entire arc operates on this suffocating inevitability. No matter how hard they fight, the Quincy King Yhwach is always 10 steps ahead, reshaping fate itself while the Soul Reapers scramble to survive. And at the center of it all is Ichigo, finally forced to reckon with the question the series has been circling since the beginning. Who am I? Not just what powers he has, but what he inherited, why he exists between worlds, and whether being born with that much contradiction makes him a bridge or a weapon. TYBW is the arc that finally answers that, not with a speech, with war. But it's more than Ichigo. It's Uryu standing on the opposite side wearing the enemy's uniform. It's Mayuri and Keisuke turning science into salvation while everyone else is bleeding out. It's Yamamoto's legacy burning with him. It's the realization that this war was never just about revenge. It's about history repeating, about inherited hatred, about what happens when two sides have suffered for so long that neither one remembers how to stop. TYBW isn't just fights, it's loneliness, it's watching legends realize they're mortal. It's the fear of irrelevance, the burden of being too strong to be understood, and the painful truth that sometimes protecting people means losing everything you have left. The next part of TYBW drops in July. And before it does, we need to remember everything that's happened so far. Not just the plot, but why it matters. What this arc means for Bleach, what it changed, what it proved. If you haven't seen my complete Bleach recap covering everything before TYBW, go watch that first. This video picks up where that one ended, and we're going deep. Every battle, every revelation, every moment that reshaped this war. From the first invasion to the Soul King's palace, from stolen Bankai to the truth about Ichigo's bloodline, this is the full story of the 1000-Year Blood War so far. This is Bleach at its most unforgiving. This is the arc that reminds you why it was always one of the greats. Let's go. At the Department of Research and Development, Captain Mayuri Kurotsuchi of Squad 12 is suddenly hit with an incredibly urgent emergency report. For some mysterious reason, a massive number of hollows are being systematically wiped out in the human world. If this staggering rate of genocide continues, the delicate boundary separating the world of the living and the Soul Society will collapse within a matter of days. Analyzing the situation in an instant, Mayuri deduces the core of the problem. These mass killings are undeniably the work of the Quincy. The blame for this chaos lies squarely with the Quincy's. Down in Karakura Town, two rookie Soul Reapers named Ryunosuke Yuki and Shino Madarame have been deployed on a mission to eliminate hollow threats. Whether or not these two are actually capable of completing the task is still a mystery, but one thing is for sure. They are world-class experts at bickering with one another. Shino tells Ryunosuke that he needs to man up and find some confidence, but the poor guy is paralyzed with anxiety. He knows all too well that this town is a notorious hotspot for powerful hollows, and to make matters worse, neither of them has any real combat experience. Fortunately for them, this specific town is protected by an incredibly powerful substitute Soul Reaper. The duo eventually splits up to cover more ground, though Ryunosuke is feeling pretty discouraged. He's desperately wishing he could avoid a confrontation with the Hollows altogether, but the universe clearly has other plans for him. Without warning, a truly terrifying and monstrous Hollow lunges out from the shadows to attack him. With zero combat experience and sheer panic taking over, Ryunosuke decides his best option is to run for his life as fast as possible. He tries frantically to radio his partner Shino, but there's no answer on the other end. By the time he finally manages to scramble back to where Shino was stationed, he's absolutely horrified by the sight awaiting him. He finds Shino brutally beaten and covered in blood from a hollow onslaught. Ryunosuke tries to steady his trembling hands, telling himself he has to stand and fight the enemy. However, before he can even draw his weapon, another hollow delivers a devastating sneak attack from behind, leaving him mortally wounded and teetering on the edge of death. Just as the light is fading, Ichigo's group arrives just in the nick of time to save the two rookies. Thanks to Orihime's incredible healing powers and immediate first aid, their conditions are stabilized for the moment. But the danger is far from over as a massive swarm of hollows suddenly materializes, completely surrounding the group, forcing Orihime to deploy her protective shields. Orihime stands her ground, pushing the hollow swarm back with her barrier, while Yasutora Chad Sado unleashes a thunderous punch that sends a hollow flying hundreds of meters away. High above, Uryu Ishida maneuvers gracefully through the air, raining down a relentless storm of light arrows that obliterates countless enemies. With just a few effortless moves, the trio has already decimated a huge portion of the threat. While the others are impressive, the undeniable powerhouse of the group is the substitute Soul Reaper, Ichigo Kurosaki. With a single devastating swing of his blade, he instantly wipes out the entire remaining horde of hollows that were closing in. Afterward, the group gathers up Ryunosuke and Shino to take them somewhere safe for proper recovery. The rookies are treated with the utmost care, and despite being complete strangers until today, a strong bond of trust quickly forms between them. Ryunosuke and Shino are overjoyed to see each other alive and well, celebrating their survival alongside Ichigo's friends. But as the atmosphere lightens, a mysterious and arrogant stranger suddenly arrives, looking for trouble. This intruder, who goes by the name Asgyaro Abern, makes a grand and insolent entrance, demanding that Ichigo face him in combat. Ichigo doesn't waste any time with words, delivering a swift kick directly to Ebern's face before accepting the challenge. Naturally, Ichigo is curious about who this guy is and why he's specifically hunting for a fight. Ebern refuses to reveal his motives, stating only his profound hatred for Arankars. However, Ichigo is genuinely shocked when the enemy eventually reveals himself to be a Quincy. Meanwhile, deep within the Soul Society, a squad of Soul Reapers from Squad 11 is investigating a disturbing phenomenon where entire populations of villages are vanishing without a trace. While villages in Rukongai go silent, a group of intruders led by a man named Luders Freegan successfully infiltrates the headquarters of Squad 1. They've come with the sole purpose of threatening head captain Yamamoto himself. To prove they mean business, the intruders brutally stab and mortally wound Lieutenant Chojiro Sasakibe right in front of the commander. With Sasakibe bleeding out on the floor, Luders boldly declares that the Soul Society has exactly 5 days left before it is annihilated by their empire, the Wanden Reich. An enraged Yamamoto prepares to strike them down, but the intruders are fast, vanishing into the shadows before he can land a single blow. In his final moments, Sasakibe manages to gasp out a warning to Yamamoto. Their true enemies are the Quincy. Back in the human world, Ebern is unleashing a barrage of light energy blasts at Ichigo. All the while, he's hurling insults and verbal abuse at the substitute Soul Reaper, trying to get under his skin. Ichigo remains remarkably composed, choosing to dodge and parry the attacks rather than diving into a full-scale battle. He's hesitant because Ebern's goals remain a mystery. Ichigo can't help but wonder why this opponent is so desperately trying to provoke him into releasing his true power. After a bit of cat and mouse, Ichigo finally decides he's had enough of running. He stops and prepares to engage the enemy seriously by activating his Bankai. This is exactly what Ebern was waiting for. Having planned for this moment from the very start, the Quincy pulls out a strange and specialized device. The device is designed to steal Ichigo's Bankai, and it immediately launches a series of light beams that encircle him. However, for some unknown reason, the theft fails to work as intended. Ichigo shatters the containment field with sheer force and retaliates with a powerful Getsuga Tensho that sends Ebern reeling. Ebern is in a state of total shock, screaming in confusion over why Ichigo's Bankai didn't vanish like it was supposed to. Ichigo points his blade at the enemy's throat, demanding answers and wanting to know the secrets behind this bizarre technology. But before he can squeeze any info out of him, a mysterious shadow suddenly envelops Ebern and whisks him away. It turns out Ebern was being summoned back to the majestic palace of the Wanden Reich, the kingdom ruled by the Quincy king Yhwach. His subordinates live in absolute terror of his presence. At that same moment, Luther's Freegan has also returned from his mission to deliver his report on the Soul Society to his king. Before Luther's can even get a word out, Yhwach brutally rips his arm off as punishment for being noisy and disruptive. A terrified Luther's begs for mercy, and despite the agonizing loss of his limb, he desperately tries to maintain his composure and complete his report with a proper level of respect. Luther's manages to sit up and deliver the news with a formal tone, but it's not enough to save him. Yhwach executes him on the spot for being a babbling fool. Ebern's turn is next, and he meets an equally gruesome fate. He is murdered in cold blood simply because he failed to successfully steal or suppress Ichigo's powers. Even though both Luther's and Ebern were loyal to the cause, Yhwach views his subordinates as nothing more than disposable pawns. To him, their lives are as worthless as dust. He arrogantly boasts that raising a new army of Arankars would be a simple task whenever he feels like it. Yhwach's confidence stems from the fact that he already holds the queen of Hueco Mundo, Tir Harabel, in his grasp. She has been captured and is currently being kept in a cage, subjected to horrific treatment. Once Ichigo finishes dealing with Ebern, he immediately heads back to regroup with his friends. Just as they reunite, Ryunosuke's communication device goes off with a dire emergency broadcast from the Soul Society. The news is devastating. The lieutenant of Squad 1 has been murdered. The Quincy intruders have escaped cleanly, and chaos is spreading rapidly throughout the Sereitai. To make matters even more terrifying, an unknown assailant slaughtered 116 Soul Reaper soldiers in a mere 182 seconds. The authorities are baffled because they can't find the enemy's entry or exit point. Somehow, the invaders bypass the spiritual barrier without triggering any alarms or leaving a trace. Ichigo's group is left reeling from this shocking information, struggling to believe that an enemy this powerful could exist. The fact that a veteran like Sasakibe was killed so effortlessly is a heavy blow. Feeling a deep sense of sadness and unease, Ichigo decides to take a walk through the town to clear his head. During his walk, Ichigo has a surprise encounter with Neliel Tu Odelschwank, his old companion from Hueco Mundo. She is in tears, frantically explaining that her home is being systematically destroyed by the Quincy's. Soon after, Peshigeach arrives as well, confirming the dire situation and begging Ichigo for help. Elsewhere, a somber funeral is being held for Sasakibe, with the entire Gotei 13 gathering to pay their final respects. The atmosphere is thick with grief. We also learn that Harabel fought valiantly to defend Hueco Mundo, but she was eventually overwhelmed by the Quincy forces. Her defeat led to the slaughter of countless Arankars, with Neliel and Pesh being among the lucky few who managed to escape the enemy's clutches. Driven by his sense of duty, Ichigo agrees to accompany Neliel and Pesh back to Hueco Mundo to save their kind. However, Uryu Ishida chooses to stay behind, citing his heritage as a Quincy as the reason he cannot participate in this specific battle. Ichigo understands and respects his friend's difficult position. Suddenly, Kisuke Urahara appears and announces that he'll be joining the team on the trip to Hueco Mundo to investigate the strange anomalies happening there. Upon arriving in the desert world, the group is met with a horrific sight. Scores of Arankars are being held captive as prisoners of war, and many others have been brutally slaughtered. Ichigo and his companions immediately take cover to avoid detection, realizing just how dire the situation has become. The destruction caused by the Quincy invaders is truly catastrophic. Peish explains that the Arankars are in a state of absolute despair. They are facing enemies with overwhelming power and currently have no leader or organized strategy to mount a defense. Ichigo doesn't care about old grudges from past wars. His only focus is on saving people who are in danger right now. Inspired by his unwavering sense of justice, the group follows him as they approach a large gathering of captured Arankars being held under heavy guard. The leader of the Quincy unit here is Quilji Opie, a man whose arrogance is matched only by his sadistic bloodlust. He doesn't just kill his captives, he plays cruel psychological games with them first. He claims to be recruiting for Wash's army, but his real intent is far more murderous. Ultimately, almost all the prisoners meet a violent end. Among the captives are Loli and Minoli, former attendants to Sosuke Aizen, who bravely attempt to resist Quilji. Unfortunately, they are hopelessly outmatched and are defeated before they can even mount a proper offense. Quilge mocks the residents of Hueco Mundo as weak trash. However, instead of killing Loli and Manoli, he orders his men to take them to Yhwach, as the king had previously demanded that any prisoners showing true courage be brought directly to him for his own purposes. Suddenly, the Quincy unit is hit by a surprise ambush. Ichigo and Neliel rush closer to witness the chaos as Quincy soldiers are slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Quilge displays incredible reflexes, catching a blade thrown at his back with lightning speed before coldly demanding to know who dared to attack them. 3 female Arankars step out from the shadows: Imalu Apache, Francesca Mila Rose, and Cyan Sung Sun. They are Haribol's loyal guardians, famously known as the Tres Bestias. These 3 are notorious for their wild, unpredictable combat styles and their fierce tempers. Fighting like wild beasts, they tear through the Quincy ranks with zero hesitation. Their blades are incredibly sharp and efficient, cutting down anyone in their path with overwhelming force. Even in the middle of a life or death battle, the 3 of them can't stop bickering and insulting each other. Sung Sun attempts a stealthy strike on Quilge, but he evades it easily. However, Mila Rose follows up with a massive, high-powered sword strike that causes a spectacular explosion. To everyone's shock, Quilge walks calmly out of the smoke, completely unscathed by the direct hit. Quilge continues to taunt the women, dismissing their power as insignificant, which only serves to make the Tres Bestias even angrier. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society's war room, Captain Mayuri reports that they are still unable to pinpoint the enemy's base of operations, making a preemptive strike impossible. Head Captain Yamamoto orders all captains to prepare for immediate war. Although the Quincy's originally declared they would attack in 5 days, Yamamoto suspects they might strike much sooner in a surprise offensive. He wants every division ready for the worst-case scenario. Yamamoto declares with absolute resolve that they will not let the enemy run wild this time. Back in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo and Neliel finally arrive at the battlefield, stunned to find that Quilge has already single-handedly defeated all 3 of the Tres Bestias. Quilge immediately shifts his focus to Ichigo, revealing that the Wanden Reich has gathered extensive data on him. In fact, Ichigo is one of their highest priority targets. Quilge and his soldiers then launch a coordinated multi-directional assault on the substitute Soul Reaper. Ichigo catches an arrow mid-air and flings it right back at Quilge, noting with surprise that these modern Quincy's use much more than just simple bows and arrows. He hands Neliel over to his friends to keep her safe so he can focus entirely on the fight, realizing that Quilge's power is on a different level. Ichigo remarks that Quilge's arrows are far more potent than Uryu's. Quilge takes offense at the comparison, claiming that Uryu's spiritual pressure is pathetic compared to his own. Ichigo is confused by this insider knowledge, but Quilge refuses to elaborate, instead deciding to end the fight right here. Quilge activates Quincy, Volstendig, a vastly superior evolution of the technique Uryu once used. In this form, he takes on an angelic appearance with glowing wings and a halo. He begins moving with blinding, lightning-fast speed, disappearing and reappearing in the blink of an eye. Quilge teleports behind Ichigo for a sneak attack, but Ichigo's instincts save him just in time. The two engage in a high-speed clash of blades, each strike echoing with power. Quilge mocks the older Quincy techniques as obsolete relics of a dead past, claiming that only those who refuse to evolve still use such garbage. Ichigo blocks a lethal strike and confidently retorts that no matter what new tricks the enemy has, they are still going to lose. He unleashes a massive Getsuga Tensho aimed directly at Quilge's neck. The resulting explosion is so enormous that the shockwave stretches out for thousands of meters across the desert. Astoundingly, Quilge takes the full force of the blast and remains totally unharmed. He begins to activate a technique that absorbs spiritual energy from everything nearby, causing Orihaime's protective shield to start disintegrating. But just as he's gloating, a massive fist from a giant monster slams into him. The Tres Bestias have returned to the fray, and they've brought out the big guns. They scream at Quilge for underestimating them before unleashing their trump card, Ion. This monstrous creature is a mindless engine of destruction created by fusing the severed arms of the 3 Arankars. Aeon possesses terrifying physical strength, and it sends Quilge sprawling across the ground with a single punch. Meanwhile, Yhwach receives word that Ichigo is busy fighting in Hueco Mundo. Seeing his opportunity, he orders his elite sternritter squad to begin their invasion of the Soul Society immediately. Back at Uryu's home, he is frantically digging through old records to uncover the hidden history of the Quincy's. He had grown up believing his race was nearly extinct, but the recent reports of a Quincy army in Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society have completely shattered that illusion. Uryu confronts his father, Ryukin, demanding the truth about their people, but Ryukin coldly brushes him off, telling him it's none of his business. In the Soul Society, Hidetomo Kajomaru is giving Ryunosuke and Shino a much-needed history lesson about the eternal conflict between Soul Reapers and Quincy's. He explains that Soul Reapers exist to purify hollows and guide their souls to the afterlife, maintaining the cosmic balance. The Quincy's, however, take a more extreme approach. They completely erase hollow souls from existence, a practice that threatens the stability of the entire universe. By completely destroying souls, the Quincy's cause the weight of the worlds to shift, risking total collapse. The Soul Society tried to negotiate with them many times in the past to prevent a catastrophe, but the Quincy's refused to listen. This eventually forced the Soul Reapers to make a heart-wrenching decision. 200 years ago, the Soul Reapers waged a war of extermination against the Quincy to save the world. The survivors of that genocide have carried a deep-seated hatred ever since. Meanwhile, Uryu continues his secret research into the past, ignoring his father's warnings. Back at Squad 1 headquarters, Yamamoto is furious with Mayuri for deploying Squad 12 to Rukungai without permission, an act that resulted in the erasure of 28,000 citizens. Mayuri coldly defends his actions, stating that it was a desperate and necessary measure to prevent the balance of the worlds from tipping over completely. Mayuri argues that waiting for approval would have led to an even bigger disaster. Back in Hueco Mundo, Aion is absolutely pummeling Quilg Opie. Sung-sun watches with satisfaction, gloating over the enemy's plight and telling him never to underestimate the power of an Arrancar. In a shocking twist, Quilji suddenly stabs Sung-sun through the chest. He admits the Arrancars are tougher than he expected, but he's finished playing around. Aion tries to attack again, but the creature is quickly neutralized as Quilji activates his most terrifying ability yet. Using his Sclavere technique, Quilji literally absorbs Aion's spiritual energy into his own body and wings, turning the beast into dust. He then begins to forcibly drain the life force of everyone around him. Just as things look bleak, Ichigo strikes from behind, shattering the halo on Quilji's head. As Quilji's power is disrupted, the Soul Society is suddenly hit by a massive surprise invasion from Yhwach and his Quincy army. Massive pillars of blue flame erupt throughout the Seireitai as the Gotei 13 scrambles to mobilize their defenses for the fight of their lives. The Sternritter are absolute monsters, slaughtering countless Soul Reapers in the first few minutes of the attack. They somehow bypassed the Seireitai's ultimate defense barrier, allowing them to teleport directly into the heart of the city and cause utter devastation. Reports of mass casualties are flooding in from every corner of the Soul Society. The area under Lieutenant Izuru Kira's command is completely wiped out in an instant, and the gates are littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. It's a total bloodbath, and the situation is getting worse by the second. In just 7 short minutes, over 1,000 Soul Reapers have been killed. The sheer overwhelming power of the Wanden Reich has sent a wave of terror through the ranks. At this point, only the captains have any hope of standing up to these terrifying invaders and turning the tide. The battlefield is split into several high-stakes duels. Captain Rose faces Nanana Najakup, Renji is locked in combat with Mask Demasculine, and Captain Komamura squares off against Bambietta Basterbine. Renji attacks relentlessly, but he can't seem to break through his opponent's defenses. Suddenly, a giant named Mask Demasculine drops from the sky and nearly crushes Renji with a titanic punch. Fortunately, Byakuya Kuchiki arrives just in time to save him. Byakuya immediately counterattacks, severing the enemy's limbs and sending the giant crashing into a deep crater. Byakuya tries to use his Senbonzakura, but the technique is mysteriously neutralized. Renji manages to bind the enemy so Byakuya can deliver a direct strike to the head, but even their combined efforts fail to inflict any significant damage on the Sternritter's resilient body. The enemy breaks the chains and retaliates with a barrage of ice. Elsewhere, Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya manages to freeze his opponent's arm, but the Quincy continues to move with terrifying agility. Hitsugaya is shocked to find that the enemy's skin is too dense for his blade to even cut through. Hitsugaya is sent flying into a wall by a heavy counterattack, while Captain Soy Font is also struggling to keep up. Realizing that their standard powers aren't enough, Byakuya decides that they have no choice but to activate their Bankai to wipe out these invaders once and for all. Renji warns Byakuya to be cautious, as the enemies have shown a strange ability to interfere with their powers. Ignoring the warning, Byakuya releases Senbonzakura Kageyoshi, unleashing millions of razor-sharp petals at his foe. Sajin, Komamura, and Hitsugaya also activate their Bankai, but they've walked right into a trap. The sternritter were simply waiting for the Bankai to be released so they could use their devices to steal them. Hitsugaya is left in a state of pure shock as his power is ripped away. Hitsugaya desperately yells for Rangiku Matsumoto to warn the others not to use their Bankai, but it's too late. 4 captains have already lost theirs. Mayuri Kurotsuchi is livid, cursing the captains for being so reckless and not waiting for his scientific analysis of the enemy's capabilities. Meanwhile, Captain Shunsui Kyoraku is in a brutal fight with Robert Accutrone, losing his right eye to a Quincy bullet. Renji tries to release his Bankai to help, but he's stopped by his captain. They are starting to feel a crushing sense of helplessness as they have no clear way to win this war. The death toll is rising at an alarming rate, and despair is beginning to set in. Seeing his comrades slaughtered, Akon of Squad 12 decides to take a desperate gamble and reaches out to Kisuke Urahara in Hueco Mundo, hoping that Ichigo Kurosaki can be their salvation. Urahara informs Akon that Ichigo is still tied up in a fight with Quilge Opie. However, he shares some vital intel. For some reason, the Quincy's are unable to steal Ichigo's Bankai. This makes Ichigo their absolute best chance at winning the war, provided he can get back in time. Ichigo is currently dominating the fight, pushing Quilge to his absolute limit. He lands a powerful blow that sends the Quincy crashing into the ground. Quilge tries to retaliate with dozens of energy blasts, but Ichigo effortlessly deflects them all, maintaining his momentum. Ichigo taunts his opponent, suggesting that the Quincy's are actually terrified of his Bankai. This hits a nerve, and Quilge screams that the Wanden Reich fears absolutely nothing in this world. But just as he's shouting his defiance, he's suddenly struck by a devastating attack. Urahara blasts a hole straight through Quilge's chest and urges Ichigo to hurry to the Soul Society, explaining that the situation there has turned catastrophic. Ichigo is horrified to learn how badly his friends are being beaten. Urahara then gives Orihime and the others a task to perform on the fallen Quincy. Urahara sends the group to retrieve a large metal disc from Quilge's body while he continues his data analysis. He identifies 3 key Quincy threats: their Volstendig transformation, their defensive Blut ability which boosts their power, and their most dangerous skill, the ability to steal Bankai. Urahara notes that Blut can only enhance offense or defense one at a time, never both simultaneously. As Ichigo begins his journey through the portal to the Soul Society, the gate suddenly slams shut behind him. To everyone's horror, it turns out that Quilge Opie isn't dead yet. Quilge has somehow recovered with a terrifying surge of power, taking down Orihime's group before setting his sights on Urahara. He declares that even if it costs him his life, he will keep Ichigo trapped away from the Soul Society. He then unleashes a specialized Quincy technique. He traps Ichigo inside a massive, inescapable cage of spiritual energy. In the Soul Society, Akon announces to the remaining defenders that Ichigo is on his way, which instantly boosts their morale. They believe that with the substitute Soul Reaper's help, they can finally win. However, their hope is short-lived. Just as they start to celebrate, Ichigo's signal suddenly vanishes. Back at the research department, the giant guardian Jidanbo is being mind-controlled by a sternritter to destroy his own headquarters. Meanwhile, Ichigo is frantically slashing at the energy cage, but his blades can't even leave a scratch on it. Trapped in the void, Ichigo can hear the terrifying screams and desperate pleas for help coming from the Soul Society. Each cry for help fuels his rage, causing him to strike the cage with every ounce of his strength. Despite his relentless and powerful attacks, the barrier remains completely intact, leaving him helpless. Quilge Opie senses Ichigo's desperate struggle inside the prison, mockingly declaring that the cage is absolutely unbreakable. He reveals that the power granted to him by Yuha Baha, specifically the Shrift J for the jail, makes this barrier insurmountable. Having dealt with the substitute Soul Reaper, Quilge turns his cold, murderous gaze toward Orihime and the others, but before he can strike, a massive and devastating blast suddenly erupts from out of nowhere. The scene is absolutely horrific as Quilge is literally torn apart, leaving every single observer in a state of pure, unadulterated shock. They can't even begin to process the brutality of what has just transpired before their eyes. Looking back at the battle within the Soul Society, Byakuya had specifically instructed Renji to stay in the wings and just observe while he took on the burden of facing Uznut alone, despite the fact that his own powerful Bankai had been cruelly stripped away. It is a desperate and tense situation where Renji has to maintain his own Bankai at all costs, waiting for that one fleeting moment to launch a surprise counteroffensive against their foe. Meanwhile, Byakuya's arm begins to tremble uncontrollably, a sight we rarely ever see from the stoic captain. He initially tries to rationalize this sudden weakness by assuming that his body has been infected by some sort of lethal toxin from the enemy. But the truth is far more psychological than a simple poison. Byakuya speculates that those glowing thorns of light might have carried some biological agent, but Esnut quickly corrects him with a chilling explanation. It's not poison making his hand shake. It is pure, paralyzing fear. Anyone struck by those thorns finds their psyche shattered, becoming utterly terrified of every single thing in their surroundings. It's only because Byakuya possesses such an incredibly indomitable and strong will that he's even managed to stay upright and conscious up until this point. Driven by duty, Byakuya lunges forward to strike, but that insidious fear instantly fractures his focus and makes him hesitate. Esnut seizes this opening immediately, driving a devastating blow right through the captain's chest. The villain mocks him, claiming that seasoned warriors like Byakuya are arrogant enough to believe they can simply overpower their own terror through sheer experience. They think they are above the primal instincts that govern lesser beings, but they couldn't be more wrong. Usually, if you're facing a standard type of fear, you can just identify the source, eliminate it, and move on with your life. However, the psychological horror that Esnut inflicts is what he calls true fear, a terrifying void that has no rational cause or origin. Because there is no route to pull out, it becomes an insurmountable wall that Byakuya simply cannot climb over or break through, no matter how hard he tries to steady his mind and heart. This absolute terror acts like a swarm of tiny invisible insects, slowly and methodically devouring the victim's sanity from the inside out. Byakuya desperately tries to regain his composure, swinging his blade in a frantic attempt to fight back, but then the unthinkable happens. Esnut actually activates Byakuya's own stolen Bankai, Senbonzakura Kageyoshi, turning his own ultimate technique against him. Renji leaps into the fray to shield his captain, but the odds are looking grim. Renji's heroic intervention ends poorly as he gets absolutely pummeled by the enemy forces. Esnut commands millions of razor-sharp cherry blossom petals to shred Byakuya, while Renji gets a brutal gift in the form of a devastating kick from Masked Masculine, leaving him severely injured. From a distance, Rukia can sense the spiritual pressure of her brother-in-law fading fast, and she races toward the battlefield in a state of pure panic, fearing the absolute worst. Because she's so worried about Byakuya, Rukia loses her focus for just a split second, and the enemy immediately exploits it, knocking her unconscious onto the dirt. Meanwhile, amidst all this chaos, Kenpachi's Zaraki is one of the rare captains actually dominating the battlefield. He's already single-handedly slaughtered 3 different sternritters who were foolish enough to cross his path. The first of these casualties possessed a transformation ability that was supposed to be quite formidable. That first opponent turned into a massive rampaging gorilla that tried to blast everyone away with sonic roars, but Kenpachi just found it annoying and sliced him clean in half without breaking a sweat. The second guy wouldn't stop rambling on, so Kenpachi decided to shut him up permanently by crushing his throat with his bare hands. The third one was actually a bit interesting because he had the ability to shapeshift into anyone he encountered, mimicking their power perfectly. Zaraki actually ran into a bit of trouble for a moment since he had to fight a literal mirror image of himself, facing his own insane strength head-on. But in typical Kenpachi fashion, he just pushed past his own limits and cut the copy down. Radiating pure, unbridled confidence, he marches right up to the leader of the Quincy Yhwach himself, and boldly challenges the king of the invaders to a one-on-one duel right then and there. Over in another part of the Soul Society, Lieutenant Hisagi is getting absolutely wrecked by a guy named Driscoll Birchie. This Quincy explains that the shrift bestowed upon him by Yhwach is U, which stands for the Overkill. It's a terrifying ability where his power level ramps up significantly every time he takes a life. Since the invasion started this morning, he's already butchered over 100 people, making him a total monster on the battlefield. Hisagi is staring death in the face, realizing he's about to be the next name on Driscoll's kill list. Looking at the enemy's power, the horrifying realization hits him. This is the same bastard who murdered Lieutenant Sasakibe the other day. Just as things look completely hopeless for Hisagi, the head captain Yamamoto himself descends upon the scene like a vengeful god, arriving just in time to prevent another tragedy from occurring. Instead of being intimidated by the strongest Soul Reaper, Driscoll just gets even more cocky and arrogant. He's giddy with the thought of the fame he'll get for taking down the head captain. He then has the audacity to declare that he'll use Sasakibe's stolen Bankai, Koko Gonryo Rikyu, to end the old man's life. He summons a terrifying storm of lethal lightning, completely disrespecting the legacy of the man he stole it from. As the lightning crackles around him, Yamamoto's mind drifts back to the very first time he met Sasakibe over 2,000 years ago. Back then, a young Sasakibe had approached him, determined to become Yamamoto's right-hand man. Initially, the old master wasn't interested in taking on a subordinate, but Sasakibe's sheer passion and relentless dedication were so overwhelming that Yamamoto eventually decided to give the kid a chance to prove his worth. After witnessing the debut of Sasakibe's Bankai, Yamamoto had commented that while it was visually stunning and elegant, it lacked the raw power needed for true greatness. Even though he said that, Sasakibe's attack was potent enough to leave a massive, permanent scar right across Yamamoto's forehead. Impressed by the feat, the old man happily accepted him as his lieutenant and spent centuries personally overseeing Sasakibe's training and development. Seeing the Quincy dare to mock Sasaki by wielding his stolen power makes Yamamoto's blood boil with an absolute righteous fury. He doesn't waste any time with words. He simply steps forward and delivers a single devastating sword strike that incinerates Driscoll Birchie where he stands. The Quincy is reduced to nothing but ash in a matter of seconds, unable to handle the heat of the head captain's rage. A colossal, swirling storm of flames erupts, scorching the entire surrounding district as Yamamoto makes a terrifying proclamation. He vows that he will personally wipe every single one of these invaders off the face of the earth for their insolence. The sheer intensity of the head captain's wrath sends a massive wave of motivation through the remaining Soul Reapers. They've never seen him fight with such raw, unbridled anger and overwhelming power before. This incredible display of martial spirit from Yamamoto acts as a beacon, lifting the morale of every Soul Reaper on the battlefield and washing away their paralyzing fear. Suddenly, the tide of the battle begins to shift as the Quincy start to feel the heat and become much more defensive and cautious. Yamamoto then arrives on the front lines just in time to rescue Kenpachi Zaraki from the clutches of the Quincy King. Thinking back to their legendary clash a millennium ago, it was the Gote 13 that had crushed Yhwach and his empire. Yamamoto looks his ancient rival in the eye and declares that he's going to finish the job and take his life once and for all. Suddenly, 3 sternritters think they can get the jump on the old man by attacking him from behind, but they've severely underestimated the master they are dealing with today. Without even turning around, Yamamoto incinerates those 3 fools in a massive, horrifying pillar of fire. He then charges straight at Yhwach without saying another word. Yhwach mocks him, claiming that the old man has aged too much and no longer has the skill to keep up with him, though he does give a backhanded compliment about Yamamoto's effort. He notes that the fire in Yamamoto's eyes makes him look just as fierce as he was back in his youth. The 2 titans clash once more in a high-speed exchange of blades. Yamamoto moves with a surprising grace, weaving through Yhwach's attacks effortlessly before raining down a series of lightning-fast counter-slashes. The Quincy King, who seemed so unstoppable just moments ago, actually finds himself being forced to retreat as the sheer pressure from Yamamoto's onslaught begins to mount, pushing him further and further back into the ruins. In the blink of an eye, Yamamoto vanishes and reappears directly behind his foe, unleashing a strike that creates a massive, roaring inferno. Yhwach is finally forced to draw his own blade to defend himself against the scorching heat. This is exactly what the head captain was waiting for. The moment his opponent took him seriously enough to draw steel, and he prepares to unleash his full, terrifying potential against the king. Yamamoto roars that he is going to grind Yhwach's flesh and soul into nothingness. He then activates his ultimate trump card, Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. The activation of this technique is so extreme that a dry, blistering heat begins to radiate across the entire Soul Society. Within seconds, every single source of water in the vicinity begins to evaporate into thin air, and the atmosphere becomes thick with oppressive, scorching energy. The environmental effects are immediate and brutal. People's skin starts to feel like parchment, and their lips begin to crack from the extreme dehydration. Any Soul Reaper with ice-based abilities finds their powers completely neutralized and useless in the face of this heat. Captain Unohana watches from a distance with deep concern, praying that Yamamoto finishes this fight quickly before his own overwhelming power ends up destroying the very world he's trying to save. When Zanka no Tachi is active, Yamamoto's blade doesn't look like a flaming torch. Instead, it appears as a small, charred, and seemingly worn-out piece of metal. But don't let that humble appearance fool you for a single second. This Bankai works by compressing every single ounce of his massive spiritual flames into the edge of that tiny blade, creating a concentrated weapon of absolute focused destruction. Anything that even grazes the edge of that sword is instantly incinerated down to its very atoms by the explosive heat. If you get hit by this, there is no survival, only a certain and very painful death. Yamamoto had utilized the same terrifying technique during their war 1,000 years ago, but in the centuries since, he has refined and upgraded his Bankai to an entirely new, even more godlike level of power. Yamamoto lunges forward with a speed that defies his age, and Yhwach narrowly avoids the strike, looking visibly shaken. He's confused and worried because he can't sense any flames radiating from the sword itself. It's just too concentrated to detect. However, when the tip of the blade accidentally brushes against the ground, it instantly carves out a massive, bottomless chasm in the earth, demonstrating the horrifying power hidden within that charred metal. Yamamoto relentlessly closes the distance, but Yhwach is moving with incredible agility, doing everything in his power to ensure that the blade doesn't make even the slightest contact with his skin. This terrifying aspect of the Bankai is known as Zanka no Tachi, East, Kyokujitsujin. By focusing all the heat of his flames onto the very edge of his sword, Yamamoto has created a weapon that can erase anything it touches from existence. The sword doesn't need to be covered in roaring flames to be dangerous. The concentrated heat on its edge is more than enough to disintegrate anything in its path instantly. Yhwach manages to dodge again and attempts to launch a counter-strike with his own weapon. However, the moment his Quincy blade makes contact with Yamamoto's aura, it snaps in half like a dry twig, leaving him virtually defenseless against the old man's power. After his sword breaks, Yamamoto reveals the next phase of his technique, Zanka no Tachi, West, Zangetsu Gokui. This creates a terrifying aura that burns everything in his immediate vicinity with a heat reaching an incredible 15 million degrees Celsius. It's as if the head captain has literally wrapped himself in a cloak of pure stealther fire, making it impossible for anyone or anything to get close to him without being vaporized. To put it in perspective, his entire body and his blade are now vibrating with the same intensity as the core of the sun itself. Anything that dares to approach him will melt into a puddle before it even touches him. Yhwach is forced to maximize his Blut Veen to create a desperate defensive layer around his body, trying to prevent himself from being roasted into a pile of charred cinders by the sheer proximity to Yamamoto. Brimming with confidence, Yamamoto feels like the battle is already won. Yhwach tries to keep him at bay with a barrage of light arrows, but they are incinerated before they can even get close. Yhwach then sets up a massive Quincy defensive barrier known as Sankt Zwinger, a sacred spell that supposedly strikes down anyone who enters it with divine light. To counter this, Yamamoto decides to reveal his most macabre and terrifying technique. Knowing he can't simply rush in, Yamamoto uses Zanka no Tachi, South, Kakuju Zokusei Sujin. With this move, he calls forth the skeletal remains of every single enemy he has ever incinerated with his flames over the past 1,000 years. It's a haunting, grisly sight as a literal army of the dead begins to crawl out of the scorched earth, surrounding Yhwach and mocking him with their hollow, eyeless stares. The undead skeletons begin to swarm and grab onto Yhwach, and he realizes with horror that these are the bones of his own fallen subordinates from the previous war. Yamamoto is literally forcing the Quincy king to fight the ghosts of his own people. He then explains that the Quincy haven't been able to steal his Bankai yet because they can only steal a power that they fully comprehend, and since he hasn't shown the full extent until now, they are helpless. Yhwach desperately tries to break free from the pile of skeletons by ruthlessly trampling over the bones of his former soldiers. But Yamamoto is already finishing the job, activating the final form, Zanka no Tachi, North, Tenchi Kaijin. With one final, decisive swing, he unleashes a concentrated wave of heat that is meant to erase everything in its path, and it looks like Yhwach has finally been caught in the crosshairs of death. The figure of Yhwach is sliced clean in half by the attack, but as he falls, he mutters an apology to his master for failing to carry out his orders. Yamamoto stands there in stunned silence, realizing that something is terribly wrong. It turns out that Yhwach he just spent all his energy fighting was actually a body double, a decoy meant to distract him while the real king was elsewhere attacking the 1st Division headquarters. The genuine Yhwach finally steps out of the shadows, cold-bloodedly finishing off his own loyal subordinate now that the distraction is over. He reveals that while the decoy was keeping Yamamoto busy, he had actually traveled deep into the central underground prison to have a chat with Sosuke Aizen. He wanted to recruit the former captain for his cause, but Aizen was arrogant enough to turn down the offer flat, so Yhwach simply left him there. A furious Yamamoto tries to reactivate his Bankai to end the real threat, but Yhwach instantly steals it using his medallion. The Quincy hadn't been unable to steal it before because of a lack of knowledge. Rather, it was because only someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Yhwach himself possessed the spiritual strength necessary to actually contain and control such a monstrous and volatile Bankai like Zanka no Tachi. In a desperate final act of defiance, Yamamoto lunges at Yhwach with everything he has left. But without his Bankai, he's vulnerable. Yhwach calmly summons a massive sword made of concentrated light, and, in a single brutal motion, he cleaves the legendary head captain right down the middle before Yamamoto can even land a single blow. It's a shocking and sudden end for the oldest protector of the Soul Society. The sight of their invincible leader falling in such a gruesome manner sends a wave of pure despair through every Soul Reaper in the city. Their morale is completely shattered. To make matters worse, Yhwach doesn't show even a shred of respect for his fallen rival, instead choosing to continuously desecrate and humiliate Yamamoto's lifeless body. He speaks with nothing but pure contempt for the life the head captain led and the choices he made. Yhwach mocks the current state of the Gotei 13, claiming that they've grown soft and pathetic because of their obsession with peace and order. He reminds everyone that 1,000 years ago, the Gotei 13 wasn't a noble organization of protectors. They were a band of bloodthirsty, ruthless killers who didn't care about justice, only about slaughtering their enemies with maximum efficiency and zero mercy. Back in the day, Yamamoto was a true monster who would sacrifice anything, his own men, his morals, even his own soul, just to achieve a victory. He would burn entire battlefields to ash without a second thought. However, after the Quincy were seemingly wiped out and the world entered an era of stability, the fire in his heart dimmed, and he became a much kinder man because he actually had things he wanted to protect. In Yhwach's eyes, that newfound kindness was nothing more than a weakness that turned the once feared Gotei 13 into a group of hesitant, cowardly shells of their former selves. He declares that he is going to finish off the Soul Society right now, claiming that the true warrior version of the Gotei 13 actually died along with his own people a millennium ago, leaving only these weak imitations behind to be slaughtered. After completely obliterating what was left of Yamamoto's remains, Yhwach gives the cold order to Hashwalth to signal the final purge of the Soul Society. On his command, the sternritters begin opening massive gates of shadow all across the Seireitai, summoning an endless tide of soldat, the low-level but deadly infantry of the Wanden Reich army, to finish the job and leave nothing standing. The scale of the massacre is beyond anything the Soul Society has ever experienced. The streets are flowing with blood as the Shinigami are slaughtered by the hundreds, and the once beautiful city is being reduced to smoking rubble. From within his prison, Ichigo Kurosaki can feel the spiritual pressure of his friends and allies flickering out one by one, filling him with an overwhelming sense of grief and absolute fury. Driven by a pure white-hot rage, Ichigo unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks until he finally shatters the unbreakable cage that Quilj trapped him in. He finally bursts into the Soul Society, only to be met with a scene of total devastation. He finds a severely wounded Akon clinging to life, and seeing the sheer amount of suffering around him causes Ichigo's spiritual pressure to explode in a terrifying display of anger. The sheer magnitude of the spiritual pressure Ichigo is emitting is so massive that every Quincy on the battlefield immediately takes notice of his arrival. He doesn't hesitate for a second, obliterating the first Quincy he sees before racing across the ruins to find Byakuya Kuchiki. When he finally reaches him, Ichigo's first words are to reassure the fallen captain that both Rukia and Renji have managed to survive the onslaught. Byakuya, clinging to the last threads of his life, confesses that he knows his time is up and his life is fading. He speaks with a heavy heart, expressing a deep, soul-crushing shame for not having the strength to protect his people or his pride as a captain. It's devastating for him to watch his comrades fall while he lies there helpless, so he makes a final desperate plea to Ichigo to save the Soul Society in his stead. Ichigo remains stoically silent, his face a mask of cold determination, but Byakuya can see the answer in his eyes and knows that the young man has accepted the heavy burden. With his final wish granted, Byakuya finally loses consciousness. Ichigo doesn't waste another second. He immediately tracks down Yhwach, ready to settle the score with the king for all the blood that has been spilled on this dark day. Yhwach acts as if Ichigo isn't even worth his time and prepares to depart, but Ichigo is too fast, cutting off his escape route instantly. Hashwalth steps forward to deal with the nuisance, but Yhwach raises a hand to stop his lieutenant. He's actually curious, wondering out loud what kind of impossible trick Ichigo must have used to break out of a prison specifically designed to hold even the most powerful enemies. Fueled by pure, unadulterated rage, Ichigo lets out a roar and unleashes a massive Getsuga Tensho as he charges headlong at the Quincy King. The two of them engage in a cataclysmic clash that shakes the very foundations of the Serete, trading blow for devastating blow in a brutal exchange. However, despite his incredible growth, it quickly becomes clear that Ichigo still doesn't possess the raw power required to actually overcome a being of Yhwach's caliber. Ichigo is eventually overwhelmed, taking a brutal hit that leaves him crumpled on the ground in agonizing pain. He tries to force himself back up, but he's just getting pummeled at this point. Yhwach ruthlessly grabs him by the hair, slams his face into the dirt with bone-shattering force, and then uses his blade to deliver a shallow but terrifying cut across Ichigo's throat. He then orders his men to wrap him up and take him away. Yhwach's plan is actually to brainwash Ichigo and force him into his own army, seeing the potential in his power. But Ichigo's spirit is far from broken. He manages to surge with power and push the king back, shocking everyone. Yhwach stares in genuine disbelief as he realizes that Ichigo just instinctively used Blut Vein, a defensive technique that should be exclusive only to those with Quincy blood running through their veins. Yhwach delivers a swift slash to Ichigo's arm to confirm his suspicions, and the reaction tells him everything he needs to know. He finally understands why Quilgi's prison failed to contain the boy. In his desperate struggle to escape, Ichigo's rage pushed his spiritual pressure to its absolute limit, causing a reaction that changed something fundamental within his very soul during that intense spiritual friction against the cage. As Ichigo's massive Ryatsu repeatedly slammed against the walls of the Quincy-made cage, it created a resonance that reached into the deepest, most hidden corners of his spiritual makeup. This process essentially jump-started the dormant Quincy memories embedded in his very soul, awakening a power he never knew he had. Yhwach then drops a total bombshell, flatly stating that Ichigo is in fact part Quincy by his very nature and ancestry. Ichigo is left completely reeling, his mind racing as he tries to make sense of the impossible claim the enemy just made. Yhwach mocks his confusion, telling him that he remains ignorant of his own origin and the truth about his mother. He declares that he's going to stop playing around and use absolute force to drag Ichigo back to the Wanden Reich, where he promises to reveal the full, dark history of his true heritage. Yhwach conjures a massive swarm of glowing light arrows that surround Ichigo from every possible angle, leaving him with nowhere to run. Ichigo puts every ounce of his remaining strength into a desperate defense, but the sheer volume and speed of the incoming attacks are simply too much for him to handle in his current exhausted and battered state. He's being pushed to the brink of total collapse by the king's onslaught. Just as Yhwach is about to deliver the final blow, one of his subordinates urgently interrupts him with a critical warning. Apparently, their time allowed outside of the shadow dimension has reached its absolute limit, and they have to retreat immediately. Yhwach is visibly annoyed as he realizes that Aizen must have subtly manipulated his perception of time during their meeting earlier, forcing this premature departure from the battlefield. The entire Quincy army begins to vanish into the shadows, and Ichigo, refusing to let them just walk away after all the death they caused, musters one last surge of energy to attack. He lunges at them with his sword, but in a display of terrifying speed and precision, Hashwalth steps in and effortlessly snaps Ichigo's Zangetsu in half. Ichigo is left standing there, staring at his broken blade in a state of absolute soul-crushing shock. Seeing the look of despair on the boy's face, Yhwach gives Ichigo some parting advice, telling him to use this time to lick his wounds because they will be meeting again very soon. He disappears completely into the shadows. He leaves Ichigo with a cryptic and haunting farewell, referring to the young man as his son who was born and raised within the darkness, leaving a chilling mystery hanging in the air. Once the invaders have fully retreated, the monumental task of dealing with the aftermath begins, with the wounded being rushed to the 4th Division's medical facilities. Aizen Katetsu is visibly overwhelmed with grief, her heart breaking as she looks at the sheer number of casualties. She can't help but wonder if they could have saved more lives if they hadn't stayed bunkered down in the relief station during the height of the battle. Captain Unohana firmly reminds Aizen that they had to follow the head captain's final, explicit order to remain at their post no matter what happened. It was a tactical necessity, however painful it might feel now. Meanwhile, Ichigo receives some much-needed good news amidst the gloom. He's informed that Orihime, Chad, and Urahara have all managed to survive the conflict and are currently safe and sound, which provides a small moment of relief. Ichigo is currently covered in bandages from head to toe, but his natural resilience means he's already on the mend and stable. Renji, on the other hand, seems to be having a bit of a mental breakdown. The trauma of the defeat and his own helplessness has left him in a very erratic and unstable state of mind. Ichigo eventually goes to check on both him and Rukia to see how they are holding up after the nightmare. Despite everything he did, Ichigo remains incredibly humble, refusing to take any credit for helping to drive back the Quincy invasion. He's relieved to hear from the medics that both Rukia and Renji had successful surgeries and are finally out of the danger zone. Shinji Hirako finds this modest attitude a bit annoying and tells Ichigo that he should hold his head high after everything he's been through today. Shinji thinks Ichigo should be more proud of himself, but their conversation is cut short. Captain Mayuri Kurotsuchi has sent an urgent summon. He needs to speak with Ichigo immediately regarding the state of his shattered Zangetsu. As Ichigo walks away, Suifeng remarks to Shinji that she can see a profound sense of suffering and heavy burden in the boy's eyes that goes beyond just physical fatigue. Shinji speculates that the weight of all the lives lost today, combined with the devastating loss of his own Bankai, has probably left Ichigo feeling completely drained and defeated. It's a perfectly natural reaction for someone who has just had their world turned upside down. However, Suifeng isn't entirely convinced. She senses that there's something even deeper and more troubling weighing on Ichigo's heart than just the immediate tragedy. While Suifeng ponders Ichigo's mental state, the surviving Gotei 13 captains are all assembling for an emergency meeting to assess the massive damage. During the briefing, they receive a status update on their fallen comrades. They are informed that while both Byakuya and Kenpachi have miraculously survived their injuries, the road to recovery is going to be incredibly long and uncertain for both of them. It is highly questionable whether Byakuya or Kenpachi will ever be physically capable of serving as captains again due to the severity of their wounds. This news causes Suifeng to absolutely lose her temper, her frustration at their current weakness boiling over into a vocal outburst. Shunsui Kyoraku steps in to play the peacemaker, urging everyone to keep their cool and not let their emotions cloud their judgment during this crisis. Shunsui delivers a sobering reminder that the Gotei 13 was established with the sole purpose of protecting the Soul Society. He tells them that no matter how much they are grieving right now, they have a duty to stay strong and keep moving forward for the sake of everyone who survived. Meanwhile, back in the lab, Ichigo is demanding answers as to why Mayuri can't simply repair his broken sword. Mayuri gives Ichigo a cold reality check. He explains that while he can modify or upgrade a weapon, truly fixing a shattered Bankai is fundamentally impossible. Usually you can repair a Shikai using the owner's own spiritual pressure, but once a Bankai has been destroyed in its released state, it can never be restored to its original form. This news hits Ichigo like a physical blow, leaving him in a state of total shock. The revelation that Zangetsu might be gone forever is devastating for Ichigo. However, Mayuri interrupts his thoughts with another surprise. He's just received a notification that the Zero Division, the elite royal guard, is on their way down and specifically requested to meet with Ichigo. Without wasting any time, the captains head out to the meeting point to receive these legendary and mysterious figures. Ichigo can't help but feel a bit bitter, asking why such a powerful group didn't lift a finger to help them during the massacre. Shunsui explains that the Zero Division's sole mandate is the protection of the Soul King's palace, not the Soul Society itself. Suddenly, a massive, ornate tower comes crashing down from the heavens and embeds itself into the ground. This is the Tenbashu, their unique high-speed transport vehicle. These 5 individuals are all former captains of incredible renown, and it's said that their combined combat power actually exceeds that of the entire Gotei 13 put together. Ichigo is surprised to find that they don't exactly look like the grim, legendary warriors he expected. Instead, they have rather quirky and eccentric personalities that stand in stark contrast to the tragedy that just occurred. The first one to step out is a large, jovial woman named Kiryu Hikifune, who greets everyone with surprising familiarity and energy. Then there's the punk rock-looking guy with the long hair, Tenjiro Kirinji, who was the one who actually pioneered the healing techniques that Unohana uses today. Standing at the head of the group is the formidable monk, Ichibei Hyosub, the leader of the entire Zero Division. Ichibei wastes no time in getting to the point, announcing that they have been dispatched by the Soul King himself to oversee the total reconstruction of the Gotei 13 after their defeat. Their primary mission, however, is to take Ichigo Kurosaki back with them to the Soul King's palace immediately. This news doesn't sit well with Sui Feng, who loudly berates the royal guard for their cold indifference toward the suffering. Kirinji doesn't take Sui Feng's criticism well and instantly teleports behind her, delivering a subtle but firm threat to remind her that their priorities are on an entirely different level than hers. Ichibei gives Kirinji a quick smack to keep him in line and stop him from bullying the junior captains. While that's happening, Senjumaru Shutara is busy preparing Rukia, Renji, and Byakuya to be transported up to the palace as well. It's explained that the injuries of the 3 fallen Shinigami are so severe that even Unohana's legendary medical skills won't be enough to bring them back to full health. In the middle of all this preparation, a large communication screen flickers to life, showing a somewhat battered but still upbeat Kisuke Urahara. He reassures Ichigo that he and the rest of the group in Hueco Mundo are doing fine and managing to hold their own. Urahara gives Ichigo a final piece of advice to stop doubting his path, trust in his own instincts, and do exactly what he feels is right. Ichigo then turns to Ichibei and asks the million-dollar question, can the royal guard actually fix his broken Bankai? Ichibei is honest, saying that a destroyed Bankai can't be fixed in the traditional sense, but there is another way to help him. Ichibei promises that up in the palace there is a method to forge a new weapon for him that will be even more powerful and closely aligned with his soul than his original Zangetsu was. Hearing this, Ichigo doesn't hesitate for a second and agrees to go. After a brief but intense journey, they arrive at the Soul King's palace, and Ichigo is absolutely blown away by the sheer scale and majestic beauty of the place. It's unlike anything he's ever seen in the Soul Society. Ichibei tells him that he should truly feel honored, as it is an incredibly rare privilege for any ordinary Soul Reaper to ever set foot within these sacred grounds. Ichigo remembers hearing about the royal key and asks how they got in without one, leading to the reveal of a shocking secret about the Zero Division's own bodies. Ichibei reveals the startling truth. The Royal Guard members have actually had the Royal Key's essence fused directly into their very bones by the Soul King. This means they are the keys themselves. This was the very power that Aizen was so obsessed with obtaining during his rebellion, willing to sacrifice thousands of souls just to create his own version of what these 5 legendary individuals already possess. Kiryu Hikifune takes a moment to explain the geography of their home. The massive tower at the very center is the great royal palace where the Soul King resides in seclusion. Surrounding it are 5 distinct, floating landmasses, each serving as the personal domain and headquarters for one of the Zero Division members. They inform Ichigo that their first stop will be the Kirinji Palace for his physical recovery. Upon arriving at Kirinji's domain, Ichigo and his friends are thrown into unique mystical hot springs. Kirinji explains the science. The special properties of the water force damage spiritual pressure out of the body along with the old blood. Then, they are moved to a red pond called the Blood Hell Pond, which works to replenish the body with fresh, potent spiritual blood to replace what was lost. It's a brutal but highly effective process of spiritual purification, essentially draining the bad out to make room for the good. Kirinji boastfully claims that by the time they are done with his regimen, the entire group will actually be twice as strong as they were before. Meanwhile, back in the Seirete, Shunsui Kyoraku is having a quiet, somber moment in the 8th Division offices, reflecting on their future. Shunsui has some difficult news for his lieutenant, Nanao Ise, explaining that their dynamic is about to change because he has been officially appointed as the new captain commander. He admits that he's not exactly comfortable with the promotion given the tragic circumstances. At the same time, high above them, Ichigo is beginning his intense recovery process, soaking in the medicinal springs for what feels like an eternity. Ichigo is complaining about the weight, which really grinds Kirinji's gears. The hot-headed healer suddenly delivers a massive, unexpected punch right to Ichigo's face, sending him tumbling back into the spring. However, the fact that Ichigo could take the hit proves Kirinji's point. The boy's wounds have completely closed and his spiritual energy is back at full capacity. He announces that Ichigo has officially cleared the first hurdle of his royal training. Ichigo is ready to head to the other palaces, and Renji is desperate to tag along with him. However, Kirinji steps in and delivers a brutal punch straight to Renji's gut to test his mettle. Renji struggles with everything he's got to stay upright after that blow, and seeing how resilient the guy actually is, Kirinji finally gives him the nod to head out. Shortly after, both of them are sent soaring through the air toward the palace of Kiryu Hikifune. Kirinji takes a moment to admit just how shocked he is by Ichigo's raw power, noting that the kid is way more formidable than he originally expected. Apparently, when Kirinji made his move, Ichigo managed a split-second counterattack that actually caught his hand. That counter left Kirinji's hand looking pretty swollen, making it clear why the Soul King has such a personal interest in Ichigo's progress. Meanwhile, down in the underground chambers of Central 46, Shunsui Kyoraku officially accepts the role of Captain Commander, but he has one condition. He needs 2 lieutenants to serve directly under him, choosing Okikiba and Nanao Ise. Shunsui explains that Okikiba has a deep understanding of the First Division's duties, while Nanao is already perfectly tuned to his specific way of doing things. These two will balance each other out perfectly as his assistants. Once settled, Shunsui makes a bold declaration. His first priority as leader is to teach Kenpachi Zaraki the true art of the sword. He argues that Kenpachi's combat potential is an asset that is far too important to ignore right now. However, the elders of Central 46 are absolutely terrified by this idea, worrying that if Kenpachi gets any stronger, he might become a wild animal they can't control. They warn Shunsui that he's taking an incredibly dangerous risk with the Soul Society's safety. Shunsui stands his ground, firmly stating his belief that the Soul Society is currently too weak to survive the next inevitable invasion. They desperately need Kenpachi's overwhelming strength if they want to ensure their survival as a whole. His argument is so grounded in grim reality that the elders find it impossible to voice any further objections. With the plan approved, Shunsui assigns Retsu Unohana the task of training Kenpachi. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Renji finally land at Kiryu Hikifune's palace, bickering and arguing with each other the whole way there. Despite their loud entrance, Kiryu welcomes them with incredible hospitality and warmth. She presents them with a feast of absolutely world-class delicacies, leaving both guys in a state of shock over the sheer quality of the food. Ichigo starts to get a bit suspicious though, feeling like there's no way they're being treated to such high-end luxury for free. Kiryu notices his hesitation and tries to put his mind at ease. She explicitly tells them that her job in the Royal Guard is simply to ensure their stomachs are completely full, so they should just relax and enjoy the meal. Hearing that, Ichigo and Renji stop holding back and start inhaling the food like animals. The flavors are so intense they can't stop eating, but suddenly, Ichigo's expression shifts into something more somber. He starts feeling a bit down, thinking about how everyone back home is training to the point of exhaustion while he's just sitting here feasting. Renji immediately calls him a total moron for worrying like that. He reminds Ichigo that they need to fully recover from their brutal injuries if they want to be useful, so focusing on refueling is exactly what they should be doing. Kiryu laughs and agrees with Renji, telling them that eating this way is actually its own form of combat preparation. Then, she steps back out looking like a completely different woman, tall, slender, and incredibly attractive. The change is so drastic and sudden that Ichigo and Renji are left staring in complete silence, unable to process what they're seeing. She explains that her special cooking is infused with the power of the Soul King himself. By consuming it, they're actually absorbing a special kind of ryatsu that will make their bodies much stronger and more resilient. She also mentions that because she pours so much of her own spirit energy into the cooking process, she ends up burning off all her weight by the time the meal is done. Before they leave, Kiryu gives them a serious warning about their next destination, Oetsu Namaya's Phoenix Palace. She tells them that Oetsu is a very strange character, and they probably won't be able to predict his wild behavior. Still, they need to respect him, as he is the legendary figure who originally created all the Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, at the lowest level of the central underground prison, Kenpachi Zaraki follows the captain commander's orders and arrives to face Unohana. This special prison is a completely sealed space that seems to stretch on forever, providing the perfect battleground for two powerhouses like them to go all out without holding anything back. Kenpachi is practically buzzing with excitement for this duel. To him, a life-or-death struggle with Unohana is the ultimate form of entertainment. They immediately charge at each other, clashing with insane intensity. It's worth remembering that Unohana was a founding member of the Gote 13, part of a group once considered the most terrifying killers in history. Long before she was a captain recognized by Yamamoto, she was one of the most feared criminals in Soul Society's dark history. She was a master of every single sword style imaginable, which is why she took the title Yachiru, meaning 8,000 styles. Shunsui knows exactly how high the stakes are. He realizes that only one of them will survive this encounter. As their blades cross, Shunsui's calculation is clear. This is a fight to the death where one monster must fall for another to truly rise. Kenpachi lunges forward with a fierce attack, but Unohana is ready for him, immediately countering with a precise strike that cuts him right across the neck. Kenpachi tries to keep the pressure on, but he just can't seem to land a meaningful hit on her. Unohana notices he's already removed his eye patch to unleash his full power, but she just mocks him, telling him he's still way too weak. She then follows up by driving her blade straight through Kenpachi's shoulder. Kenpachi is visibly annoyed, complaining that she's using hidden tricks and tactical gimmicks in their duel, which isn't the Unohana he spent his life admiring. Unohana just keeps hurling insults to bait him and get him fired up. She eventually manages to knock the sword right out of his hand and send it spinning across the floor. She holds her blade to his throat, telling him that he's actually grown soft and weak over the years. This moment triggers a memory for Kenpachi of their first meeting. Back then, he found killing to be a boring chore, but fighting Unohana was the first time he ever felt genuine, heart-pounding fear, which made him feel alive. He lived for that thrill, and Unohana gives him another taste of it by stabbing him right through the throat. For a second, everything goes dark and it seems like Kenpachi is dead, but then he suddenly snaps back to consciousness. He's totally baffled, knowing he should be a corpse right now, while Unohana is silently observing his recovery. She knows he won't die that easily. Her mission is to repeatedly drag him to the very brink of death and back. Every time he crosses that line, his power surges higher. Kenpachi keeps blacking out and waking up in the middle of their fight, completely disoriented and unable to explain why his body feels like it's evolving. It's an incredibly eerie feeling, almost exactly like the day they first crossed paths hundreds of years ago. Flashback to a younger Unohana standing before a literal mountain of dead bodies, with a young, wild Kenpachi sitting right at the summit. They were two of a kind back then, roaming the land and leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Both of them were searching for someone who could actually survive a fight with them, finding their only joy in the bloodlust of combat. During that first legendary duel, the young Kenpachi actually managed to drive his blade straight through Unohana's chest. Instead of screaming in pain, she felt a surge of pure, ecstatic joy at finding a worthy rival. Moving back to the present battle, Kenpachi successfully lands a cut on Unohana's arm. He starts to realize that he's getting noticeably stronger and his reflexes are sharpening with every exchange. The fight is becoming much more balanced, as every time he loses consciousness, he feels like he's being reborn as a more perfect version of himself. Unohana observes that Kenpachi still doesn't quite grasp the root of his problem. He subconsciously sealed away his own true power long ago. Even when he faced off against some of the most powerful opponents in the world, he was never actually using his full potential because of the mental shackles he put on himself during their first fight. They're both experiencing a level of thrill they haven't felt in centuries. For Kenpachi, Unohana is the only rival who ever truly pushed him, though she knows deep down that his real potential actually eclipses her own. She feels a deep sense of guilt for being the reason he chose to hold himself back for all those years. As a boy, Kenpachi was so afraid that if he killed Unohana, he'd never have another good fight again, so his mind blocked his power to keep the fun going. Unohana realizes the only way to break those seals and wake up the monster inside him is to push him into a corner where his survival instincts have no choice but to take over. She kills him more times than he can even count, and each time he returns to the fight with even more ferocity and bloodlust. Eventually, Unohana decides to stop holding back and activates her Bankai, Minazuki, transforming the arena into a literal sea of blood. Kenpachi fights back like a man possessed, completely unfazed by the carnage. He manages to drive his blade into her stomach, but the wound heals up almost instantly. They keep charging at each other, unleashing strikes that are as graceful as they are lethal. Kenpachi gets sent flying by one of her blows, but he bounces back immediately, launching a relentless counterattack. Being pushed to his absolute limits finally clears the fog in Kenpachi's mind, and he starts to feel the raw, unfiltered joy of the struggle. He lands a heavy strike across Unohana's face and silently thanks her for helping him find himself again. Unohana, in turn, offers her own thanks for the incredible experience. Because of him, she finally got to enjoy a true battle one last time, but they both know the end is near. Unohana accepts that her life is the price for Kenpachi to finally step forward as his true self. He drives his sword through her chest, and while she looks completely at peace, Kenpachi is overcome with grief, begging her not to die. Unohana tells him not to waste time being sad because there are plenty of powerful enemies waiting for him who will push him even further. She welcomes death with a smile, her duty finally fulfilled. In that silence, Kenpachi suddenly hears a mysterious voice echoing from somewhere deep within his own consciousness. The voice introduces itself as his primal, bloodthirsty side that has been watching over him throughout his entire journey. Meanwhile, switching gears, Renji and Ichigo finally arrive at the Phoenix Palace. But instead of a temple, they're met with flashing LED lights and deafening music. Uetsu Namaya pops out, acting more like a hyperactive teenager than a legend. He brags about being the absolute best Zanpakuto creator in existence, then has a whole group of beautiful girls swarm around Ichigo and Renji. Ichigo isn't buying any of this, immediately suspecting they've walked straight into some kind of complex illusion. Otsu is just bouncing around with endless energy, clearly having a great time. He seems genuinely delighted to have them there, but Ichigo is quickly losing his patience with the guy's over-the-top personality and invasive friendliness. Still, knowing they need his expert help, Ichigo and Renji just grit their teeth and play along with whatever weird games he's running. Suddenly, a red-haired girl named Mera enters the scene. She immediately delivers a solid kick to Uetsu's face before leading the guys to a tiny rundown wooden shack, claiming it's the actual Phoenix Palace. As soon as Ichigo and Renji step inside, the floor gives way and they fall straight down into a massive dark pit. Uetsu then drops the bombshell that all those girls from before were actually Zanpakuto. He warns them that these Zanpakuto are currently in a state of pure rage and are surrounding the two of them as they speak. Uetsu makes them a deal. If they can manage to survive and get out of that pit alive, he'll actually agree to forge brand new weapons for them. Ichigo is clearly annoyed by this setup, but he's trapped with no other choice. Uetsu keeps talking a mile a minute, explaining that the dark shadows in the pit are called asauchi. These are the basic nameless swords given to every Soul Reaper during their time at the academy. A Soul Reaper lives, eats, and sleeps with their asauchi for years to build a deep spiritual bond. Over time, the core of the Shinigami's soul is imprinted onto the asauchi, which eventually transforms it into a unique Zanpakuto that reflects the wielder's personality. Ichigo is confused, wondering why these asauchi are attacking them so aggressively right now if that's the case. Uetsu has a simple, harsh answer for him. He tells them the asauchi are furious because the two of them have been treating their weapons all wrong. After 3 full days and nights of non-stop combat in the pit, Uetsu finally returns to see how they've fared. He announces that Renji has passed the test, but Ichigo has failed miserably. Ichigo is stunned and tries to argue that he's still got plenty of fight left in him, but Uetsu shuts him down immediately. He explains that it doesn't matter how long he fights because the asauchi haven't chosen him, and they never will as he is now. Uetsu then makes the executive decision to send Ichigo back home to the human world. Ichigo is in total shock and starts yelling that he won't be kicked out that easily. Uetsu retorts that Ichigo isn't even a real Soul Reaper, and anyone without a Zanpakuto has no business being there. In a blind rage, Ichigo tries to charge at him, but Uetsu just teleports him straight back to the living world. As he sends him away, Uetsu notes that the asauchi rejected Ichigo for a specific reason. The kid needs to find his roots and understand his own identity first. He turns to Renji and explains that he knows everything there is to know about these blades and how they interact with their masters. He elaborates on how Soul Reapers turn a blank asauchi into a personalized weapon. Interestingly, he points out that Kenpachi's Zanpakuto was actually stolen from a dead Soul Reaper. Uetsu then firmly states that no matter how hard Ichigo tries, he'll never progress until he faces the truth of his lineage. Ichigo lands back in the human world and heads toward his house to see his father Isshin. But as soon as Isshin looks out to see him, Ichigo disappears again. It turns out he's headed over to Ikumi's shop instead, feeling way too ashamed of his failure to look his own father in the eye. Ikumi gives him some food and tries to lift his spirits with some encouragement. Ichigo is incredibly grateful, but feels awkward about how to repay her kindness. Suddenly, the shop bell rings, and while Ikumi is distracted, Isshin suddenly appears right in front of Ichigo. After a moment, Ichigo decides to follow him back home. Ichigo accidentally leaves his Soul Reaper badge behind at the shop, and though Ikumi tries to return it, he's already gone. When they get home, Ichigo sees his father dressed in full Soul Reaper robes and immediately realizes that Isshin is already fully aware of everything that's been happening in the Soul Society. Isshin admits he's been kept in the loop by Urahara, including the fact that Uetsu kicked Ichigo out. He then drops a massive bombshell. Ichigo isn't just a Soul Reaper because his mother, Masaki, was actually a Quincy. We then flash back many years to the Squad 10 barracks to see how it all started. Back then, Captain Isshin Shiba was a total slacker, while a young Toshiro Hitsugaya was the incredibly talented prodigy Isshin had his eye on. Isshin already figured Toshiro would be the one to succeed him. Ranjiku Matsumoto, however, was pretty annoyed by that, feeling like she was much more deserving of the promotion than the kid. Toshiro brings him a critical report about a string of mysterious Soul Reaper deaths in Naruki City. Hearing the news, Isshin immediately springs into action, leaving all his paperwork with his subordinates and heading out on his own. Ranjiku is genuinely worried about him going off into a dangerous situation without any backup. Toshiro explains that Isshin likely left them behind because he knows how dangerous this enemy is and doesn't want them getting caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Aizen is questioning Jin and Kaname about their current research progress. It seems they've successfully managed to trigger hollowification in their subjects. Aizen is delighted with the news, eager to see how a hollowified Soul Reaper performs in a real-world combat scenario. At the same time, we see a young Masaki being hosted at the Ishida family home. Ryuken's mother, Izumi, is questioning her about her Quincy training and responsibilities. Masaki is a bit hesitant with her answers, which makes Izumi furious. She harshly reminds Masaki that she is the absolute last of the kurosaki lineage and has a duty to uphold. Since Masaki's parents are gone, she was taken in by the Ishida specifically because she's a high-quality, pure-blooded Quincy. Ryukin is clearly fed up with his mother's overbearing attitude and tells her to leave the room. He then apologizes to Masaki for his mother's harshness. Masaki, being the kind-hearted person she is, just smiles and says she isn't bothered at all, even complimenting the food despite the awkward atmosphere. Ryukin later talks to their maid, Kane, about the whole situation. He's fully aware that his mother's only interest in Masaki is her pure bloodline and ensuring the family's lineage remains untainted. Ryukin is more smart enough to see through the family politics and knows exactly how much pressure is on Masaki's shoulders. He worries that Masaki won't be happy if she's forced to marry him just for the sake of duty. Masaki feels a bit sad for him, noting how kind he is to worry about her feelings. Ryukin knows that marrying her is more about the survival of the Quincy race than any personal romantic future for the two of them. While they're dealing with family expectations, Isshin arrives in Naruki City and starts cranking up his Reiatsu to bait the enemy out into the open. It works like a charm, but the enemy is fast. 2 local Soul Reapers are killed before Isshin can even react. He turns around to face the threat directly. A terrifying hollow with a white mask known as White appears, its hollow hole weirdly sealed up. They immediately engage in a high-speed battle. Back at the house, Masaki senses the massive spiritual energy from the fight and realizes that a hollow and a Soul Reaper are clashing nearby. Ryukin stops her as she tries to leave, telling her to stay put. He reminds her that Quincy's traditionally only intervene after the Soul Reapers have failed, and that they should let the mixed blood Quincy's handle the dirty work. He tells her she needs to value her own safety more than some random battle. He argues that pure-blooded Quincy's like them shouldn't be taking unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Isshin is getting pushed back by White's relentless speed. Another Soul Reaper tries to jump in and help him, but the hollow just causes them to explode instantly. Masaki feels the shockwave and decides she can't just sit there. She understands Ryukin's logic, but her own sense of morality is stronger than any tradition. She simply can't let someone die when she has the power to stop it. Isshin, on the other hand, realizes that White is incredibly powerful and seems to fight with the tactical precision of a Soul Reaper, getting smarter with every soul it consumes. Just as Isshin is about to counter with his flames, he's suddenly struck from behind by a blade. He falls toward the ground in total shock, realizing that the strike came from a Zanpakuto. It dawns on him that there's a traitor within his own ranks who is actually behind this whole incident. While dealing with the shock of betrayal, White continues to hammer away at Isshin. He manages to land a massive fire attack that rips off one of the hollow's arms, but the thing doesn't even flinch. Instead, it starts charging up a final massive blast to finish the job. Luckily for Isshin, Masaki arrives just in time and fires a Quincy arrow to interrupt the attack. Aizen is watching all of this from a safe distance, curious to see how a Quincy and a Soul Reaper will work together against his modified creation. Masaki keeps firing arrows, but the hollow is too fast to hit directly. She comes up with a desperate plan and lets the hollow bite her shoulder just to pin it in place. Once it's right on top of her, she unleashes a point-blank blast that finally takes it down. As it dies, White triggers a self-destruction, but Isshin manages to dive in and shield Masaki from the worst of the explosion. Despite being seriously injured himself, Isshin tries to play it cool and tells her he's perfectly fine. Masaki is incredibly grateful and, after a bit of hesitation, admits to him that she's a Quincy. Isshin is genuinely surprised to meet one of her kind in person, but his reaction is surprisingly warm and friendly. He tells her how lucky he feels to have met a real, living Quincy, and his cheerful attitude completely catches her off guard. She never imagined a Soul Reaper could be so kind to a Quincy. From a distance, Ryukin and Kanae watch the scene unfold, and once they're sure she's okay, they quietly leave. Aizen is also quite pleased with the data they've gathered, even if the fight didn't end exactly the way he planned. Back in the Soul Society, Isshin gives his report to Yamamoto. Even though he went out without official orders, he managed to prevent a much larger disaster and kept casualties to a minimum. Yamamoto decides not to punish him, acknowledging that his quick thinking saved lives and kept the human world safe. Mayuri Kurotsuchi is the only one who's disappointed, mostly because he didn't get a chance to recover the body of the modified hollow for his experiments. Yamamoto then asks if there's anything else Isshin forgot to mention. Isshin decides to keep Masaki's involvement a complete secret from the Captain Commander. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Masaki is deep in thought, worrying about whether or not that kind Soul Reaper made it back home safely. She can't seem to get the encounter out of her head. Isshin is also thinking about her, impressed by how brave and amazing she was during the fight. He finds himself wishing they'd had more time to actually sit down and talk properly. Back in the present, Masaki is out with her friends when she suddenly realizes that something feels very wrong inside her body. She accidentally bumps into Kisuke Urahara, who immediately senses that the process of hollowification has already started within her. As soon as she gets home, she's confronted by Izumi, who is furious that she broke Quincy law by helping a Soul Reaper fight a hollow. Masaki tries to deny the whole thing. Izumi doesn't believe her for a second and screams at her for lying and disrespecting the family that took her in. Meanwhile, Ryukin goes to confront Kanai to find out why she ratted Masaki out to his mother. Kanai explains that she only did it because she was genuinely worried about Masaki's health. She noticed that Masaki was wounded by the Hollow's attack, and if they don't perform the proper Quincy healing rituals immediately, her pure bloodline will be permanently corrupted. Ryukin is incredibly angry about the situation but rushes to Masaki's side to defend her from his mother's insults. As Ryukin tries to protect her, Masaki suddenly collapses onto the floor in agony. He runs to her side and is horrified to see a black hollow hole beginning to rip open right in the middle of her chest. He immediately picks her up and tries to get her away from the house to find help. Izumi yells after him not to do anything stupid, but Ryukin is only focused on saving Masaki. He's filled with regret, wishing he'd been more firm in stopping her from joining that fight. Suddenly, a random hollow jumps out to attack them, but Isshin appears and takes it out in a single stroke. Ryukin doesn't even thank him. He's absolutely furious and blames Isshin for getting Masaki into this mess. Isshin is horrified when he sees Masaki's condition and desperately wants to help her. Ryukin keeps shouting, holding Isshin responsible for her suffering, when Urahara suddenly appears and tells them to calm down. He tells them he has a way to save her life and leads the group back to his shop. Once they're safe inside, he explains that he's spent the last century researching the symptoms and effects of hollowification. Ryukin is desperate and tells him to hurry up and do something to stop the process. Urahara gives it to them straight. Masaki can never be turned back into a normal human or Quincy. He explains that hollowification works by injecting hollow essence into a soul and breaking down the boundaries between spiritual forms to create something stronger and more chaotic. While it was meant to empower soul reapers, the actual result is that the subject loses their mind, turns into a beast, and eventually self-destructs against their will. This tragic end is what he calls soul suicide, and it's a completely uncontrollable process once it has started. The infection is permanent and will even be passed down to any children the victim might have. Urahara admits he can't reverse the damage to Masaki's soul, but he does have a way to keep her alive by introducing a counterbalance to the hollowification to stabilize her spiritual energy. He needs to inject something into her soul that is the exact opposite of what she currently is to create a perfect equilibrium. Since she's a Quincy infected with a hollow, he needs the opposites of both, a soul reaper and a human. This is the only way to prevent her soul from tearing itself apart. He shows them a special shell called a gigai, which is crafted from human souls and can wrap around a spirit to make it effectively human. If Isshin agrees to step in and use it, he will have to live his entire life in the gray area between being a soul reaper and a human to maintain the balance for Masaki. Urahara warns Isshin to think it over carefully, because once he enters the gigai, he will lose all his soul reaper powers forever. Isshin doesn't even hesitate for a second, immediately agreeing to the sacrifice. He says he'd do anything to save her, and he's ready to pay the price right now. Isshin stood his ground with absolute conviction, declaring that even if he never wore the robes of a soul reaper again, his life's mission would be to shield her forever. He didn't show a single ounce of regret regarding his choice, a stance that left Ryukin completely stunned. Ryukin honestly couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Isshin was willing to sacrifice his entire status and power for her sake. Shortly after this exchange, Urahara stepped in. Urahara began performing a complex spiritual technique directly on Isshin to bridge their existences. Deep within her mind, Masaki's spirit was drifting through a terrifying, formless void where she was suddenly confronted by a horrifying hollow. Isshin didn't hesitate for a second, charging into that mental realm to pull her back to safety. Back in the physical world, Masaki's condition began to stabilize significantly, leading Urahara to triumphantly declare that the fusion of their souls was a complete success. Isshin was absolutely overjoyed to see the light return to Masaki's eyes and watch her smile once again. However, the mood was quite different for Ryukin, who looked utterly miserable. Katagiri noticed his deep sorrow and approached him to check on his well-being, but Ryukin simply told her she should head back home. Katagiri, however, wasn't about to give in that easily and stood her ground firmly. She insisted that she wouldn't dream of leaving unless her master was right there beside her. Katagiri reminded him that her sole purpose in life was to serve and stay by Ryukin's side through everything. Tears began to stream down her face as she begged him to stop drowning in his own grief, explaining that seeing him in such pain was literally breaking her heart as well. We then transition back to the present story. Isshin continued his story, telling his son more about the romance that blossomed between them. Once Masaki finished high school, she made the big decision to leave the Ishida household behind. Meanwhile, Isshin used the medical expertise he had gained during his time at the Spiritual Arts Academy to open a modest neighborhood clinic. Even though their new life together was far from easy and full of obstacles, they had each other. The pair faced many hardships, but because they were completely in sync, they managed to overcome every hurdle that came their way. Isshin tried his absolute best to hide the fact that he had lost his Soul Reaper powers, but he suspected that she had figured it out long ago anyway. They went on to build a truly beautiful and happy life together. To Isshin, his wife was more than just a partner. She was the radiant sun that guided his path. Eventually, their son Ichigo was born into the world. As the years passed by, Isshin's spiritual pressure reached a point where it could no longer suppress the internal hollow. This essentially meant that the soul chain link he shared with the hollow had finally been severed, and after 2 decades, he finally reclaimed his original Soul Reaper abilities. Isshin then moved on to a much darker part of the history. He began explaining to Ichigo the events of that tragic, fateful day 9 years ago. As a powerful Quincy, Masaki should have been able to wipe out a hollow without breaking a sweat. However, at the most critical moment, her Quincy powers completely vanished from her body. This wasn't an accident. It was a mass purge known as the Auswählen, carried out by none other than Yhwach himself. He forcibly stripped the powers away from any Quincy he deemed impure to fuel his own strength, and this cruel act was exactly what led to Katagiri's death as well. Ichigo was absolutely floored by the sheer ruthlessness and power of this man. To make matters even more intense, Isshin revealed that Yhwach is actually the progenitor and ancestor of every single Quincy in existence, which explains why he knew every intimate detail about Ichigo's mother during their previous encounter. The following day, Ikumi showed up to return the Soul Reaper badge to Ichigo. He looked remarkably composed and confident, telling her that he had some very important business he needed to attend to immediately. Just as he was about to leave, Nemaya suddenly appeared right behind Ichigo and whisked him away to the Phoenix Palace once more. The Master Forger had a huge, encouraging grin on his face, expressing total confidence that Ichigo would succeed this time around. As Ichigo marched forward with newfound purpose, the surrounding Asauchi immediately dropped to their knees in a show of deep respect. Ichigo approached one particular Asauchi and firmly grasped its hand. In an instant, its pitch-black exterior began to flake away, revealing a brilliant white form hidden beneath the surface. Nemaya was absolutely thrilled by this development, shouting with excitement that he was finally going to forge a brand new Zanpakuto for the young hero. Meanwhile, back in the Soul Society, Hitsugaya was dealing with the loss of his Bankai. Instead of giving up, he decided to return to the very basics of swordsmanship to rebuild his strength. He realized that losing his ultimate technique didn't mean he was powerless, and he was determined to keep protecting the realm using pure blade skills. At the same time, over at Squad 9, Kensei took Hisagi out for some grueling training, with the specific goal of forcing him to finally manifest his Bankai. His sparring partner for this session was Mashishiro, who was tapping into her hollowification powers to push him to the limit. Hisagi didn't even have a chance to react before she caught him with a devastating blow that sent him reeling. Despite being knocked flat on the ground, Hisagi showed an incredibly fierce fighting spirit and refused to quit. Over at the Research and Development Department, Akon was back at his post, wondering exactly what Captain Mayuri was up to. One of the lower-level staff members mentioned that ever since the initial Quincy invasion, the captain had been acting quite strange. Both the captain and the lieutenant had essentially locked themselves away in their private quarters. Akon found this behavior highly suspicious, especially since all the surveillance bugs in that area had been deactivated, something that literally never happens. This suggested that something very unusual was brewing inside that laboratory, far beyond their normal experiments. Akon decided to manually override the cameras to get a peek inside, and he was left speechless by what he saw. Mayuri appeared to be constructing something absolutely massive and terrifying. At the same time, Captain Soifon was pushing her body to the absolute breaking point with a brutal physical conditioning routine to prepare for the next battle. Meanwhile, Captain Komamura traveled to seek out the great elder of his clan, hoping to be granted the secret techniques of their lineage. The elder, however, treated Komamura with nothing but cold contempt. He viewed the Squad 7 captain as a coward who was ashamed of his beastly heritage, constantly hiding his true face behind heavy armor and helmets. Komamura bowed deeply, asking the elder to look past his previous actions, and pointed out that he had finally discarded his helmet for good. He argued that the world had evolved over the last few decades into a place where their wolf clan could live openly without the constant fear of being hunted or needing to hide who they truly were. It was a new era for them. He emphasized that this world was now under a grave threat, and he desperately needed the clan's ancient strength to protect it. The elder coldly dismissed him, saying the clan didn't care who ruled the outside world and would rather live in isolation. Komamura refused to accept this, insisting that he had a sacred duty to fight for the future of their descendants and the world they share. Switching perspectives, Ichigo and his chosen Asauchi were taken to Nemaya's legendary forge. Suddenly, the 5 women who make up Nemaya's elite guard appeared to assist him. The mastersmith immediately got to work, magically transforming the Asauchi into a glowing raw blade blank, while the 5 assistants prepared for the next stage of the process. Each of the 5 girls handled a specific task to get the forge roaring. One stoked the flames, another managed the water cooling, and one even transformed into a massive hammer. As Nemaya began the rhythmic strikes of forging, he started explaining the mystery of why Ichigo's Asauchi had turned pure white in his presence. It was a very significant transformation. The change was actually triggered by the hollow lurking within Ichigo. That specific hollow, which Aizen had created and named White, was constructed by layering the souls of numerous soul reapers together. Ironically, Aizen's experimental method for creating that hollow was strikingly similar to how Nemaya himself crafts a genuine Zanpakuto. That internal hollow had essentially merged with Ichigo's latent spiritual power to become his true Zanpakuto source. Ichigo was completely caught off guard by this revelation, immediately questioning the identity of the old man Zangetsu he had known all this time. Nemaya dropped a bombshell, explaining that the man had been a fake this whole time. The entity had been masquerading as his Zanpakuto since the beginning. As Ichigo looked deeper into his memories, he realized why that face was so hauntingly familiar. It was the exact likeness of Yhwach from a millennium ago. Therefore, the old man wasn't a Soul Reaper power at all, but rather the manifestation of Ichigo's Quincy bloodline. Ichigo was reeling from the shock, finally understanding why he felt such a strange sense of familiarity and connection when he first encountered Yhwach. It all started to make sense. He then confronted the old man within his inner world. The figure admitted that he was not truly Zangetsu, nor was he exactly the Yhwach from the physical. He explained that he wasn't an enemy, but he wasn't exactly a traditional ally either. He was simply the embodiment of the Quincy powers residing in Ichigo's soul. The old man went on to reveal a shocking truth. Every single time Ichigo was in a life or death situation, it was actually the hollow power that stepped in to save him. The old man had tried to prevent Ichigo from becoming a Soul Reaper at all, doing everything in his power to suppress Ichigo's true potential. His motivation was protective in nature. He wanted to keep Ichigo far away from the brutal cycles of war and suffering. However, as he watched Ichigo grow stronger day by day, his perspective began to shift. Watching Ichigo surpass his limits and achieve new heights eventually brought the old man a sense of genuine pride and fulfillment. Suddenly, the figure of old man Zangetsu began to dissolve, leaving behind nothing but a single blade. He gave Ichigo one final promise. He would no longer hold him back or restrict his access to his true power. He urged Ichigo to fight with every bit of his soul using his real Zangetsu. Ichigo felt a deep wave of gratitude toward the old man for the guidance and Quincy power he had provided over the years. To Ichigo, the entity's true identity didn't matter anymore. He accepted both his Quincy and hollow sides as integral parts of his blade. In his eyes, both halves of his heritage were Zangetsu. Back in the waking world, Ichigo confidently drew two separate Zangetsu blades, each representing one of his dual powers. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the world, Hashwalth was leading Uryu Ishida to meet with their great leader, Yhwach. Uryu was now fully decked out in the white uniform of the sternritter. He knelt before Yhwach, pledging his absolute loyalty to the cause. Up at the royal palace, Ichibei informed Ichigo that the Quincy forces would be making their move very soon, meaning the responsibility of training Ichigo fell squarely on his shoulders. Ichigo bowed in appreciation, but then mentioned he wanted to rush back to the Soul Society before the enemy arrived. Ichibei immediately shut that idea down, warning Ichigo that charging back now would be a fool's errand and would likely result in nothing but a meaningless death. At the same time, at the Silburn Cathedral, the entire Quincy army was assembled in a massive show of force. Yhwach stepped out to address his soldiers, reminding them of how they were brutally crushed by the Soul Reapers 1,000 years ago. He declared that after 10 centuries of waiting and suffering in the shadows, the time for their glorious revenge had finally arrived. Before the invasion began, Yhwach had one more stunning announcement to make. He revealed that Uryu Ishida, the last survivor of the Quincy's in the human world, was being officially designated as his successor. This news sent a massive shockwave of confusion and disbelief throughout the entire ranks of the army. The soldiers couldn't believe that a complete outsider had managed to earn Yhwach's absolute trust. Baz B, with his signature mohawk, was particularly outraged and shocked by the choice. Yhwach silenced the growing murmurs with a thunderous threat, warning that his decision was final and that Uryu's abilities would soon prove his worth to everyone. He promised that Uryu would earn their respect during the upcoming invasion. Shortly after, inside the Sternritter's private meeting room, Basby was absolutely fuming. He was shouting and demanding to know why Yhwach would make such a sudden and bizarre appointment. The other Sternritters were also buzzing with curiosity and suspicion. Everyone wanted to know why Uryu was the chosen one. When Hashwalth entered the room, Basby immediately got in his face, arguing that if anyone deserved to be the successor, it was Hashwalth himself. Hashwalth remained perfectly calm, stating simply that the Majesty's orders were absolute and that they were all bound to follow them without question. Hashwalth's level-headed response only made Basby angrier, and he threatened to tear the whole place apart in his rage. Just as the two were about to come to blows, a sphere of energy suddenly manifested between them. Askin stepped out from the shadows, advising his comrades not to do something incredibly stupid by fighting each other. Askin pointed out that internal bickering wouldn't solve anything and even jokingly referred to Hashwalth as the future emperor to ease the tension. Meanwhile, Yhwach was performing a ritual, cutting his own hand to prepare for a ceremony with Uryu. Uryu, however, was filled with doubt and wanted to know the real reason behind his selection. Yhwach looked at him and asked if Uryu knew why he was the only impure Quincy in history to survive the Auswellen and keep his life. Uryu admitted that he had been searching for that answer himself, wondering what made him so unique. Yhwach hinted that the answers might be found within the old notebook belonging to Uryu's grandfather. Uryu then stated that Quincy's and Soul Reapers were fundamentally incompatible, like fire and water, which is why he had chosen to join Yhwach to help bury the Soul Society for good. Yhwach seemed very pleased with this answer and promised Uryu that he would soon witness a vision of the future that would change everything. Uryu drank from a cup of Yhwach's blood, completing the sacred ritual used to awaken a Quincy's latent potential. In doing so, Yhwach bestowed upon him a shrift, the letter A, the same as his own. Meanwhile, over in Hueco Mundo, Orihime and Chad were getting back into their intense training sessions to stay sharp. While Urahara continued his deep scientific research into the Quincy biology, Ichibei led Ichigo to an incredibly sacred location. This was a restricted holy ground that only those with the Soul King's direct permission could ever enter. Ichibei's intention was to push Ichigo's limits and see if he could transcend the typical power of a Soul Reaper. Ichigo stepped inside with total confidence, ready for the test. At the same time, Rukia and Renji were trying to train together, but they weren't making much progress. They were both finding it extremely difficult to actually point their blades at each other with killing intent, as they were too close as friends. Rukia was suddenly interrupted by a phone call from Asane, who brought the wonderful news that her brother Byakuya had made a full recovery. Shortly after, Ichibei took both Rukia and Renji away for specialized training. Down in the human world, Shunsui Kyoraku made a surprise visit to Ichigo's group of human friends. He explained that Ichigo was currently training in a very unique part of the Soul Society. While Shunsui believed Ichigo would return safely, he was secretly worried about the sheer scale of the power Ichigo might gain. There was a very real possibility that his new strength would be so great that it could disrupt the balance of the human world. He warned them that Ichigo might not even be allowed to live in the human world anymore if his power became too unstable. The friends were understandably upset and angry at this news. Shunsui tried to reassure them that the chance was slim, but as Captain Commander, he felt it was his responsibility to be honest. He then handed them some special spiritual charms. These charms would serve as keys to allow them to enter the Soul Society whenever they wanted to see Ichigo. After a long, exhausting day of training, Orihime finally found a moment to relax. She sat with Chad and told him how much she truly cherished the quiet moments they were spending together in Hueco Mundo, even during the war. She was happy they could help the Arankars and Soul Reapers while living somewhat normally, and she wished this era of cooperation and peace could last forever. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered as the Sereitai was abruptly enveloped by a massive, pitch-black dome of shadows. Yhwach's voice boomed across the sky, announcing that the final invasion had officially commenced. Invoking the ancient Kaiser Gesang, he declared that the Quincy king would reclaim the entire world in just 9 days. The Quincy army began their descent into the Sereitai, and Haschwalth immediately started issuing orders. He told the sternritters to use the stolen Bankai against the very captains they took them from. He reasoned that the captains had likely trained to fight without their Bankai and might still have a chance at victory. To prevent any hope from rising, the Quincy's planned to use those stolen ultimate techniques to crush the Soul Reapers' spirits. By turning their own greatest powers against them, the Quincy's aimed to destroy the Soul Reapers' hope and willpower. They wanted to ensure a total defeat, breaking their enemies both physically and mentally. Meanwhile, over in the Rukongai, Captain Ukitake was receiving urgent reports about the massive invasion. Inside the Sereitai, Shunsui looked quite annoyed. He had set up numerous defensive traps to greet the invaders, but the Quincy's had used a clever trick to completely bypass his defenses and rewrite the very geography of the area. Yhwach began explaining the history of their shadow realm to Uryu. He told Uryu that after their defeat 1,000 years ago, the Quincy's fled the human world and hid in the one place the Soul Reapers would never look, inside the shadows of the Sereitai itself. Within that darkness, they used reishi to construct a hidden kingdom right under the noses of their enemies, known as the Wanden Reich. This realm was aptly named the Invisible Empire. Suddenly, Askin appeared at the Research and Development Department, taunting the Soul Reapers. He explained that the Soul Society is saturated with reishi, which acted as a limitless source of fuel for the Quincy's while they hid and grew their power over the last millennium. They had spent 10 centuries slowly gathering energy in the shadows. This explained why their invasions never tripped the Sereiti's spirit-repelling shield. They didn't need to break in because they were technically already inside the city's boundaries. Out of nowhere, Haschwalth manifested inside the Squad 1 office. He introduced himself to Shunsui as Yhwach's right-hand man and the Grandmaster of the Sternritter. With a cold, detached tone, he claimed that the Quincy king actually preferred peace, and therefore he had ordered the immediate and total annihilation of all their enemies to end the conflict quickly. Suddenly, Captain Mayuri made his grand entrance, wearing a bizarre suit that was glowing so brightly it was practically blinding. He conceded that the Quincy theory of building a world within the shadows was scientifically sound, even if it sounded like a fairy tale. He then began explaining his own countermeasures based on previous battle data. Mayuri had deduced that the Quincy's primary advantage was their connection to the shadows. To combat this, he had completely renovated his laboratory into a unique space that was devoid of any shadows whatsoever. Askin quickly realized that Mayuri was going to be a very difficult opponent to deal with. Deciding to avoid a direct confrontation for now, Askin began to wander off. Mayuri saw right through his behavior, suspecting that the Quincy was trying to lure him into a trap within their own territory. Meanwhile, the battle across the Seirete was becoming increasingly bloody and desperate for the Soul Reapers. Baz B was wreaking havoc, incinerating entire groups of Soul Reapers with his massive, scorching flames. Just as the situation was looking grim, Hitsugaya and Ranjiku suddenly appeared on the scene. They moved quickly to protect their subordinates using a protective layer of ice to block the heat. Baz B seemed genuinely excited to see Hitsugaya, noting that their opposing powers of fire and ice made them the perfect rivals for a duel. He started launching bursts of fire everywhere, but Hitsugaya skillfully countered every single blast with precise and powerful ice constructs. Hitsugaya suggested to Rangiku that they combine their abilities for a coordinated attack, and she happily agreed, finding his request rather endearing. She released the fine ash from her Hineko to create a thin, floating barrier. Hitsugaya then followed up by coating that ash in a thick, freezing layer of ice. This combined technique resulted in a layered ice wall that was incredibly resilient against Baz B's intense heat. Hitsugaya explained that his Hyorinmaru was unique because there was very little difference in the nature of its power between its Shikai and Bankai states. It was mostly just a matter of scale. He claimed that even with a smaller amount of ice, he had more than enough skill to take down Baz B. This statement made Baz B absolutely furious, and he launched a massive attack that still failed to penetrate the ice wall. Hitsugaya seized the opening and countered with a freezing strike that swept across the battlefield toward his foe. Baz B had to use his flames just to melt the ice that was beginning to trap him. Hitsugaya kept up the pressure, firing off multiple ice attacks while simultaneously erecting a new defensive wall for himself. Realizing this wouldn't be an easy fight, Baz B finally decided to get serious and pointed a single finger at the young captain. He unleashed his Burner Finger 1, a concentrated beam of heat that instantly vaporized Hitsugaya's ice shield. Hitsugaya managed to dodge just in time and began to retreat, with Baz B hot on his heels. Hitsugaya quickly tried to come up with a plan to slow down the aggressive Quincy. He created a thick mist to obscure his movements, but Baz B simply blew it away. Hitsugaya tried to lock him in a pillar of ice, but Baz B broke out almost instantly and retaliated with 2 fierce fire blasts. Suddenly, another Quincy named Kangdu appeared. Kangdu declared that he would be the one to finish off Hitsugaya. Elsewhere in the city, a young girl named Mareo was terrified by the surrounding violence. Her older brother, Marichio Omaeda, did his best to comfort her, promising that he would do whatever it took to keep her and their home safe from harm. He spoke about his duty as a member of the Gotei 13 to protect the Seireitai. Their moment was interrupted by the arrival of a heavily armored sternritter named BG9. This was the same individual who had previously stolen Captain Soifan's Bankai, and he was now hunting for more targets. Omaeda was completely outmatched by the robotic Quincy, but he refused to back down. When BG9 targeted his little sister, Omaeda immediately threw himself in front of her to act as a shield. BG9 deployed a heavy machine gun and was about to fire when Captain Soifan suddenly arrived to save them. Soifan unleashed her Shunko, creating a swirling vortex of wind around her arms. She moved with blinding speed, closing the distance instantly and striking BG9 square in the chest with a powerful palm thrust that sent him flying back hundreds of meters. BG9 quickly recovered and launched a barrage of heavy artillery in return. Soifan dodged the missiles, but BG9 managed to outmaneuver her, stabbing a blade into her arm and triggering a localized explosion at point-blank range. Back at the Squad 1 office, Hashwolf found his path to Shunsui blocked by a formidable barrier created by the lieutenant, Nanao Is. Hashwolf seemed impressed by her Hakudan Keiki barrier. noting that she had been promoted to lieutenant specifically because of her incredible mastery of Kido and magical barriers. Meanwhile, over at the Research and Development Center, Captain Mayuri received an extremely important communication from Urahara. Urahara claimed he had discovered a way to reclaim the stolen Bankai from the Quincy's. Back on the battlefield, Kangdu stated he wasn't interested in stealing Bazby's credit. He just wanted to follow Hashwal's orders to eliminate Hitsugaya personally using the captain's own stolen power. He tossed the unconscious Rangiku onto the ground near Hitsugaya as a taunt before activating the stolen Daigaran Horenmaru, manifesting a pair of magnificent ice wings on his own back. During this time, Urahara was explaining to Mayuri the secret principle behind the Quincy's Bankai stealing medallion. Urahara had identified a critical flaw in the Quincy's technique. Suddenly, Urahara himself appeared at Mayuri's lab, and the entire Squad 12 team began working feverishly in Mayuri's private research room. They released a swarm of modified spirit bugs designed to interface with and disrupt the Quincy technology. The devices were meant to hijack the Quincy's reishi tools. Urahara then revealed his secret weapon, small black pills called Shineyaku. He explained that these pills were the key to getting their Bankai back, recalling his observations of the Quincy Quilji Opie during their fight in Hueco Mundo. When Quilj absorbed a hollow, his body began to mutate and break down because he couldn't actually handle the hollow's essence. Urahara realized that Quincy's lacked the biological ability to process hollow energy. He noted that an Arrancar's resurrection is very similar to a Soul Reaper's Bankai in how it functions. Since both involve the release of core spiritual power, it stands to reason that if Quincy's can steal Bankai, they should also be able to steal resurrection. Yet, despite having Arrancar soldiers under their command, the Quincy's never once tried to take their powers. This wasn't due to a lack of interest. Urahara concluded that stealing a resurrection must be physically harmful to a Quincy. Based on Mayuri's extensive research into hollow biology, they both reached the same conclusion at the same time. Hollow essence is a literal poison to the Quincy race. The computer systems were finally ready for the next phase. Urahara broadcasted a message to all the captains and lieutenants, informing them that he had sent them a special black pill. He explained that this medicine was specifically designed to react with the soul of anyone who possessed a Bankai, whether it was currently in their possession or had been stolen. All they had to do was touch the pill to have it absorbed directly into their souls. Mayuri added that the Quincy's hatred for hollows wasn't just a matter of different ideologies or ancient grudges. It was actually rooted in a primal, biological fear of a substance that could kill them on a cellular level. Quincy's have absolutely no natural antibodies to defend against hollow energy. To them, anything related to a hollow is a deadly toxin. If a Quincy is exposed to even a small amount, their spiritual power begins to wither, and their very soul starts to crumble and decay until they die. This is why they were so obsessed with exterminating every last hollow. By absorbing the pill, the captain's Bankai would be temporarily hollowified, turning them into pure poison for the Quincy's holding them. Suddenly, the ice wings on Kangdu's back shattered into a million pieces as the power rejected him. Hitsugaya's Bankai immediately returned to its rightful owner. Meanwhile, Omaeda rushed to pull Soifon away from BG9 and pressed one of the pills into her hand. Instantly, BG9's mechanical body began to malfunction and spark as the stolen power turned against him, allowing Soifon to reclaim her ultimate weapon. Soifon unleashed her devastating Wind Thunder Punisher, launching a high-yield missile packed with catastrophic firepower directly at the enemy, causing an earth-shattering explosion that seemed to set the entire sky ablaze. In the midst of the chaos, Kangdu came soaring in from the rear, extending his sharp, lethal claws as he prepared to deliver a savage slash against the young Captain Hitsugaya. He managed to defend himself by manifesting numerous layers of dense, reinforced ice, and then he immediately launched a fierce kick at Hitsugaya, though his attack was blocked instantly. The villain unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, but none of his efforts could inflict even a minor scratch on the captain. Taking his turn to strike back, Hitsugaya launched a frigid blast of freezing energy that pierced right through the enemy's offense and slammed directly into his body. As a result, the defeated Kangdu found himself completely immobilized and sealed away inside a colossal tower made of solid ice. Even though he had secured a hard-fought victory, The young Hitsugaya had utterly drained his spiritual energy and collapsed onto the ground a moment later. Simultaneously, over on another part of the battlefield, the captain of Squad 5, Shinji Hirako, found himself totally encircled by a swarm of enemy soldat soldiers, prompting him to instantly activate his powerful Bankai. His Bankai, Sakasama Yokoshima Happo Fusagari, caused the sensory perceptions of every single enemy in the area to be completely flipped and inverted. In just a heartbeat, the confused mass of soldat soldiers turned on one another and began a chaotic slaughter. In a different sector, the trio of Soul Reapers, consisting of Madarame Ikkaku, Yumichika, and Shuhei Hisagi, came face to face with the massive wrestler known as Mask Demasculine, who possessed a superhuman physique as he leapt down into the fray. His heavy landing caused the very earth to tremble and fracture, creating a massive crater beneath his feet. Accompanying the wrestler was a small companion named James, who served as his personal cheerleader. Even though it was a 3-on-1 fight, the wrestler was the one who held the upper hand as he effortlessly hurled Yumichika through the air until he slammed hard into a wall, while Hisagi desperately attempted to bind the beast's arms. After successfully binding the giant's hands, Hisagi moved quickly to wrap the restraints around his entire body to keep him still. Ikkaku seized this golden opportunity to step forward and deliver a finishing blow. Meanwhile, in another part of the Serite, a group of female Quincy led by Bambietta Basterbine was on the hunt for Soul Reapers. She looked incredibly bored with all her potential opponents, as her only real interest was finding and fighting Captain Komamura. Her constant chatter and unpleasant, prickly attitude eventually became too much for her 4 female teammates, who simply grew tired of her and walked away. This abandonment made Bambietta absolutely furious, and she began venting her rage by unleashing terrifying bursts of energy that decimated the entire surrounding area. The sheer scale of the destruction she caused was so great that it immediately caught the attention of Captain Komamura. Wearing a full suit of heavy iron armor, the captain arrived on the scene to confront her face to face. With a cold and determined voice, Komamura declared that he would personally take the life of Yhwach to avenge the fallen Captain Commander Yamamoto. Suddenly, Shinji Hirako appeared out of nowhere behind Bambietta's back, telling Komamura that he should move on and leave this particular fight to him. Shinji immediately activated his abilities to scramble Bambietta's mind and disrupt her senses, appearing extremely confident in his unique powers. The Quincy girl seemed to be at a total disadvantage as her brain became completely dizzy and disoriented. She found herself unable to distinguish between up and down or left and right, leaving her vulnerable and frustrated as the battlefield spun out of control. Shinji's playful and mocking attitude only served to drive Bambietta further into a state of blind rage. She began to emit waves of lethal, destructive energy in every direction. Realizing she needed more power, she and the other sternritters initiated their Volstendig state, the holy form of the Quincy, which caused her entire body to be enveloped within a massive, brilliant pillar of shining spiritual light. Previously, they had been unable to utilize this ultimate form because the stolen Bankai had restricted their abilities, but now the restriction was gone. All across the Sereitai, massive pillars of light bearing the Quincy cross symbols began to erupt from the various sternritters. Meanwhile, Ichigo Kurosaki continued his journey toward the sacred palace, even though the path ahead seemed incredibly daunting and difficult to traverse. Even though his destination appeared to be right in front of his eyes, it felt as though it was actually 1,000,000 miles away at the edge of the horizon. Ichigo struggled to move, dragging his heavy leaden feet step by step as he wondered why he was having such a hard time despite his newly acquired strength. Back on the battlefield, it became clear that Bambietta was proving to be a far more difficult opponent for Shinji than he had originally anticipated. Since she couldn't pinpoint his exact location, she decided to simply unleash a continuous barrage of light-based explosions in every single direction at once. Shinji was caught in the blast and immediately knocked flat on his back by the sheer force. As Bambietta prepared to increase her firepower, Captain Komamura suddenly returned to the scene to provide protection for his comrade, while Hinamori also made an appearance. Coming in from behind, Hinamori attempted to launch an attack on Bambietta, but but the enemy was quick to react with a counter-strike. Komamura moved with lightning speed to pull his teammate out of harm's way, sternly advising her that she needed to be much more cautious because the destructive power of their foe was simply too great. Bambietta, however, didn't seem impressed at all, openly showing her complete contempt for Komamura and his efforts. She mockingly claimed that his heavy iron armor would never be able to withstand the intensity of her upcoming attacks. Bambietta continued to rain down a hail of projectiles, explaining that anything her reishi-infused strikes touched would instantly be converted into a bomb. This meant that even if he tried to swat them away, it would be completely futile. She then unleashed a massive, devastating wave of energy with terrifying destructive potential. Komamura's armor shattered into pieces, but what was revealed underneath was not his usual wolf-like appearance, but rather his body in a human-like form. Before the battle, Komamura had sought out his clan's great elder to learn the human transformation technique, which is a strictly forbidden and secret ritual of the werewolf clan. The elder explained that their tribe was cursed to live in the animal realm because of the sins they had committed in their past lives. Having fallen into the realm of beasts, when these werewolves eventually returned to the Soul Society, they were temporarily granted the ability to break their chains of sin and return to their primal forms before receiving their ultimate punishment. By utilizing the human transformation technique, a werewolf could become significantly more powerful for a limited time. However, to perform this ritual, Komamura was required to rip out his own heart and offer it as a sacrifice to the Great Elder. Upon hearing the price, Komamura didn't show even a single moment of hesitation, as he remembered how Captain Commander Yamamoto had saved his life years ago. He felt a deep sense of debt to the man who had accepted him when he was just an outcast who had rejected his own clan. With a heart full of resolve, Komamura was determined to get revenge for his fallen mentor, even if it meant sacrificing his very existence in the process. Even if it meant trading his life, he would see his vengeance through. Komamura ordered Hinamori to take the injured Shinji and leave the dangerous area immediately so he could face the enemy alone in a one-on-one duel. He then unleashed his Bankai, Kokujo Tengen Myo-o, Dangaiju, summoning a colossal samurai warrior of immense proportions. This massive entity stood tall, ready to crush anything in its path on behalf of its master. This giant samurai, known as Dangaiju, possessed incredible endurance and was capable of regenerating almost instantly from any damage caused by Bambietta's firepower. The massive warrior began to relentlessly pursue Bambietta across the battlefield. She struggled to launch a counterattack, but her efforts were useless as she couldn't inflict a single bit of lasting damage on the giant. Komamura's current power was a perfect counter to her explosive abilities. He didn't have even the slightest fear of being blown to bits by her bombs because, in his current state, he didn't technically possess any life to lose. Bambietta was completely baffled by what he meant by those words. Komamura went on to explain that while the armor usually represents the life of the Tengen Myo-o, the Dangaiju is the form it takes only after the user has completely discarded their own life essence. After discarding his life to manifest the Myo-o's true power, Bambietta began firing her explosive projectiles directly at Dangaiju again. At the same time, she noticed that a wound appearing on the giant also manifested as an identical injury on Komamura's own body. He calmly revealed that his physical body was now nothing more than an empty shell. The secret humanization technique of the werewolves involves offering up one's heart to gain a temporary, immortal physical form. By sacrificing his heart, he attained a body that could not be killed as long as he remained in this human-like state. Komamura took full control of the battle, causing a panicked Bambietta to turn and run for her life. To Komamura, his own survival was now the least important thing on his mind. He was driven solely by his mission, having left his mortality behind in exchange for the power to strike down his enemies. His former commander had fought until his very last breath, so there was absolutely no reason for Komamura not to do exactly the same for his sake. Dangaiju then swung its massive blade with incredible force, delivering a final, decisive blow that ended the struggle with Bambietta. A gargantuan explosion erupted high up in the air as the power of the strike collided with the Quincy's desperate defense. After taking a direct hit from that devastating attack, she went crashing down into the hard earth below. Komamura's next objective was to reach Yhwach, but he could feel his remaining strength quickly fading away. He finally fell to his knees as the giant Dangai Zhu began to dissolve and vanish into thin air. Despite his exhaustion, Komamura desperately tried to force his body to keep moving forward to finish what he started. Even as he struggled to stand, he could hear the voice of the great elder echoing in his mind, praising him for his efforts. The elder remarked that pure, unadulterated hatred is the true essence and nature of the werewolf clan. As the technique reached its end, Komamura began to transform entirely into a common wolf. This was the ultimate price he had to pay, to become a mere beast consumed by nothing but bitterness and a thirst for vengeance. Consumed by his desire for revenge, he was eventually found by Iba, who came to carry him away from the battlefield. Iba comforted him, saying that he truly believed Komamura had done the right thing. Meanwhile, over at the Squad 1 office, Jugram Hashwalth finally drew his sword to join the fray. With a single powerful stroke, he demolished the defensive wall, blocking his path, even pausing to offer some praise for Nanao's impressive skills. He admitted that it had actually taken him a significant amount of time to absorb the surrounding reishi just to make the barrier thin enough to break. Nanao remained calm and immediately constructed a secondary defensive shield. Hashwalth noticed right away that this second wall appeared much weaker than the first. He quickly deduced that she was likely doing this on purpose as part of some sort of calculated strategy or trap. He didn't show any fear of a potential trap as he began to radiate his overwhelming power, though he didn't actually launch another attack. He explained that since Yhwach was waiting for him, he needed to head back to his side immediately. Shunsui expressed his disappointment that they had to part ways before they could even have a proper duel. Hashwalth coldly replied that he would appear anywhere at a moment's notice, provided his king gave the command. Battle raged on elsewhere as the little companion, James, hurried over to urge the unconscious mask to wake up. Because the small guy looked so harmless and non-threatening, Hisagi's group hesitated to take action against him. Suddenly, James let out a deafening scream of encouragement. This shout acted as a massive power boost for Mask, who rose back up with an incredible surge of renewed strength and vitality. Feeling more powerful than ever, he looked incredibly excited to begin the second round of their confrontation. He charged forward with insane aggression, single-handedly taking down all three Soul Reapers with ease. The massive difference in their skill levels was obvious, and Mask quickly grew bored, expressing his desire to find some actually strong opponents to test his mettle against. Hisagi tried one last time to block his path and stop him from leaving. His attempt to stop the giant was met with several extremely painful and bone-crushing punches that sent him reeling. Just then, the captain of Squad 9, Kensei Muguruma, arrived on the scene to join the fight, accompanied by the captain of Squad 3, Rose. Mask was absolutely thrilled by their appearance, noting that he didn't even have to go looking for strong challengers since they had decided to come right to him. While the battle continued, Ichigo was still struggling to drag himself forward one painful step at a time. Monk Ichibei explained to him that the immense weight holding him back was actually the physical manifestation of the things he was sworn to protect. He told Ichigo that what he was experiencing were the memories and the fundamental explanation for the immortality of all things, which is essentially the core of the Soul King's power. He was curious to see if Ichigo's body could truly withstand the massive amount of spiritual power being funneled into his physical form. Ichigo let out a thunderous roar, bracing himself with every ounce of his will as he forced his body to advance through the pressure. Eventually, he came face to face with Senjumaru Shutara. Meanwhile, Mayuri Kurotsuchi began the process of compiling and analyzing the casualty reports following the Wanden Reich's brutal invasion. The data showed a survival rate of only 42%, which included those who were severely injured. Even more concerning was that the estimated effective fighting strength of their forces had dropped to below 30%. Overall, the Seirete had suffered catastrophic damage from the enemy's assault in a very short amount of time. Reports indicated that Captain Soifan had been critically wounded, but was successfully moved to a secure location for treatment. After she was brought to safety, more troubling news arrived. Captain Hitsugaya's spiritual pressure had suddenly and completely vanished from the area. The status of Lieutenant Rangiku Matsumoto remained unknown, and Captain Kenpachi Zaraki was not responding to any communications. This dire situation was reported directly Captain Commander Shunsui Kyoraku, who began to weigh their remaining options and consider their next move. He started formulating a tactical plan by first establishing a communication link with every single member of the Gotei 13. He informed them that an updated map of the area was being transmitted to their communication devices, as the recent invasion had drastically altered the local geography. He gave a strict order for everyone to regroup and move quickly to the nearest barracks to await further instructions, emphasizing that they must not waste their strength on isolated skirmishes. While everyone waited for orders, Kensei opened his battle against Mask by activating his Bankai Tekken Tachikaze. The wrestler immediately lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick, but the sheer force of the impact wasn't enough to make Kensei retreat even an inch. He stood his ground firmly and began shouting insults at his opponent, purposefully provoking him to draw out his full aggression. After successfully baiting him, Kensei delivered a devastating punch directly into the wrestler's stomach, causing Mask to double over in pain and fall to the ground. Kensei explained that his Bankai allowed him to channel an explosive surge of power into his strikes, creating attacks that resonate deep within the enemy's very bones. He then unleashed a relentless combo of punches that sent Mask flying backward over 100 meters. Seeing the fight end so quickly, Rose looked somewhat disappointed that he hadn't even had a chance to join the action yet. Mask appeared to be completely unconscious from the beating, but the little guy, James, immediately rushed to his side to cheer him on with all his might. Hisagi, having regained some consciousness, desperately tried to warn Kensei about the enemy's trick, telling him that they absolutely had to take out the little boy first. Thanks to James's cheering, Mask woke up instantly, looking more energetic and full of life than ever before. With just 2 massive punches, he managed to knock both Kensei and Rose flat on their backs. He began shouting arrogantly, declaring himself to be the greatest and most powerful warrior in existence. Kensei quickly tried to regain his composure and mount a response, but the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Despite his best efforts to fight back, Kensei ended up taking a massive amount of damage from the wrestler's superior strength. The two of them continued to trade incredibly powerful blows, but after a short struggle, it was Kensei who found himself at a total disadvantage. Mask then leapt high into the air and came crashing down with a devastating body slam, using his massive weight to crush his opponent into the ground. The impact was so severe that Kensei was left completely unconscious in the crater. Seeing his comrade down, Rose finally stepped into the fight and immediately used his abilities to slice through James's body. Mask was absolutely enraged by this, but Rose remained perfectly calm, mocking the giant for being so loud-mouthed. He then decided to reveal the true power of his Bankai Kinshara Butodan. Rose's Bankai, the Golden Flower Dance Troupe, trapped Mask within a strange and hauntingly beautiful space, filled with countless golden figures. He began his deadly performance with a melody designed to instill pure pain and terror into the heart of his audience. Before Mask could even react, he was struck with the overwhelming force of a massive swirling whirlpool of water that battered his entire body. Following the water attack, Rose subjected his enemy to the searing agony of a blazing, intense fire that engulfed him completely. Even though he was taking a lot of damage, Mask was smart enough to realize that there must be some kind of trick behind these illusions. Rose didn't hesitate to boast to his opponent, explaining that his power allowed him to manipulate the very hearts of those who hear his music. Once the deceptive melody reaches the ears of the target, they lose their sanity and are forced to experience a cycle of never-ending suffering. Feeling that he had toyed with the giant enough, Rose decided to deliver a final, finishing strike. However, Mask came up with a brutal solution by driving his fingers into his own ears to rupture his eardrums, instantly breaking free from the musical manipulation. The captain was visibly shocked by such a desperate move, and before he could even process what was happening, he was hit by a lethal beam of energy from Mask. The attack left a massive hole in Rose's chest, causing him to collapse instantly. Just as things were looking their worst, Renji and Rukia suddenly arrived on the battlefield to provide protection for their fallen captains. Renji immediately assigned Rukia the task of looking after the 2 injured captains while he stepped up to go toe-to-toe with the enemy. Rukia quickly moved the 2 men to a location where the 4th squad was busy treating the wounded. Meanwhile, Renji stood his ground, looking incredibly confident and ready to test out the true extent of the new power he had gained from his training. Mask called out to his little follower to heal his ruptured eardrums, but Renji was too fast and coldly sliced James right down the middle with his sword. However, it turns out these two are incredibly resilient. Killing one James only caused several new ones to sprout up in his place. Because of this, Mask's strength increased even more, and his muscles began to bulge and grow as his physical power was upgraded. With his physical stats now off the charts, the wrestler was convinced he could easily crush Renji. He launched himself forward to close the distance, but Renji was able to narrowly dodge his initial strikes. Mask didn't let up for a second, keeping the pressure on with a non-stop barrage of punches. He then began preparing his ultimate finishing move to end the fight once and for all. He unleashed his devastating technique known as the Star Flash Supernova, creating a massive star of concentrated, destructive light that he slammed directly onto Renji's position. It looked like the battle was over, but as the thick clouds of smoke began to drift away, Renji emerged completely unharmed. He had activated his true Bankai, which possessed the incredible ability to transform into its ultimate state. This new form was called Su-Zabimaru, and it brought back memories of his time at the royal palace. During his training, monk Ichibei had dropped a bombshell, revealing to Renji that his Zanpakuto had only ever accepted him as a half-master. Renji was absolutely stunned by this news, especially considering how many life-and-death battles they had faced together as partners over the years. Ichibei explained that he knew this for a fact because he was the one who had originally given names to every single Zanpakuto, Shikai, and Bankai in existence. He had been responsible for naming every phenomenon in the Soul Society since the very beginning. This was a unique and divine power that had been bestowed upon him directly by the Soul King himself, making his word absolute on the matter. After explaining this, Ichibei taught Renji the secret to earning the full respect and acceptance of his sword. Returning to the present moment, Renji fully unleashed his true Bankai, Su-Zabimaru, as Mask lunged forward for a final desperate attack. Renji countered with ease, extending a massive spectral monkey arm that caught and completely crushed the wrestler's hand in a display of overwhelming strength. He then effortlessly hurled the giant across the area until he went smashing hard into a distant wall. With his left arm completely shattered, Mask became even more unhinged and frantic. Renji then activated his Zaga Teppo technique to imbue his blade with a massive surge of spiritual energy before delivering the final, killing blow. The explosion of power was so intense that Mask's body completely disintegrated into nothing but dust. As soon as both Mask and his companion James were obliterated, their spiritual energy was immediately drawn back and absorbed into the body of Yhwach. Following this, the Quincy king retreated into the shadows to enter a state of deep rest, which allowed him to accumulate even more power. Hashwalth noted that the true nature of Yhwach's existence remains a massive mystery, one that even Uryu's grandfather was aware of back in the day. Since Uryu had been named the official successor, Hashwalth felt it was appropriate for him to learn these secrets. Meanwhile, up at the royal palace, Ichigo had finished all his preparations and was ready to depart. He expressed his discomfort with the incredibly thick and heavy clothing he was now forced to wear, but Senjumaru informed him that these special garments were an absolute necessity for the journey ahead. She explained that this specific outfit was a piece of high-level equipment designed to withstand the pressure of breaking through the 72 barriers, separating the royal palace from the Seirete. A long flight of stairs suddenly manifested before him. Kirinji mentioned that while they would have liked to send him back using the Tenbashu pillar, that device isn't something that can be used on a whim for everyday travel. Therefore, he told Ichigo that he would simply have to walk the distance to save time and resources. Instead of taking the stairs, Ichigo chose the direct route and simply hurled himself off the edge to descend at maximum speed. Watching him go, Ichibei remarked on how much the boy had changed during his stay. He noted that Ichigo had finally evolved into a true and complete Shinigami in every sense of the word. While soaring downward, Ichigo took the opportunity to contact Keisuke Urahara to get an update on the current situation below. He sounded extremely confident in his new abilities, expressing his hope that his friends and allies could manage to hold the line until he finally made his grand entrance. In a different part of the conflict, Hashwalth led Uryu to an execution ground where the defeated sternritters BG9 and Kangdu were being held in chains. Because they had failed in their missions and been defeated, they were being treated as common criminals. Hashwalth swung his sword at Kangdu's throat with cold indifference, but the prisoner's The Iron ability managed to protect his neck from the blade. Seeing this, Hashwalth decided to switch to a different method by utilizing his own ability, the Balance, to ensure the execution was carried out. BG9 was also brutally executed shortly thereafter. Immediately following the brutal executions, Hashwalth revealed a dark truth. Every individual who has ever received a piece of Yhwach's soul will have it absorbed back into him upon their death. This means that all of their hard-earned knowledge, experience, and combat skills essentially become fuel for the Emperor's own power. Uryu watched this in silence, eventually asking if it was truly necessary to be so cold-blooded and ruthless toward their own people. Hashwalth ignored the sentiment and continued to explain that Yhwach's ultimate goal was far grander than simply conquering the spirit world. He reminded Uryu that since he had already partaken in the blood ritual, he was now irrevocably bound as a servant to Yhwach's will. He warned that if the Quincy stop fighting and absorbing souls for their master, they will all eventually face a truly tragic and miserable end. If they failed to continue the cycle of soul absorption through battle, their fate would be sealed in darkness. Meanwhile, in another part of the Serete, Rukia was walking through the ruins when she suddenly felt as though an unseen hand had reached out and touched her. She was visibly startled and panicked for a moment. That was when her pursuer finally revealed himself. It was Nut, the very same man who had previously stolen her brother's Bankai. The terrifying sternritter finally showed his face, immediately asking for the whereabouts of Captain Byakuya Kuchiki. Without waiting for an answer, he unleashed a barrage of sharp thorns infused with pure, primal fear. Rukia managed to skillfully dodge the incoming projectiles and quickly manifested a wall of solid ice to put some distance between herself and the source of that overwhelming dread. Suddenly, the thorns transformed into a liquid-like state, allowing them to pass effortlessly through her ice barrier and wrap themselves around her throat to choke her. Nut was incredibly confident that his power would break her, but to his surprise, Rukia didn't show even the slightest hint of fear. She remained perfectly calm and composed, even going so far as to challenge her enemy to bring on his next attack. She dared him to continue his assault, and when he did, Rukia easily neutralized his efforts by freezing his attacks solid. She confidently stated that she was now capable of tapping into the true, hidden potential of her Zanpakuto, Sode no Shirayuki. However, she also noted that her physical body still required a bit more time to fully adapt to the extreme conditions required to wield such immense freezing power. Nut remained steadfast in his belief, claiming that ice was absolutely useless against the concept of fear. He explained that as soon as his power makes the slightest contact with the skin, it bypasses all defenses to integrate with the victim's cells and trigger their deepest survival instincts. He boasted that there wasn't a single living creature in the universe capable of overcoming the pure terror that he commanded. He was convinced that no living being could ever hope to defeat his fear, but Rukia remained entirely unshaken because she knew his ability was perfectly countered by her own. She dropped a bombshell by revealing that, in her current state, she technically possessed no life for his fear to latch onto. She explained that Sode no Shirayuki doesn't actually generate cold from the tip of its blade, like most people assume. Instead, the sword's true function is to lower her own body temperature to well below the freezing point, causing anything she touches to turn into solid ice. The blade itself is merely an extension used to increase the effective range of this freezing aura. Nut refused to believe such a ridiculous claim, arguing that no Soul Reaper could possibly maintain their life if their internal temperature was that low. She reaffirmed her statement by saying that for all intents and purposes, she was currently dead. All molecular motion within her body had completely ceased because her cells were being held together solely by her spiritual pressure. Therefore, even if his fear managed to touch her skin, it would simply freeze in place without ever being able to enter her system. She then took the offensive, delivering a clean slash across the enemy's shoulder. After striking his shoulder, she continued to lower her temperature even further, causing the blood within his body to begin crystallizing. Everything around Rukia's feet started to turn into a frozen wasteland as she pushed her power to the absolute limit of -273 degrees. She then delivered what seemed to be the final blow, leaving her opponent completely encased in a block of solid ice. Having seemingly dealt with her enemy, Rukia began the slow and careful process of raising her body temperature back to normal. However, while trapped inside the ice, Iznot recalled the moment when Yhwach had saved him from the brink of death and granted him power. This memory reignited his fighting spirit, allowing him to shatter the ice and re-emerge for battle. He then activated his Quincy, Volstendig, known as Tatar Forus. He returned with a truly grotesque and terrifying appearance, fueled by his ultimate power. He mockingly told Rukia that her blade would never be able to touch him again, noting that while she might be able to freeze her cells, she couldn't stop her nervous system from functioning. Because of this, his fear was able to bypass her physical defenses and enter her mind directly through her optic nerves. Fear flooded into her through her vision, dragging Rukia deep into a surreal and nightmare-like world dominated by thousands of terrifying eyes. Her mind was quickly being overwhelmed and controlled by the experience, leaving her completely paralyzed and unable to move. A relentless stream of horrific and disturbing images began to assault her heart and her sanity, threatening to break her spirit entirely. Just as her heart and reason were being suffocated by the darkness, Byakuya suddenly appeared to snap her out of the illusion and rescue her from that world of terror. Iznot was absolutely thrilled to see him, as he had been waiting for this rematch for a long time. He immediately launched a fresh attack using his thousands of eyes, but Byakuya responded by manifesting a vast sea of cherry blossom petals to block the incoming threat. The Quincy expressed a twisted kind of admiration for the beautiful and deadly Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. Byakuya calmly informed him that what he had seen so far was only the beginning. He explained that after his Bankai had been stolen from him previously, he had gained a much more profound and intimate understanding of his own powers and the true essence of his blade. His opponent began to lose his mind completely, his body warping and twisting until he became a truly bizarre and monstrous creature. Byakuya remained perfectly composed throughout the transformation, taking a moment to praise his sister for how much stronger she had become. Rukia realized that she no longer felt even a single shred of fear in her heart, showing her brother that she was ready for what came next. Byakuya decided to step back and let his sister handle the final stage of the battle on her own terms. Rukia stepped forward with total confidence and unleashed her own Bankai, Haka no Togame, which summoned a massive, blinding snowstorm. The sheer cold of the technique caused the enemy to be frozen instantly before crumbling away into ash. However, the move was so intense that Rukia's own body began to turn into a statue of ice. Byakuya quickly rushed to her side to help her safely thaw out, carefully breaking the ice that covered her. He spoke with immense pride, praising her for her incredible courage and iron will, while also offering her some veteran advice for her future battles. Meanwhile, back at the 4th Squad emergency site, Rose and Kensei were being cared for by Isain and Yachiru when they were suddenly targeted by a new threat. They were suddenly ambushed by a sternritter who possessed the uncanny ability to manipulate reality and vanish at will. Yajuru found herself falling to the ground without any explanation of what had just happened to her. Everyone was completely bewildered by the strange events. The intruder introduced himself as Gwenol Lee, but before he could say much more, Yajuru didn't hesitate to throw a heavy punch right at his face. Even though she swung with all her might, she found herself unable to land a single clean hit on him. Instead, the old man managed to counter her and press a sharp blade against her throat. Gwenail then began to explain his confusing power, revealing that he had 3 different stages of existence, one where his form vanishes, another where his very presence disappears, and a third where he is erased entirely from the opponent's memory. This meant that his enemies would completely forget he was even there the moment he activated his power. Yachiru seemed totally helpless against such an incredibly broken ability, yet her reactions continued to surprise the old man. He couldn't wrap his head around how she was still able to mount a counterattack using nothing but her raw, wild fighting instincts. She maintained a very innocent and carefree attitude, noting that since Kenpachi wasn't around to take all the fun, she could finally cut loose and fight as much as she wanted. Gwenail tried to move in for a cowardly sneak attack from behind, but Yachiru spun around instantly and delivered a deep slash across his body. The old man was in a state of total shock, unable to believe she had actually connected. He was completely baffled as to how she had managed to hit him, but Yachiru revealed the secret that her sword is one that loves to imitate others. She then officially released her Shikai, Sanpo Kenju, which summoned 2 distinct monsters to fight right alongside her. Gwenail was quickly overwhelmed by the triple-layered attacks, ending up with deep wounds and blood pouring from his body. Suddenly, a massive, fatal wound opened up on the old man's body that was far worse than what Yachiru had inflicted. It turned out that another sternritter had entered the scene to stir up trouble. This newcomer introduced himself as Gremmy Thumo, and he coldly explained that the Gwenail they were fighting was actually nothing more than a construct created by his own imagination. He mocked the old man for failing to get the job done before erasing his existence entirely. Gremmy coldly acknowledges that his mission requires him to eliminate everyone in his path without hesitation. An old man, refusing to accept such a grim fate, lunges forward to attack him, but Gremmy remains completely impassive as he casually ends the man's life. Next, he turns his murderous gaze toward the 2 wounded captains currently receiving medical treatment. Aizen is left completely frozen in shock, paralyzed by how suddenly and brutally the situation has turned deadly. Yachiru attempts to step in and launch an attack, but in a terrifying instant, her arm is grotesquely twisted out of shape. She is left in a state of utter confusion, struggling to grasp exactly what just happened to her. Gremmy decides to keep playing with her like a sadistic toy. He visualizes her entire skeletal structure becoming as brittle as a thin cracker, and just like that, her bones begin to crack and shatter under the weight of his thoughts. Gremmy arrogantly declares that the power of his imagination is absolute, claiming that anything he can conceive in his mind will instantly manifest into physical reality. Out of nowhere, Kenpachi Zaraki makes a grand entrance to provide much-needed support for the 2 girls. Seeing him arrive, Aizen immediately finds her voice and desperately asks the captain about the current status of Unohana. Kenpachi delivers the heavy news that Unohana is indeed dead. The tragic update hits Aizen like a physical blow, causing her to collapse onto the floor in overwhelming grief. Through her flowing tears, she manages to offer him her congratulations for finally inheriting the prestigious title of Kenpachi from Unohana. Gremmy chimes in, noting that Kenpachi is exactly the kind of powerful opponent he had been imagining in his mind. To facilitate their clash, Gremmy conjures a massive arena where they can unleash their full power without any restraints. Kenpachi wastes no time on words and lunges forward, swinging his blade with murderous intent. Gremmy remains completely unfazed. By simply imagining that his skin is more durable than the densest steel, he successfully stops the captain's sword in its tracks with his bare body. Kenpachi suddenly ramps up his physical strength, causing Gremmy's shoulder to be sliced clean off. However, Gremmy stands back up almost instantly, acting as if the injury was nothing more than a minor annoyance that never happened. He reaffirms his own terrifying dominance and imaginative prowess. Gremmy then decides to showcase his power by conjuring an overwhelming torrent of fire aimed directly at Kenpachi. Kenpachi effortlessly slices the fiery attack in 2 before leaping forward to launch a counterstrike. During his approach, he is suddenly trapped inside a massive floating cube of water suspended in mid-air. Gremmy then tries to send both Yachiru and Kenpachi plummeting into a deep abyss, but Kenpachi manages to shield the girl and grab hold of her as they fall through the dark air. Kenpachi rockets back up from the depths and delivers a punishing, powerful blow to the villain. He quickly deduces that Gremmy became so obsessed with their battle that he actually forgot to keep imagining Yachiru's bones were made of cookies. Realizing it's time for the real showdown, the little girl heads off so Kenpachi can focus entirely on taking down his enemy one-on-one, and the captain begins his maddened charge. As Kenpachi continues his relentless assault, Gremmy's face lights up with genuine excitement and bloodlust. He feels a surging desire deep within him to prove he can overcome this monster of a man. Gremmy begins summoning an endless barrage of gunfire before switching to a heavy missile volley. Facing a literal storm of bombs, Kenpachi remains completely unscathed and smashes right through the enemy's defensive steel walls. Gremmy takes a hit but immediately counters by slamming a massive godlike palm strike down on the captain. However, Kenpachi's durability and speed are simply off the charts. He moves with the velocity of a lightning bolt and delivers a horizontal slash that cuts Gremmy right in half. The speed of Kenpachi's reaction is terrifying. It's actually faster than Gremmy can even process a single thought. Reeling from the intense pain, Gremmy refuses to accept that he is losing this fight. He quickly imagines himself as an immortal being and goes a step further by creating a duplicate of himself with the same godlike powers. Working together, the two Gremmys visualize a colossal meteor and set it on a collision course with the Soul Society, aiming for total annihilation. Gremmy boastfully proclaims that he will wipe out everyone and emerge as the sole survivor of the apocalypse. Undeterred, Kenpachi leaps straight toward the flaming meteor and cleaves the massive rock in two with a single swing. The shockwave from the following explosion is absolutely catastrophic. Emerging heroically from the smoke, Kenpachi boldly asserts that there isn't a single thing in this world that his blade cannot cut. Gremmy isn't finished yet and multiplies himself into a vast army of clones. They collectively create a void of absolute darkness to torture Kenpachi in a state of ultimate agony. Just as Gremmy starts celebrating what he believes is a certain victory, Kenpachi suddenly tears through the void and begins hacking the clones to pieces with brutal, unmatched efficiency. The remaining Gremmy clones swarm around Kenpachi and detonate themselves simultaneously in a massive point-blank blast. A terrifying explosion lights up the entire sky, yet Kenpachi still stands firm among the charred ruins. Gremmy is starting to lose his sanity. He has never felt such an intense, desperate hunger for victory as he does at this very moment. In a final, desperate attempt, Gremmy tries to imagine himself possessing strength that exceeds even Kenpachi's own limit. Suddenly, his own body begins to crack and fall apart as he drops to the ground. Kenpachi observes that by viewing him as an insurmountable monster that needed to be surpassed, Gremmy's own imagination ended up backfiring and destroying his physical form. As he collapses, Gremmy finally realizes the fatal flaw in his logic. His physical form could never withstand the insane level of power he tried to manifest. His entire body begins to dissolve into nothingness, leaving behind only a brain preserved in a jar. It turns out Gremmy was nothing more than a sentient brain, and the body he used was just a product of his imagination. With the victory secured, Kenpachi immediately goes looking for Yachiru. However, to his immense surprise, she is nowhere to be found, and he can't even sense a trace of her spiritual pressure in the area. Growing increasingly concerned, he orders the surrounding soldiers to spread out and find her. Suddenly, they are ambushed by a squad of 4 female sternritters who have been watching the fight. Kenpachi is caught off guard and struck by a powerful jolt of electricity. One of the sternritters steps forward, revealing a massive and hideous mouth, and begins savagely devouring the nearby soldiers with a barbaric hunger. This group of Quincy women isn't here to play around, and they immediately start showing off their twisted and lethal abilities against the Shinigami. Next up is Menina's, a pink-haired sternritter with incredible physical strength that defies her appearance. She effortlessly hurls a massive boulder, crushing several Soul Reapers instantly. On another side of the field, a group of Shinigami surround a different female sternritter who seems to have a very eccentric and flighty personality, but she is far more dangerous than she looks. Even after being slashed across the body, Giselle remains incredibly stubborn and unfazed by the pain. Her blood splatters everywhere, soaking into the surrounding Soul Reapers. She then activates her terrifying ability, turning all of them into mindless zombies who must obey her every command. The final member of this deadly quartet is Candace, who wields devastatingly powerful lightning strikes. In just a few moments, these 4 girls have easily decimated the entire army of Shinigami. The only one left standing is Kenpachi, but he is already heavily wounded from his previous life-or-death battle. He tries his absolute best to fight back, but his current condition makes it impossible to balance the scales against such overwhelming and fresh opponents. Menina's lands a devastating punch that sends Kenpachi crashing to the ground. As he struggles to crawl back up, he is immediately struck by a bolt of lightning that hits him directly on the head, leaving his entire body scorched black. With the captain down, the girls start arguing amongst themselves over who gets the honor of delivering the final killing blow. From a distance, Rukia can sense that Kenpachi is in grave danger. Byakuya warns her to stay calm and assess the situation before rushing into the fight. Suddenly, every Soul Reaper on the battlefield feels a massive surge of spiritual pressure as Ichigo Kurosaki descends from the sky like a powerful meteor, crashing into the earth with incredible force. Ichigo's arrival creates a shockwave that blows the enemies back. He stands before Kenpachi, genuinely happy to be the one saving the captain's life for a change. Their brief reunion is interrupted when the sternritters try to intervene. Candace launches a lightning attack at him, but Ichigo simply tosses her aside as if she were a minor nuisance. Candace is thrown hundreds of meters away, and when her teammates rush in to support her, they are each met with a powerful punch from Ichigo. Having taken a beating, the group of Quincy women is forced to slow down and rethink their strategy. It's clear to them now that Ichigo's special new power is something that cannot be underestimated. Fuming with rage, Candace uses her bow of light to fire a continuous stream of arrows at Ichigo. However, the deadly energy doesn't even leave a scratch on him. The four girls find themselves completely powerless against his massive strength. Realizing they need a major boost, Candace decides to activate her Quincy, Vollständig, to increase her power. Candace unleashes 2 lethal lightning bolts, but the attack is totally useless against Ichigo's ironclad defenses, and he knocks her down yet again. Seeing their comrade fall, the trio of Liltado, Meninas, and Giselle also activate their own Vollständig forms. Together, they prepare to launch a coordinated and simultaneous assault from all sides. Ichigo finds himself momentarily pressured as they attack him from 3 directions at once. Meninas swings a massive sledgehammer his way, while Liltado strikes with razor-sharp saws in rapid succession. Giselle contributes to the chaos by summoning a swarm of skeletons to overwhelm him. It's a hectic combined effort meant to wear him down. Despite their teamwork, Ichigo isn't truly bothered and manages to blow all 3 of them back with ease. Candace returns to the fray, amping up her lightning's lethality to create a massive electromagnetic storm that covers the entire area. Ichigo isn't intimidated and prepares a powerful response of his own to counter her elemental fury. Ichigo responds with a massive Gitsuga Jujisho. When the 2 peak energies collide, the resulting shockwave shakes the very sky. In the aftermath of the blast, Candace's left arm is severed, but Giselle quickly uses the body of a nearby Shinigami to restore the limb. Even though she was just outmatched, Candace shows no signs of backing down or feeling fear. Before the girls can restart their attack, they are suddenly shot down by Basby using his Burner Finger 1 technique. He's playing dirty and taking out his own allies because he's confident he can swoop in and claim the glory for taking down Ichigo himself. He isn't the only one with that selfish thought, however. 3 more sternritters arrive on the scene, fully aware of how valuable Ichigo's head is to their cause. Ichigo now finds himself in a tense 8-on-1 situation. Meanwhile, Yhwach, along with Hashwalth and Uryu, begins executing their long-awaited plan, moving toward their ultimate objective while the chaos continues below. Yhwach creates a massive portal of light to infiltrate the Soul King Palace. Mayuri Kurotsuchi analyzes the breach in the spiritual shield and concludes that the hole was caused by the specific outfit Ichigo is wearing. It's a fascinating turn of events that explains how the barrier was finally compromised. That garment is actually a royal key, woven from the very bones and hair of the Zero Division members. Thanks to its incredible durability, Ichigo was able to punch through the 72 protective barriers between the royal palace and the Seirete. Yhwach seizes this brief moment before the shield can repair itself to create a path for his invasion. Ichigo is desperate to stop Yhwach from reaching the palace, but he's immediately pinned down by the remaining Quincy subordinates. Just as the situation looks blocked, Ichigo's reinforcements arrive. Renji, Byakuya, Rukia, and others show up one by one to engage the enemies and clear a path for Ichigo to continue his pursuit. Ichigo finally catches up to Yhwach to settle the score, but he is left in absolute shock when Uryu Ishida steps forward to intercept him. He simply cannot believe that his friend has joined the enemy. Without a word of explanation, Uryu activates his Licht-Regen ability, raining down a barrage of light arrows on Ichigo. Orihime and Chad arrive just in time to shield Ichigo from the arrows. Ichigo screams out Uryu's name with a broken heart, but Uryu just turns his back and walks away with a cold expression. Ichigo refuses to let his friend leave like that and tries to chase after him in a desperate frenzy. The massive shockwave from the closing portal destroys everything in its vicinity, preventing Ichigo from following. Orihime quickly creates a shield to protect him and pulls him to safety. Meanwhile, Shunsui Kyoraku is left with many troubling questions, wondering why Ichibei would allow the enemy to reach the royal palace so easily. Ichigo is filled with heavy thoughts, but he firmly asserts that even though this is a war between Quincy and Shinigami, Uryu will always be their friend. He might not understand what Uryu is thinking right now, but he believes that their bond is something that can never truly be broken. Ichigo is determined to track Uryu down and get the truth out of him. He plans to give him a good beating and drag him back home, regardless of what the answer is. However, the immediate problem is finding a way to reach the royal palace. Urahara Kisuke steps in and reveals he has a plan to help them get there. Urahara leads the group to the Squad 12 research facility to show them his solution. He introduces a special invention designed to launch them all the way to the royal palace. This rocket-like device is built with a specific function in mind to bypass the distance and barriers that now stand in their way. Urahara explains that the device works similarly to the Zero Division's Tenchu-Ren. It's the result of joint research between him and Mayuri started when the Zero Division first arrived. The catch is the launch pad. It's a one-shot deal that will break after use. If they mess up the first launch, there won't be a second chance. Another major hurdle is that they currently lack the massive energy required to launch the rocket into orbit. Just as things seem stalled, Yoruichi returns and announces that her task is complete. With her back, the team can finally proceed to the next phase of their desperate mission. Yoruichi shows the group several jars containing spiritual distortions caused by the Quincy invasion. Urahara adds that he had Hiyori investigating these phenomena since the invasion began. They have been monitoring these strange energy fluctuations to see how they might be used for their benefit in this war. There are massive distortions occurring between the human world and the Soul Society that Urahara can't fully explain yet. Regardless, the priority is the energy trapped in those jars. It's a massive amount of shifting power that serves as a bridge between worlds, and it's exactly what they need for their plan. This energy is the key to powering the launch pad for their mission to the royal palace. Meanwhile, the battle below rages on as Renji and Rukia face off against the arrogant Basby. His cocky attitude is incredibly grating, and Renji doesn't hold back in yelling and taunting him right back. He loses his temper and vows to chop the two of them into pieces. He then unleashes his Burner Finger 4, creating a massive explosion of flames. In another area, Yumachika and Ikkaku find themselves confronting the extremely devious Giselle, who is far more dangerous than her appearance suggests. Giselle constantly acts like a weak, helpless girl, but she is actually a deeply manipulative and calculating individual. Her sweet words make the two Shinigami hesitate for a moment, but Yumachika has learned his lesson. He knows better than to let a single drop of her blood touch his skin during the fight. Yumachika sees right through Giselle's innocent act, which sends her into a blind rage. Suddenly, a zombified Bambietta reappears on the battlefield. It turns out this was Giselle's cruel trick all along, using the fallen Quincy as a mindless puppet to do her dirty work. Giselle starts using Bambietta like a living weapon, raining down an intense barrage of bombs that forces the Shinigami to run for their lives. Ikkaku suddenly turns back to launch a counterattack, while Yumachika uses his terrain manipulation to provide support as Ikkaku drives his spear forward. Ikkaku drives his spear through Bambietta's neck, and Yumachika follows up by slicing off her arm before she can detonate another blast. Giselle just laughs, mocking them for being foolish enough to attack someone who is already deceased. She then gleefully reveals that she was the one who actually killed Bambietta herself. With an excited expression, Giselle bites her own hand to let her blood flow. She explains that unlike Quincy's, if a living Shinigami touches her blood, they are instantly transformed into a zombie. Just then, Mayuri makes his grand appearance, expressing his own clinical excitement at the prospect of studying such a unique power. Giselle seems to enjoy her zombie toy, but she is also perfectly willing to beat Bambietta without any mercy when she fails. Bambietta is reduced to a crying mess, begging for Giselle's forgiveness. Giselle then orders the zombie to launch another attack, showing no empathy for her former comrade's suffering. As Bambietta flies in to attack, Nemu pulls Mayuri away from the danger. Mayuri responds by tossing several spherical objects at the zombie. Bambietta reacts by firing spiritual energy to intercept them, but strangely, the spheres don't explode upon contact as expected. The delayed explosion catches both Bambietta and Giselle off guard, stalling their momentum. Mayuri then introduces his invention as the spirit particle fixation device. He reveals that he created this specific weapon specifically to counter the unique explosive nature of Bambietta's abilities. When spirit particles hit the spheres, they are absorbed and timed to detonate only after a brief delay. Mayuri is oozing confidence, feeling like he's already won the tactical battle. Seeing this, Giselle realizes she needs to change her approach and summons a massive horde of zombified Shinigami to overwhelm him. Mayuri has his own counter-strategy, but he has no intention of getting his hands dirty directly against former members of the Gotei 13. He decides to fight poison with poison by calling forth his own zombified squad of former Arankars to intercept the enemy's mindless army. Yumichika and Ikkaku are stunned to see the familiar faces of the Arankars they once fought. Mayuri remains highly confident in his 4 Arankar zombies and orders them to engage the zombified Shinigami. He treats the situation with a cold, clinical efficiency that is characteristic of his nature. Mayuri coldly states that those zombies are no longer the comrades they once knew, so he has no hesitation in sending them to a final death. Since his Arankar squad is already dead, they can fight Giselle's forces without any risk of being turned by her blood. Charlotte Coulauren leads the charge with characteristic flair. Charlotte aggressively targets Giselle, gracefully dodging Bambietta's explosive blasts before tossing the zombie aside. When Bambietta tries to rejoin the fight, she's hit by a powerful heart-shaped energy blast. Once again, Bambietta is outclassed, forcing Giselle to come up with a new plan to regain control. Giselle brings out her ultimate pawn, a zombified Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya. Yumichika finally realizes why they couldn't sense Toshiro's presence earlier. He attempts to use Kido to attack, but he's instantly blown back. Ikkaku also takes a hit, realizing that the situation has become far more dangerous. Ikkaku's leg is frozen solid by Toshiro's ice. Even as a zombie, the captain's skill level is on a completely different plane. Toshiro overwhelmingly suppresses the 2 Shinigami, leaving them no room to recover. Giselle reveals that she turned him before he actually died, allowing his body to keep its natural speed and combat flexibility. Charlotte tries to step in and face Toshiro, but the Arankar is taken down before he can even make a move. As Toshiro prepares to deliver a finishing strike, Mayuri intervenes. He maintains a polite and scholarly tone toward the captain, despite Toshiro showing absolutely no reaction or recognition of his presence. Mayuri invites Toshiro to sample a new drug he's developed. Toshiro responds by slashing at Mayuri with a maddened intensity, but the scientist skillfully parries the blows. He reveals that his Zanpakuto has been upgraded with a sensor that allows it to automatically track and block incoming strikes. Mayuri can effortlessly defend against any close-range sword attacks. Toshiro gets serious and activates his Bankai Daigaran Hyorinmaru, driving an ice blade straight through Mayuri's chest. However, in a bizarre twist, the exact same scene immediately begins to repeat itself as if time had been reset. Mayuri is once again offering Toshiro the same drug. Toshiro starts to feel a strange sense of déjà vu, realizing that he has definitely experienced this moment before. While Mayuri remains perfectly calm, Toshiro begins to show signs of confusion and unease as he finally starts to question what is happening. Mayuri explains that his new drug messes with the user's perception of time. Every time Toshiro kills him, his mind is reset to a fixed point in the past. In other words, as long as he continues to attack and kill Mayuri, he will be trapped in an endless loop with no future. If Toshiro kills him, time simply stops at that moment for his brain. The drug specifically targets the hippocampus, the area responsible for short-term memory. Because of this, Toshiro won't even realize how many times he has repeated this cycle. However, looping back too many times carries a very heavy price. Once the loop repeats more than 10 times, severe side effects begin to manifest. Toshiro suddenly collapses as his brain's balance center is completely paralyzed for 30 seconds. Mayuri mockingly asks if he can guess the exact moment the drug was actually administered to his system. Mayuri drives his sword into Toshiro's throat, and the captain's entire body becomes completely paralyzed. He then injects another substance to overwrite Giselle's control and take the captain for himself. Just then, zombified Rangiku, Rose, and Kensei appear behind Mayuri to stop him. Mayuri immediately summons his Arankar zombie squad to intercept the new threats. On another part of the battlefield, Byakuya is engaged in a fierce battle with several sternritters. He's being bombarded by Robert's gunfire and followed up by a lightning assault from Candace. Na attempts a sneak attack, but Byakuya remains totally unfazed. He quickly retaliates with his shikai, scattering a cloud of cherry blossom petals that quickly overwhelm his opponents. Candace is also defeated by the relentless storm of petals. Robert tries to power up to counter him, but the pressure is mounting. Byakuya responds to Robert's surge of power by activating his Bankai Senbanzakura Kageyoshi. In just a few moments, he has single-handedly neutralized 3 of the sternritters. Lil Tato and Meninas can only watch from a safe distance, clearly intimidated by his overwhelming and elegant display of force. Hisagi suddenly turns and attacks Byakuya, much to his own confusion as his body moves against his will. It turns out he's being puppeted by a strange old man named Pipe, who has a very bizarre personality. Pipe's goals are just as eccentric as his appearance. Pepe doesn't just target Shinigami, he turns on his own allies too. He hits Meninas with his love ability, and she immediately turns around and punches Lil Tato. Pepe is incredibly confident that he can kill everyone on the field and keep all the glory for himself. Pipe begins a long-winded lecture about his twisted concept of love, which Byakuya finds incredibly annoying. Byakuya quickly knocks Hisagi unconscious and turns his attention to the talkative old man. Pipe launches a series of heart-shaped energy blasts, forcing Byakuya to defend himself with his sword. Suddenly, Byakuya's own sword turns and cuts his hand. Pep gleefully explains that even a Zanpakuto has a heart, meaning it can be controlled by his powers just like a person. Before Byakuya can adjust, the puppeted Hisagi lunges at him once again to continue the relentless assault. Byakuya tries to hold his own, but while distracted, he takes a direct hit from Pipe's heart blast. Pipe is shocked to find that he still can't fully control the captain. Frustrated, Pipe undergoes a transformation, taking on a grotesque and perverted form that looks like a twisted version of Cupid. In his new form, Pepe uses golden chains to restrain Byakuya. He prepares a love arrow to finish the captain off, but before he can fire, he's sent flying into a wall by a powerful punch from Kensei. Hisagi is also taken down in the ensuing chaos as Mayuri's group arrives. It is revealed that Mayuri has successfully taken control of the zombified Rose and Kensei. He explains that he has developed a way to override Giselle's control using special drugs, turning her own zombies into his pawns. Pape attempts to fight back against this new development. Pipe launches his heart energy at Kensei, but to his utter surprise, the zombie isn't affected at all. Kensei retaliates with a punch that leaves Pipe sprawled on the ground. Mayuri confidently declares that Pipe's love has no power over the zombies that he is currently controlling. Mayuri lets Kensei continue the beating until Pipe is completely dazed. As the old man tries to crawl away, he's cornered by Lil Tato. She is filled with hatred for his arrogance and the way he looked down on everyone else. She makes it clear that his life is the price he'll pay for his stupidity. While the fight on the ground concludes, Yhwach and his crew reach the royal palace. The story flashes back many years to a negotiation between Ichibei Hayosube and the Quincy king. Ichibei had proposed a non-aggression pact to keep the peace between the Soul Society and Yhwach's empire. Ichibei's proposal was that Shinigami would maintain the world's order while Yhwach would be free to build his empire elsewhere. In Ichibei's view, this was a highly favorable deal for the Quincy. However, Yhwach didn't see it that way and felt insulted by the terms being offered. Yhwach felt that Ichibei was treating him like an ignorant fool. They went on to discuss the nature of the Soul King, the one who defines the very boundary between life and death. It was the Soul King who first introduced the concept of the fear of death to all living beings. Suddenly, the tension breaks as both sides prepare to strike. Violence erupts right at the negotiation table as the Quincy soldiers open fire on Ichibei. He effortlessly dispatches them in an instant. Ichibei then reveals a special eye in the palm of his hand, directing his gaze toward Yhwach. Hazy and mysterious visions of the Soul King begin to manifest within Yhwach's sight as Ichibei speaks of their shared history. As the Soul King's forces stood together to defend their reality, Yhwach suddenly surged forward toward Ichibei and pinned his hands down with surprising force. The Quincy King boldly claimed that this hand of the monks lacked the power to kill him. In a dramatic shift, the hand grew to a massive size to break free from the enemy's grasp, leading Ichibei to reveal the shocking truth that this hand actually belonged to none other than the Soul King himself. He then handed this divine limb over to Yhwach as a deceptive peace offering before departing, though he left the tyrant with a chilling prophecy: his eyes would eventually go blind. Unfazed, Yhwach declared his dark ambition to utterly annihilate the Soul King Palace and the entire world along with it. Fast forwarding to the present moment, we see that Yhwach has been preparing for this very endgame. He has been anticipating this exact second for ages, asserting that they will pave the way for a brand new world founded on true absolute peace. Yhwach then summoned a legion of soldat from the depths of the shadows to initiate the assault. On the opposing side of the battlefield, the one ready to give them a lethal welcome was Senjumaru and her elite royal guard members. The soldiers from both factions clashed violently, with Senjumaru's troops quickly gaining the upper hand. Their primary objective was to take down Yhwach himself, yet despite the royal guard's relentless efforts, they couldn't even manage to land a single scratch on him. Suddenly, emerging from the darkness, a strange girl with a bizarre and unsettling tongue made her appearance. This freakish newcomer was Nyanzol, and her ability was terrifyingly simple. Any attack aimed her way would be instantly deflected or warped. Nyanzol casually wiped out the surrounding guard units and set her sights on Senjumaru. However, the legendary weaver revealed a secret. While Nyanzol was distracted by the thrill of the fight, Senjumaru had been busy sewing the girl's own outfit against her. She had subtly modified the fabric on the girl's body, and though Nyanzol struggled desperately, there was no escaping the tailor-made trap. Suddenly, a swarm of sharp spikes erupted from the inside of the garment, skewering Nyanzol and ending her life instantly. Meanwhile, over at the Division 12 research lab, Ganju had arrived with a clear purpose. He wanted to join Ichigo's strike team. He actively sought them out, boasting about his unique skills and expressing supreme confidence that his presence would be essential for the mission. Ichigo, ever the pragmatic leader, calmly advised Ganju to think twice about his choice, warning him that the upcoming battle would be a grueling and life-threatening ordeal unlike anything he had seen before. Ganju remained resolute, insisting he knew exactly what he was getting into, and his fiery determination eventually convinced the group to let him tag along. Soon after, Urahara announced the time had come, and the rocket carrying the team blasted off toward the Soul King Palace. During the flight, Yoruichi began analyzing the situation, concluding that Yhwach's endgame was undoubtedly the king himself. There was no doubt Yhwach was gunning for the Soul King, the supreme ruler whose existence maintains the balance of the world of the living, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. Chad speculated that perhaps Yhwach intended to usurp the king's throne and take his place. Ichigo, however, wasn't so sure about that being the actual plan. Replacing a being as fundamental as the Soul King seemed like an impossible feat, even for someone like Yhwach. While they couldn't grasp his ultimate motive, one thing was certain: he had to be stopped at all costs. Orihime suddenly grew sentimental, recalling their memories with Uryu, which led Ichigo to firmly declare that they would definitely bring their friend back home. Returning to the Soul King Palace, Yhwach summoned his elite Schutzstaffel, a terrifying group comprised of his most powerful and capable subordinates. One of them, a massive figure resembling Thor named Gerard Valkyrie, charged forward at blinding speed, ready to unleash his devastating strength against the defenders. Gerard swung his hammer toward Senjumaru with explosive force, but she responded by summoning a colossal divine soldier to block the blow. Seeing this, Yhwach sent forth a shadowy, hooded figure known as Pernida into the fray. With nothing more than a simple gaze, Pernida caused the giant soldier's body to crack apart and warp uncontrollably. After the soldier was completely mangled, it was Lil Baro's turn to show off his lethal precision. He drew his massive rifle and aimed a direct shot right at Senjumaru's head. She collapsed instantly, with blood pouring from the wound, making it look like she was finished. However, in a surprising twist, her body suddenly rolled away like a ball rather than dying. Her form curled up and rolled out of harm's way, leaving Lil to refocus his cannon on the celestial palaces of the Zero Squad. He was boastfully confident that he could vaporize everything in his sight, but suddenly the entire landscape began to shift. Senjumaru then revealed the truth. The palace they had been attacking was nothing but a clever fake. The real Soul King Palace had been hidden away by Ichibei long before they arrived. Undeterred, Lil raised his weapon to fire again, but suddenly the surrounding flora surged upward to intercept his shots. Kiryu Hikifune then made her entrance, announcing that she had completed her living cage of trees to trap the invading Quincy forces. Lil tried concentrating all his fire on a single point to break through, but it was useless because the branches regenerated the moment they were destroyed. Kiryu explained that since Lil's bullets were composed of high-density reishi, her life tree was actually absorbing that energy to fuel its growth. Essentially, the more he attacked, the faster the forest grew to contain him. Every shot he fired only made the forest more dense and inescapable. Kiryu stood tall with absolute confidence in this eternal prison, knowing they were trapped for good. Soon after, Tenjiro and Uetsu joined Senjumaru and Kiryu to properly greet their enemies, radiating a sense of complete dominance as they faced the Quincy elite. Gerard charged in and swung his blade at Uetsu with everything he had, but it was the giant Quincy who ended up on the floor instead. Uetsu coolly remarked that he only needed a single strike to end any opponent. Gerard tried to retaliate by opening fire on him, but strangely, all the projectiles were diverted far away from their target. The sequence of events was so incredibly fast that the enemy couldn't even process what had just happened. Tenjiro stepped in to explain that he had simply sliced the bullets in mid-air. He then blurred forward, closing the distance in an instant, and used a single sword stroke to bisect his foe. Even Pernita, who was readying an attack, was caught off guard by the speed. A blade pierced Pernita's face before he could react, and Askin was knocked flat on the ground before he could even blink. Uetsu then introduced his weapon, Sayafushi, calling it a failed creation. He explained it was so absurdly sharp that no scabbard could ever hold it without being shredded, which is why it wasn't considered a completed sword. Despite its status as a failure, it was deadly enough to clear the path. Yhwach eventually managed to break free from the living cage, only to find himself face to face with Ichibei. The monk pulled out a massive calligraphy brush and drew 2 boundary lines, confidently boasting that he would defeat the Quincy king within that specific space. Yhwach addressed Ichibei by name and threatened to end his life right there and then. In response, Ichibei used his brush to manifest a gigantic hand that swatted the king away with immense power. Yhwach was sent flying thousands of miles, and Ichibei casually introduced the technique as the 1,000-league palm. He explained that anything struck by this palm would be sent on an endless journey across the horizon. He then landed another heavy blow to send the king plummeting toward the ground. Yhwach countered by summoning massive arrows of light and skillfully manipulating them to shoot his own body, creating enough momentum to stop his free fall. Infuriated as he had warned him many times, yet the arrogant one kept deliberately calling out his name, pushing the monk's patience to its limit. His eyes bulged with rage as he flatly declared that he would have to put an end to the king. On another front, Uetsu was squaring off against Hashwalth and Uryu. Suddenly, Kiryu's indestructible cage was shattered, leaving her bewildered as to how the enemy could have bypassed her defenses. She immediately scrambled to find a way to rebuild it. Kiryu scattered more seeds to bolster the barrier's durability, while Tenjiro summoned a massive sphere of boiling water to drown Hashwalth. Meanwhile, Senjumaru focused her efforts on Uryu, who was busy parrying her needle-based attacks before retaliating with a rapid volley of his own light arrows. Uryu tried to put some distance between them, but Senjumaru was hot on his heels. He unleashed a literal rain of light arrows to slow her down, but she quickly wove a specialized umbrella to shield herself. This umbrella was designed to absorb spiritual energy, allowing her to reflect the entire attack right back at him. At the same time, Tenjiro was relentlessly hunting down Hashwalth, with both warriors showcasing incredible combat prowess. Tenjiro eventually surged forward with a powerful strike that appeared to finish Hashwalth off. Seeing his comrades winning so easily, Uetsu started to feel a bit bored, until his body suddenly began to shake uncontrollably. He turned around to find that Askin was still alive and kicking. The Quincy then introduced his unique ability, claiming he was someone who simply refused to die, a trait he personally found quite annoying. He revealed his shrift to be D, representing the death dealing, which allowed him to manipulate lethal doses. By consuming a specific substance, he could raise or lower its toxicity within his victim's body until it reached a fatal level. Askin tasted his own blood to adjust the lethal threshold, causing the blood volume inside Oetsu's body to spike dangerously. Oetsu immediately lost his focus and collapsed to the ground, much to Askin's arrogant satisfaction. He casually walked over to deliver the final blow, but thanks to his long-winded explanation, Oetsu had already figured out a counter. The master of the blade simply slit his own throat to drain the excess blood and reset his system. Askin mocked the move, laughing that Oetsu would just bleed out and die anyway from such a self-inflicted wound. Oetsu didn't show a hint of fear, knowing he had a comrade who was a literal master of blood transfusions. Tenjiro summoned a vast sea of medicinal blood to instantly replenish Oetsu's life force. Seeing his target recover so quickly, Askin began to panic, realizing that he was now the one at a massive disadvantage. In a flash, the rejuvenated Oetsu moved in and ended his opponent's life. Switching back to the epic duel between Ichibei and Yhwach, we see the monk utilizing his unique combat style. Instead of relying on physical force, he manipulates the very names of objects, knowing that once a thing loses its name, it becomes completely powerless. Ichibei struck at Yhwach's name, effectively cutting the power of the king's arms in half. Yhwach struggled to even lift his sword, his movements becoming incredibly sluggish and heavy. Ichibei then swept his calligraphy brush across the king's body and sent him soaring backward, thoroughly dominating the flow of the battle. He informed his foe that half of his strength was now gone for good, but Yhwach wasn't ready to give up yet. He decided to activate his Auswan ability. He conjured a massive halo in the sky that began raining down beams of light, targeting the soldat and sternritters stationed below in the seireitai. Anyone touched by these beams had their life force instantly drained away. While Lil Todo managed to pull Giselle to safety, most of the other Quincy's weren't as lucky. They were filled with a mix of terror and resentment, realizing too late that they were nothing more than expendable pawns for their king to harvest at will. Yhwach could reclaim their lives whenever he felt like it, leaving Giselle in a state of pure panic as she clung to survival. All the stolen life energy surged into Yhwach, amplifying his power to unprecedented levels. A terrifying aura began to radiate from his body, shaking the very foundations of the palace. The sheer force of his energy shattered the cage of trees instantly, and the entire sky was swallowed by his overwhelming spiritual pressure. Oetsu was left stunned, unable to comprehend how the tides had turned so drastically in a matter of seconds. Hashwalth stepped up to explain that the king had simply culled the unnecessary Quincy's to redistribute their power. He gave that life force to the members of his elite guard, resurrecting them in forms far more powerful than before. Elsewhere, Shunsui Kyoraku looked on with deep concern, sensing the dire situation unfolding both in the Seireitei and at the Soul King Palace. At that moment, Jushiro Ukitake also prepared to join the struggle. As the battle escalated, Yhwach asserted his absolute authority, boldly claiming that everything in existence belonged to him, including the Soul King. His Schutzstaffel, now bolstered by the stolen life force, reached a whole new tier of combat potential that dwarfed their previous limits. Earlier, Lil's shots couldn't touch Oetsu, but now he was easily punching holes through the Swordmaster's body. Lil explained that his attacks were no longer physical projectiles, making it impossible for Oetsu to block or parry them regardless of his skill. Kiryu and Tenjiro rushed in to support their fallen comrade, but even their combined efforts weren't enough. Lil introduced his upgraded ability as the X-axis, a power that pierces through anything and everything between the muzzle and the target instantly. Senjumaru quickly moved to heal Oetsu's wounds, allowing him to regain his footing and some of his trademark confidence. He and his teammates then issued a stern warning to the elite guards. They told the Quincy to not let their new power go to their heads, as they were still nowhere near the level of the Zero Squad. Kiryu summoned a fresh forest to ensnare the enemies in a new cage. This move effectively split the battlefield into a series of intense one-on-one duels between the Royal Guard and the Schutzstaffel. Gerard managed to drive his blade through Senjumaru's chest, but it turned out to be nothing more than a decoy puppet. The real Senjumaru launched a surprise attack from above, sending the giant tumbling to the ground. She immediately took advantage of the opening to bind him tightly in her specialized fabrics. She moved in to finish him with a needle strike, but Gerard surprised her with a powerful punch that sent her flying back several meters. Meanwhile, Kiryu was busy dealing with Pernida, commanding her forest to strike at the hooded entity. However, she found it difficult to breach his unique defensive barriers. Kiryu kept up the pressure by throwing a barrage of seeds that sprouted into massive trees instantly. Pernida used his divine force to push the growth away, but Kiryu doubled down, attempting to entomb him in wood. As the fight dragged on, Kiryu's reishi levels dropped significantly, causing her physical appearance to drastically slim down as she expended her energy. On the other side of the fray, Tenjiro was battling Askin. He started things off with a blinding technique that left his opponent sightless, seizing the moment to land a surprise blow. He followed up by attempting to drown the Quincy in a massive, surging tide of hot blood. Askin managed to dodge the blood tide with surprising agility and started to retreat, but it was all part of an elaborate trap. He suddenly teleported behind Tenjiro to deliver a direct, punishing strike. Meanwhile, Uetsu was moving like a blur, skillfully avoiding every single shot fired by Lil. Uetsu closed the gap and swung his blade, but the attack failed to connect. He was forced to pull back, and just as he was gearing up for a second attempt, he found himself caught in Lil's crosshairs. A hole was pierced through his body, and soon all 4 members of the Zero Squad were overwhelmed by their foes. With the defenders defeated, the tree cage shattered into pieces. Returning to the main event between Ichibei and Yhwach, the monk teased that the king should be grateful he'd only taken half his strength so far. Yhwach didn't bother with words, instead launching a fierce physical combo right at Ichibei. The sheer force of Ichibei's strikes shattered Yhwach's magical barriers. The monk lunged forward, grabbing the Quincy king by the throat in a crushing grip. Yhwach tried to use Blut Veni to protect himself and counter, but the power gap was still immense, and Ichibei sent him reeling with a bloody impact. Now was the time for the monk to unleash his true weapon, Ichimonji, as the brush transformed into a deadly blade. They clashed in a spectacular display of swordsmanship, but everywhere Ichibei's blade swung, black ink splattered. Yhwach's own sword was quickly covered in the substance, turning it as black as night. Yhwach demanded to know the nature of this ink, even as he maintained his typical arrogance and mocked the monk for what he saw as mere parlor tricks. However, he suddenly realized he couldn't even speak the name of his own sword. Ichibei explained that the ink had wiped the name from existence. Since it no longer had a name, it no longer possessed any power. But Yhwach didn't look worried at all, even though his strength had just been stripped away. He immediately activated Sanct Altar in an attempt to steal the monk's power and reclaim what was lost. He managed to absorb some of the black power back from Ichibei and then unleashed a wave of lethal flames toward him. Meanwhile, the 4 defeated members of the Zero Squad had regrouped. Uetsu spoke up with pride, stating that it was finally time for them to fight with their true intensity. In a shocking turn of events, Kiryu, Tenjiro, and Uetsu all decided to slit their own throats simultaneously. The elite guards watched in utter confusion, unable to understand why their opponents would commit such a gruesome act of self-sacrifice. While they fell, Senjumaru was suddenly engulfed in intense flames. She stepped forward and explained that the power of the Zero Squad is so vast it could shake all 3 worlds with a single gesture. To prevent this, their lives were magically linked. Only by sacrificing 3 of them could the seal on the 4th's full power be broken. With the seal released, Senjumaru unleashed her Bankai, Shatauzuru Tashimatsu Kuige. The reality around them transformed into a surreal landscape filled with giant looms and endless streams of silk. She then began to unfurl a series of lethal tapestries, each destined for a specific foe. The first fabric, 10,000 Eyes, instantly claimed Lil's life. The second, steel armor, crushed Askin under the weight of hundreds of razor-sharp spikes. The third fabric, black sand, completely swallowed Pernida, leaving him buried in a dark abyss. The fourth fabric froze Gerard into a solid block of stone, while the fifth, burning field, reduced Hashwalth to nothing but ash. Finally, the sixth fabric, starry night, left Uryu in a deep, unconscious stupor. Amidst this, Ichibei calmly walked out of the flames, explaining that all the black in the universe belonged to him. Whether it belongs to a soul reaper, a Quincy, the living, or the dead, every drop of black ink is his to command. Ichibei proceeded to coat Yhwach's entire body in black ink, which effectively erased the king's identity. He then prepared to unveil his ultimate technique. He activated his Bankai Shirafude Ichimonji, the very first Bankai to ever exist in history. Ichibei then bestowed a new humiliating name upon the king by writing the characters for Black Ant across his body. From that moment on, Yhwach's existence was rewritten. Yhwach's power was reduced to that of a lowly insect. The Quincy king was left stunned by the sheer difference in their abilities. Ichibei moved in for the finish, metaphorically and literally crushing the ant under his foot. Meanwhile, the shockwaves from Senjumaru's Bankai were being felt by everyone nearby. Ichigo's group could sense the terrifying power being unleashed. Ichigo explained that his new attire and enhanced abilities were gifts from the Zero Squad. Ganju felt a surge of hope, figuring that if the Royal Guard was this overpowered, the enemy Quincy wouldn't stand a chance. Ichigo, however, remained cautious, praying that things would actually go as smoothly as they hoped. Senjumaru was truly on another level, systematically dismantling Yhwach's subordinates all by herself with effortless grace. At the same time, Ichibei appeared to have secured victory over the king. Yet Yhwach remained arrogant, claiming he could still see into the distant future even with his eyes closed. Suddenly, multiple pupils appeared in his eyes as he unleashed a hidden burst of power, managing to land a sneak attack right through Ichibei's chest. The monk was completely taken aback, as he had been certain the battle was over. The Black Ant characters began to peel off and dissolve, revealing that the king had been fighting with his eyes shut this entire time. Hashwalth noted that this wasn't due to overconfidence, but a necessary restraint. If Yhwach had opened his eyes before the 9-year period for regaining his power was complete, he wouldn't have been able to control it. But now, the clock has run out. Yhwach can finally open his eyes to release his full potential, revealing the legendary power that allows him to see through all things. With this future sight, he becomes virtually unbeatable. Yhwach then revealed his shrift name, the Almighty. As his true power surged, his imprisoned subordinates were instantly freed from Senjumaru's Bankai traps, the balance of the entire fight shifting back toward the Quincy. Uryu stepped up to face Senjumaru with renewed conviction. He navigated her attacks with fluid agility, dodging every weave and strike before countering with a relentless barrage of arrows. Just as he tried to close the gap, a pool of molten lava erupted in his path, forcing him to retreat. Senjumaru found his tenacity amusing, but reminded him that he was still just a lowly Quincy carrying Yhwach's blood. She continued her onslaught, burying him under a heavy storm of ice and hail while summoning a horde of giant monsters to surround him from all sides. These beasts closed in on him, leaving Uryu with no room to breathe. Senjumaru then launched massive banners of silk that wrapped around him tightly, forcing him into submission. She maintained a cool, confident demeanor throughout the execution of her technique. She promised him a quick and painless death, noting she lacked Mayuri's morbid fascination with corpses. Uryu remained unfazed, declaring that his loyalty to Yhwach was his driving force. Senjumaru simply stepped closer and prepared to deliver a lethal needle strike to the back of his neck. Meanwhile, Yhwach was busy boasting about his absolute supremacy, asserting that Ichibei was the one truly on the ropes. The monk fired back, calling the king's arrogance his downfall, and prepared to give him a brutal reminder of what a Zero Squad member is capable of. Ichibei began to draw in all the darkness from his opponent and the entire horizon, turning the sky into a void of eternal night. He started a ritualistic dance, chanting a spell for a grand ceremony where Yhwach was the designated sacrifice to be erased from the world. He unleashed a secret technique, Futen Tasatsu Ling, sending a mountain of skulls surging toward Yhwach. The area was consumed by horrifying dark imagery as he declared that the king's flesh and soul would be blackened into nothingness. Forever barred from reincarnation, he commanded him to sink into the deepest pits of hell. Yhwach didn't flinch, reminding Ichibei that he could see through every trick. He asserted that nothing in this world possessed the power to oppose his will. He loudly proclaimed his name once more. Yhwach, the one who would take everything for himself. Ichibei lunged for an attack, but in an instant his body was torn apart by an invisible force. On the other front, Uryu erupted with a massive explosion of spiritual pressure, manifesting radiant wings of light. The tide of battle had shifted completely in favor of the Quincy. Uryu now held the upper hand, and Senjumaru found herself ensnared by her own Bankai's silk. She was left wide open as Uryu aimed his final shot. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired, ending her life on the spot. With her death, the seals on her comrade's power were reinstated. Yhwach's elite guard was freed from their constraints. The Quincy King easily shattered the barriers before him as they marched deeper into the heart of the Soul King Palace. With the Zero Squad wiped out, Yhwach's ultimate victory was finally within reach after 1,000 years of waiting. The moment had arrived. Yhwach strode majestically into the inner sanctum where the Soul King resided, his singular goal being the assassination of the deity. Just then, Ichigo's team finally reached the palace grounds, only to be met with the shocking sight of the defeated royal guard. Ichigo suddenly heard a faint voice and struggled to recall the monk's full name. After a bit of mental effort, he managed to speak it aloud, which triggered an immediate regeneration of Ichibei's mangled body. The monk returned to life, appearing surprisingly upbeat despite the carnage. He greeted everyone warmly and explained that his life force is tied directly to his name. By having Ichigo call it out, he was able to draw a small amount of energy from the boy to reform. Ichibei then urgently pleaded with Ichigo to go and stop Yhwach from completing his plan. Although he was back on his feet, his full power would take time to recover. He warned that the Soul King is the linchpin of existence. If he dies, the world of the living, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo will all vanish into nothingness. He entrusted this heavy burden to Ichigo, hoping he would succeed. Ichigo promised to give it his all and lead his team toward the inner sanctum. They arrived to find Yhwach standing before the Soul King, who was encased within a massive crystal. Yhwach offered a cold, final farewell to his creator and prepared to strike. He drew his sword and plunged it straight through the Soul King's heart, calling the deity his father and claiming he had foreseen this very outcome. The moment the blade pierced the king, catastrophic earthquake began to tear through the Serete, and even the world of the living started to experience violent tremors. Amidst the mounting chaos and confusion of everyone involved, Ichigo and his allies finally managed to close the distance and confront Yhwach directly. The Quincy King looks completely unfazed, calmly stating that he has been anticipating this very moment for a long time. Radiating an overwhelming sense of self-assurance, he boldly reveals that his eyes possess the divine ability to see through every possible outcome. According to him, this power is the ultimate proof of his status as the true progenitor of the Quincy's, asserting that everything is firmly within his grasp. He claims that even the fates of the Soul King and Ichigo themselves are already decided by his will. Without wasting another second, the two sides charge at each other, and Ichigo immediately unsheathes his dual Zangetsu blades to begin the struggle. Yhwach unleashes a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, leading to a massive collision that triggers a shockwave felt throughout the palace. The force sends Ichigo reeling backward, but as the enemy closes in, Ichigo activates his Bankai to regain the upper hand. With a sudden burst of speed and power, he manages to overpower Yhwach, slamming the villain's head violently into the ground. Yhwach instantly activates his Blut Veen to mitigate the impact of the terrain. Turning the tide, the Quincy King summons a massive arrow of pure light to launch a counteroffensive. Though Ichigo manages to deflect the projectile with ease, Yhwach continues to ramp up his spiritual pressure, gliding across the battlefield and launching a relentless series of sword strikes. The blades of both warriors glow with intense energy, creating a visually stunning display of high-speed combat. Yhwach raises the stakes by manifesting a barrage of light arrows that rain down on Ichigo from every conceivable angle. However, Ichigo's defensive maneuvers are too sharp to be broken by this volley alone, forcing Yhwach to switch tactics and continue his assault. Using a sacred technique, Yhwach pushes forward, but Ichigo counters instantly with a powerful Getsuga Jujisho. The two massive blasts of energy collide mid-air, resulting in a blinding explosion that lights up the entire sky. When the smoke clears, Yhwach is seen lying on the ground, having taken the brunt of the hit. Ichigo confidently declares the battle over, but things are rarely that simple. Contrary to Ichigo's expectations, Yhwach remains remarkably composed as he stands back up. He even offers some praise, noting that Ichigo's newly awakened power is truly impressive. He acknowledges that the training with the Royal Guard clearly paid off, and now that Ichigo finally understands his true heritage, his potential seems to be expanding at an exponential rate. Ichigo is visibly stunned by how much his enemy seems to know about his personal growth and history. Yhwach doubles down on his arrogance, asserting that victory is impossible because he can perceive every facet of Ichigo's existence. Rising with a majestic yet haughty aura, the Quincy King proclaims that the real battle is only just beginning right now. The atmosphere heavy with tension, Yhwach unleashes a titanic surge of energy, firing an even greater number of reinforced light arrows. Ichigo manages to break through the encirclement to launch a surprise strike, but Yhwach dodges with effortless grace. The king mocks him, pointing out that the power gap between them is so vast that Ichigo is essentially fighting a losing battle. In a flash of movement, Yhwach closes the gap and delivers a crushing blow directly to Ichigo's face. The impact sends the hero crashing to the floor, yet Ichigo refuses to stay down, desperately trying to mount another attack. Yhwach looks down on him with pure disdain, dismissing all of Ichigo's valiant efforts as nothing more than foolish and futile gestures. Following that, Ichigo finds himself getting completely overwhelmed and tossed around by his opponent. Meanwhile, in a different location, Rukia is overcome with a sense of dread, praying for Ichigo's safety. Renji tries his best to comfort her, arguing that with their combined resolve and Ichigo's unwavering spirit, they are bound to find a path to victory eventually. At the same time, the captains and lieutenants are in a state of high alert and confusion. They make their way to the Research and Development Department to get a better handle on the unfolding crisis. Urahara explains that the massive tremors shaking the worlds are directly linked to the Soul King's precarious state, and he's going to need everyone's help. Shifting focus back to the battlefield, Yhwach begins to monologue about the history of the world. He describes an era of eternity that was once threatened by encroaching darkness, which the Soul King managed to repel. However, in the process, the Soul King became a mere tool used to maintain universal stability, observing everything through his divine sight. The Soul King's eyes could see across the three realms and into the future, including the suffering and eventual downfall of the Quincy's. Despite this foresight, the king did nothing to intervene. Driven by this perceived betrayal, Yhwach decided to forge his own path, which involves the cold-blooded assassination of his own father to reshape existence. Yhwach aims to create a brand new world from the ashes of the old one. Ichigo, struggling to his feet, points his blade at the tyrant once more, shouting that he will do whatever it takes to protect the balance of the realms. Yhwach simply retorts that the Quincy blood flowing through Ichigo's veins will never truly allow him to let the Soul King survive. Ichigo launches another determined attack, and this time Yoruichi steps in to assist by attempting to bind the enemy with a lethal web of spiritual threads. However, Yhwach effortlessly incinerates the trap before it can take hold. His confidence remains unshaken as he mocks their efforts, claiming they are powerless to stop the inevitable. Determined to save the linchpin of existence, Ichigo rushes forward to pull the sword out of the Soul King's chest. Little does he know, this was exactly what Yhwach had planned all along. The Quincy King exerts his will, seizing control of Ichigo's mind and body. Completely losing himself to this foreign influence, Ichigo becomes a puppet. Under Yhwach's control, Ichigo draws the sword and delivers a devastating slash to the crystal housing the Soul King, effectively cutting the king's body in two. Ichigo is left in a state of utter horror at his own involuntary actions. Yhwach explains that every move Ichigo makes is ultimately tied to his own sovereign will, revealing the depth of his manipulation. Yhwach admits he exploited Ichigo to fulfill his dark ambitions. He explains that breaking the Soul King's seal required a unique convergence of human, Shinigami, Fullbringer, and Hollow powers, and Ichigo is the only being in existence who embodies all those elements simultaneously. The resulting fallout triggers a massive shockwave across reality. Violent earthquakes begin to tear through all three worlds, signaling a cosmic collapse. Urahara, looking uncharacteristically shaken, analyzes the data and confirms the unthinkable. The Soul King is dead. This news sends everyone into a panic as he clarifies that without the linchpin, all of existence is on the verge of total annihilation. Just as things seem most dire, Captain Ukitake steps forward with surprising resolve to make a monumental announcement. He declares his intention to sacrifice himself to replace the Soul King. The onlookers are stunned by this revelation, and their shock only grows as Ukitake's body begins to emit an eerie, dark spiritual pressure. The dark energy swirls around him as he begins a rhythmic chant, repeatedly calling upon the deity known as Mimihagi. Ukitake desperately pleads with the entity to release the latent power it had stored within his own organs for decades. To understand this, we have to look back at a pivotal event from his early childhood many years ago. When Ukitake was only 3 years old, he was afflicted by a terminal illness that was systematically destroying his internal organs. He was incredibly frail, constantly coughing up blood in a truly heartbreaking sight for anyone to behold. His parents were forced to watch their young son waste away, feeling completely helpless. Overcome with grief and desperation, his parents spent every single day praying fervently to the local god, Mimihagi. They begged for a divine miracle to save their child's life. Moved by the sincerity and depth of their devotion, the entity known as Mimihagi actually responded to their cries for help. A statue of the deity began to shed tears, and a thick, shadowy darkness suddenly enveloped the young boy's body. During this process, Ukitake's consciousness was transported to a mysterious supernatural dimension. It was there that he came face to face with the true incomprehensible form of the being called Mimihagi. Mimihagi appeared as a divine entity shaped like a massive right arm with a single giant eye positioned at its center. This being was revealed to be the literal right arm of the Soul King. To save the dying boy, Mimihagi offered Ukitake a single massive teardrop containing its divine essence. The boy didn't hesitate for a moment, consuming the teardrop immediately. The healing effects were instantaneous, and Ukitake woke up with his health dramatically restored, much to the joy of his relieved parents. Carrying that gratitude in his heart, he grew up to be a kind-hearted and gentle young man. Ukitake always strived to be a peacemaker, helping others avoid unnecessary conflict whenever possible. But no one should mistake his kindness for weakness, as he was more than capable of showing his true strength when pushed. With a strong sense of duty, he set his sights on becoming a soul reaper who could truly make a difference. Even though he had gained immense combat skills, he still faced a disadvantage compared to his peers because his underlying condition was never fully cured. He had to learn to live with the frequent bouts of coughing up blood. During his time at the Soul Reaper Academy, he found a formidable rival and friend in Shunsui Kyoraku. Whenever the two of them sparred, it was always an incredibly even match. Despite Ukitake's physical struggles during the fight, they would often finish their duels with smiles on their faces, content with their draw. Beyond their training sessions, Shunsui and Ukitake became the closest of friends, sharing all their ups and downs together. Their bond was unbreakable. Once, Shunsui mentioned how much he enjoyed monaka cakes, which are sometimes made with a hint of fermented rice wine. Hearing this, Ukitake panicked and rushed off to stop any children from eating them, showing his naturally protective and somewhat overcautious personality even back then. Their friendship spanned many decades. On one particular day, they visited the shrine of Mimihagi located in the 76th district of Rukangai. According to local legends, Mimihagi is considered the guardian deity of that region. Shunsui seemed quite knowledgeable about the lore surrounding the mysterious entity. He explained that folklore says pieces of the Soul King's power once fell from the heavens to the earth below. Even though the Soul King himself resides in his high palace, fragments of his divinity are said to linger in places like this. There are many old stories passed down about the king's left and right hands falling to the world. While Ukitake didn't know all the academic details, he was living proof that Mimihagi was very real, having had his life saved by it. Later, during a meeting with the higher-ups, Ukitake made a firm request regarding his division. He stated that he had no intention of appointing a new lieutenant. He believed that no one could ever truly take Kaien's place, a decision that left the leadership quite puzzled. They argued that someone with his frail health needed a second-in-command more than anyone else. Despite their pressure, Ukitake remained completely unmovable in his stance, showing his characteristic stubbornness. His firm arguments eventually silenced their objections. He asserted that his will to live was incredibly strong and he wasn't about to go down easily. Shunsui was naturally a bit worried about his friend, but he ultimately respected Ukitake's personal convictions and his way of handling things. After the tragic loss of head captain Yamamoto, Shunsui was feeling quite demoralized, wishing he could just drown his sorrows in drink. However, both Ukitake and Unohana expressed their absolute confidence in him. They were certain that Shunsui had what it took to step up and lead the Gote 13 as the new head captain. Bringing things back to the present moment, Ukitake begins to unleash the dormant power within him. He reveals to everyone that Mimihagi's essence has been deeply integrated into his lungs for years. He explains that the ritual to spread this divine power throughout his entire being is known as kamakaki. By this point, his internal organs have been completely surrendered to the deity. By allowing Mimihagi to fully take over his body, Ukitake gains a level of power equivalent to the right arm of the Soul King. This is a sacrifice he has been mentally preparing himself for over a very long period of time. He is more than willing to trade his own life if it means protecting the world and those he cares about. Rukia is devastated by his decision, unable to accept the thought of losing her mentor. Ukitake gently asks her to understand, explaining that there are essentially two different reasons why a person chooses to fight. He differentiates between a battle for survival and a battle for honor. For him, this is the latter, and he is at peace with his sacrifice. Meanwhile, back at the Soul King Palace, Ichigo continues his desperate assault on Yhwach. The Quincy King, however, maintains a completely relaxed and nonchalant demeanor. Yhwach doesn't even seem interested in fighting back at full strength yet. He points out that with the Soul King's demise, all three realms are doomed, making Ichigo's resistance entirely pointless in the grand scheme of things. Just then, Ichigo's friends arrive on the scene to provide some much-needed backup. Ganju kicks things off by smashing the ground to create a massive smoke screen for cover. Chad uses the confusion to launch a surprise heavy punch, while Yoruichi strikes from the left with her lightning-fast techniques. Despite the coordinated effort, Yhwach effortlessly blocks both of their attacks as if they were nothing. Orihime takes this chance to rush toward the Soul King, hoping her healing powers can undo the damage. Unfortunately, her abilities prove ineffective against such divine destruction. Yhwach releases a burst of energy that sends everyone flying back, mocking them for thinking a mere human could ever hope to restore the linchpin of the universe. He tells them that no matter what kind of magic they use, reviving the Soul King is a logical impossibility. However, something completely unexpected even to Yhwach begins to occur. The Kamakaki ritual successfully stabilizes the tremors, momentarily halting the total destruction of the three realms. The Soul King's essence is suddenly enveloped by a mysterious black arm, granting a temporary reprieve from oblivion. Yhwach is genuinely shocked because his all-seeing eyes failed to predict this specific outcome. This surprising turn of events provides a glimmer of hope for Ichigo and his team, though the danger is far from over. Yhwach still holds the advantage because Ukitake's sacrifice is only a temporary fix. Once he dies, the collapse will resume. Down below, Urahara is trying to process the situation, admitting that this is the first time he has ever encountered the Kamakake ritual, leaving him uncertain about how much time they actually have left. With the future uncertain, launching a counterattack seems nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Shunsui makes a controversial move by visiting the imprisoned Aizen. He informs Aizen that he plans to release some of the seals holding him back, starting with the one covering his mouth so they can actually communicate. Shunsui produces a key to undo the first seal, but he is stunned to find that Aizen has already managed to free his own mouth. The head captain is genuinely taken aback, wondering how Aizen could have bypassed such a complex restraint on his own. Recovering his composure, Shunsui prepares for a very tense conversation. The two engage in a battle of wits and subtle insults. Aizen mockingly suggests that he knows Shunsui is desperate enough to seek his help. Shunsui then reveals a grim secret. He has actually embedded the key to Muken's gates within his own heart as a condition for entering the prison. This means that if Shunsui were to die, the gates of Muken would be sealed forever, trapping Aizen inside. With a calm yet cautious demeanor, the head captain invites Aizen to sit in a specialized chair so he can be moved. Suddenly, one of Shunsui's subordinates impulsively rushes forward, attempting to physically restrain Aizen. That reckless move ends up costing the subordinate his hands, as Aizen's spiritual pressure alone is enough to inflict horrific damage. Aizen arrogantly declares that his power cannot be extinguished, only suppressed. He warns anyone listening that trying to interfere with him is a suicidal mistake if they value their lives. Shunsui finally gets to the point, asking Aizen to assist them in taking down Yhwach. Aizen remains ambiguous, giving no clear promise of help. He points out that he has no real motivation to save the Soul Society. Meanwhile, it's explained that the left arm of the Soul King governs progresses while the right arm governs stillness. Thanks to Ukitake's intervention, the Soul King is temporarily spared from death. Seeing this, Yhwach unleashes another massive burst of energy, aiming a devastating blow directly at the Soul King. He confidently declares that he will wipe out both the king and the divine right arm in one fell swoop. Ichigo lets out a defiant roar and throws himself into the path of the attack, using every ounce of his strength to block it. Yorichi uses the brief opening to manifest a protective shield around the Soul King. Although she doesn't fully grasp the supernatural forces at play, she knows they have to protect that dark energy. She realizes that keeping the dark power intact is their only chance to stabilize the realms. Ichigo activates his Bankai to reinforce his defense against Yhwach's overwhelming assault. The Quincy King surprisingly shows a great deal of patience with Ichigo throughout this intense confrontation. Ichigo firmly states that he will stop at nothing to thwart Yhwach's plans. Yhwach responds by telling Ichigo not to be so hostile, claiming that he was never actually Ichigo's enemy to begin with. Just as they speak, Yoruichi is suddenly struck by a light arrow directly in her back. The arrow was fired by Uryu, and the impact severely weakens Yoruichi and causes the protective barrier to shatter. Ichigo is left reeling, unable to comprehend why his close friend would betray them all to side with the Quincy King. In his shock and confusion, he momentarily loses focus on Yhwach. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yhwach silently maneuvers behind Ichigo and strikes him down. Yoruichi tries to retaliate by tossing explosive orbs at the king, but Pernita intervenes with terrifying speed. The subordinate closes the distance instantly to protect his master from her counterattack. Pernita brutally twists Yoruichi's arm, followed by Yhwach delivering a finishing blow that knocks her out of the fight. Ichigo tries to jump back in, but his path is blocked by another one of Uryu's arrows. The two former allies are now forced into a heartbreaking confrontation on the battlefield. With no one left to stop him, Yhwach proceeds to forcibly strip away the dark influence of the right arm from the Soul King. The surrounding tower crumbles and splits in two, creating a scene of absolute devastation. Meanwhile, Ichigo stands opposite Uryu, his heart heavy with conflict and disbelief. Ichigo is deeply troubled, struggling to understand why Uryu would choose to join such a villainous cause. Uryu, however, seems to have hardened his heart, declaring that he no longer considers Ichigo a friend and is fully prepared to use all his power to strike him down. Ichigo's confusion turns to anger as he demands to know how Uryu can ignore the survival of the Soul King, which is essential for the world's existence. He is infuriated by Uryu's cold and dismissive attitude toward the catastrophe unfolding around them. He needs to know the truth behind this betrayal. Uryu simply explains that as a Quincy, his ultimate duty is to aid Yhwach in achieving his goals, regardless of the consequences. He draws his bow of light, aiming it directly at Ichigo's heart, signaling that he is no longer holding back for the sake of their past. Uryu unleashes a rapid-fire volley of arrows, but Ichigo dodges with expert precision, closing the gap to deliver a powerful sword strike. Uryu proves to be a formidable opponent, dodging the blow and immediately retaliating with a complex combination of light-based projectiles. A rain of arrows forces Ichigo down through the levels of the collapsing tower. Uryu maintains the pressure, pursuing him relentlessly until one arrow finally finds its mark. To Uryu's surprise, the attack does no damage because Ichigo has activated his own Blut Vine for defense. Uryu is stunned to see Ichigo utilizing Quincy techniques, and that split second of distraction allows Ichigo to floor him. Ichigo rushes in, leveling his sword at his former friend before grabbing him by the collar. He desperately tries to use logic and reason to bring Uryu back to his senses. Despite Ichigo's pleas to stop this madness, Uryu remains stubbornly committed to his path as a Quincy. He insists that this is his destiny and responsibility. Then, Uryu finally unleashes his true latent power, creating a massive shockwave that pushes Ichigo back. Uryu enters his Quincy, Volstendig form, which allows him to manifest thousands of light arrows simultaneously without even needing a bow. Brimming with newfound confidence, he sends a literal storm of projectiles flying toward Ichigo from every possible direction. Ichigo struggles to defend against the sheer volume of attacks, forced to constantly move to avoid being pinned down. The arrows act like homing missiles, tracking his every movement with lethal intent. Each impact creates a massive explosion, turning the battlefield into a chaotic storm of fire and light. The sky shakes from the constant detonations, yet Ichigo's resolve remains unshaken. On the other side, Uryu is equally determined to see this through to the end. It's a tragic sight to see these two former comrades locked in such a merciless and high-stakes duel, with Ichigo being pushed to his limits. Ichigo uses his expert swordsmanship to parry the incoming arrows, all while continuing to try and talk sense into Uryu. He argues that being a Quincy shouldn't mean blindly following Yhwach's destructive orders, but Uryu has no interest in hearing any more moral lectures from him. Uryu admits that he once believed Quincy's and Soul Reapers could live in harmony, but that dream died after he learned the true, bloody history of his people. He now believes they are destined to be eternal enemies on opposite sides of a battlefield that can never truly know peace. He claims it is finally time for the Quincy's to have their revenge for all the pain caused by the Soul Reapers. Uryu traps Ichigo in a cage made of light and detonates it at point-blank range. It looks like a finishing blow that would defeat anyone, but Ichigo somehow manages to remain standing. Refusing to fall, Ichigo prepares his next move as Uryu prepares a massive, oversized arrow of light. Ichigo unleashes the full power of his dual blades, channeling a massive amount of energy into a devastating Getsuga Jujisho to meet Uryu's attack head-on. The two powerful attacks collide, creating a vortex of energy that illuminates the entire horizon. The combatants are perfectly matched, with neither side gaining a clear advantage in their long-distance duel. Deciding to end it once and for all, Uryu fires a final high-speed arrow. The arrow moves so incredibly fast that Ichigo can't even raise his guard in time. It pierces right through him, sending him plummeting toward the ground below. Meanwhile, Yhwach's elite guards decide to turn their attention toward Ichigo's remaining friends to finish them off. Ganju opens the fight with a colorful but ineffective firework display, which only serves to annoy the guards. Orihime quickly sets up a shield to protect the group, while Chad seizes the moment to launch a powerful punching attack. His heavy strike is meant as a clear warning to the elite Quincy's. The guards seem amused by the resistance, enjoying the sport of the battle. Ganju uses a surprise technique to liquefy the ground into sand, causing the guards to sink. He starts to celebrate, thinking he's made a major breakthrough in the fight, but his joy is very short-lived. The enemies effortlessly fly out of the sand trap, entering their Volstendig states. Gerard Valerie descends with a thunderous hammer strike that sends all three of Ichigo's friends flying hundreds of meters away with just one hit. After disposing of the nuisances, the guards turn to see how Uryu is doing. They offer some high praise for Uryu's performance, noting that he certainly lived up to their expectations. Back with Ukitake, he is straining every fiber of his being to hold Yhwach back, but the difference in their power levels is simply too immense to overcome for long. The other captains watch in horror, unable to do anything to assist him in this divine struggle. After a grueling battle of wills, Yhwach finally succeeds in his goal, completely detaching the right arm's influence from the Soul King. This marks the beginning of the end for Ukitake. With Ukitake's life force nearly spent, Yhwach gloats about the Soul King's weakness, claiming he is too old and frail to resist his overwhelming power. The birth of Yhwach's supposed new world is fast approaching as his elite guards begin to transfer their own energy back to their king. Funneling all that power into his blade, Yhwach delivers a second, final strike against the Soul King. The crystal housing shatters completely, exposing the king's body to the void. Yhwach then steps forward to begin the process of absorbing the Soul King's entire essence into himself. As he absorbs the king, a terrifying tidal wave of spiritual pressure erupts from the palace and crashes down toward the Seirei Tai. The force instantly annihilates the defensive barriers. An enraged soy fawn charges out and activates her Bankai, but she doesn't even get a chance to fire her weapon. The overwhelming storm of energy manifests as a horde of grotesque monsters that sweep her away instantly. These creatures begin to swarm the Seirei, causing mass panic among the Soul Reapers. These beasts devour anything in their path with razor-sharp teeth, forcing the captains to jump into the fray to defend their home. Byakuya unleashes the full might of his Senbonzakura, creating a swirling vortex of lethal cherry blossom petals to hold the line. However, the tide of monsters is relentless, piling on top of one another until they form a literal mountain of beasts. Just then, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupts from deep beneath the earth, heralding the arrival of the one pulling the strings. That overwhelming pressure belongs to none other than Sosuke Aizen, who offers a chillingly calm greeting to the gathered crowd. It's at this tense moment that Shunsui reveals the truth, explaining that he was the one who personally orchestrated Aizen's release. Shunsui explains that the current situation is so dire that they absolutely require Aizen's immense power to survive. The other captains are understandably skeptical of the head captain's daring gamble, as they haven't forgotten the horrific atrocities Aizen committed in the past. Trust is non-existent, but Shunsui remains firm in his decision, showing total confidence in his tactical choice. His logic is clear. To conquer an ultimate evil, one must sometimes be willing to weaponize another evil. Sensing an opening, Aizen suggests that Shunsui should remove the final restraints on his hands so he can stand properly. But the head captain isn't falling for it. He flatly rejects the offer, keeping the rogue captain firmly under control for now. Shunsui even toys with Aizen's mind, jokingly suggesting he might just stand back and watch the monsters devour him. Even while bound to his chair, Aizen's strength is terrifying. He effortlessly vaporizes the rain of monsters falling upon him. Then, without warning, he prepares to unleash a devastating level of Kido, the Hado 90, also known as Black Coffin. Shunsui and his comrades move quickly to escape the blast zone, retreating back to the safety of the research center. Once there, the questions start flying as the other Soul Reapers demand a logical explanation for freeing such a dangerous criminal. Shunsui is fully aware that his actions are unpopular, but he knows what must be done for their survival. Protecting the Seireitai is his absolute top priority right now, no matter the cost. It turns out that Aizen's Black Coffin has reached a terrifying new level of power, arguably even more monstrous than when he fought Ichigo years ago. Surprisingly, even Aizen seems slightly impressed by the situation, having unleashed a massive amount of spiritual pressure without total destruction. The chair he sits on remains completely unscathed, much to his amusement. Soifon considers destroying the dome herself, but Aizen points out that his Black Coffin has already caused it to fracture. He explains that by simply intensifying his spiritual pressure, the structure will crumble on its own. He then drops more information about the nature of the monsters they are facing. The creatures they encountered were actually a flood of Yhwach's power, the excess energy overflowing after he absorbed the Soul King. Aizen radiates absolute confidence, claiming that once he reaches the royal palace, he will be the one to dismantle Yhwach's newfound godlike strength. With that, he begins to manifest an even more colossal amount of power. He starts to showcase his immense energy, but it is instantly neutralized and suppressed. Shunsui explains that Mayuri's custom-built restraints are designed to keep Aizen's spiritual pressure within a very tight range. Mayuri himself steps out of the shadows to present the advanced technology he spent so much time perfecting. According to Mayuri, no matter how strong Aizen gets, he can never overcome the limits of this technology. Suddenly, Yhwach's subordinates interrupt the scene. A Quincy named Nanana Najakup launches an attack that latches onto Aizen, as he begins to meticulously analyze the captive's spiritual pressure patterns. After studying Aizen's energy, Nanana delivers a direct blow to his face with an incredibly arrogant smirk. He boldly declares that he has completely paralyzed Aizen's spiritual pressure for the time being, rendering his body totally immobile. Sensing the shift in the situation, Shunsui realizes they need to move fast. With things spiraling, Shunsui orders Urahara to expedite the preparation of the gate to the Soul King Palace while he stays behind to deal with the threats. Giselle then summons an army of zombies to the field, making it look like another massive clash between Reapers and Quincy's is inevitable. However, a group of Quincy's chooses a different path. Basby and his cohorts have other plans in mind. Basby, Giselle, and Liltado decide to eliminate Nanana and seek an alliance with the Gote 13 instead. It turns out these three harbor a deep grudge against Yhwach, mainly because the Quincy King views his own subordinates as nothing more than disposable pawns. Feeling treated like trash has fueled their desire for vengeance against their former master. Because of this, they propose a deal. If the Gotei 13 takes them up to the royal palace, they will personally tear Yhwach to pieces themselves. Seeing the benefit of extra help against a common enemy, Shunsui decides to accept. Accepting the proposal is a pragmatic move. Shunsui's next step is to order a full assembly of all members at the research division to reorganize their forces. His true intention is to pool the collective spiritual pressure of everyone present. Kenpachi, meanwhile, is more concerned with finding his daughter among the wreckage. Thankfully, the task of searching the rubble is delegated to lower-ranking members, allowing Kenpachi to focus on his actual mission. Shunsui then stands before the assembled Gotei 13 to deliver a critical announcement. He informs them that the very fabric of the three worlds is currently teetering on the edge of total annihilation. With the status of the royal palace being a total mystery, the stakes have never been higher. He emphasizes that they must stop Yhwach by any means necessary, using every resource at their disposal. Shunsui's stirring call to action significantly boosts the morale of every Soul Reaper standing before him. Urahara clarifies that their primary objective is to construct a stable gateway connecting the Seiretai directly to the royal palace. Hiyori and her group of wizards arrive to assist as well. Hiyori pours out a strange, specialized liquid that remarkably doesn't even make Urahara wet, leading to a brief explanation of what it is. This substance consists of unique particles created by the distortion of the three worlds, serving as a portable energy source to reach the palace. Urahara expresses his gratitude to Hiyori's team for gathering these rare materials. He then asks the four of them to put on uniforms and officially join the Soul Reaper's effort. A short while later, Aizen finally regains consciousness. He finds the current situation tedious and suggests that Shunsui should just kill him and be done with it. Shunsui nonchalantly replies that if killing him were actually an option, he would have done it ages ago instead of waiting until now. Aizen's resilience is truly frightening. Despite having his spiritual pressure heavily suppressed and taking a massive hit, he was only knocked out for a few minutes. As the gateway begins to take shape, Urahara issues a somber warning. He tells everyone that this might very well be a one-way mission with no return. Soifon is infuriated by Urahara's warning, taking it as a slight against her resolve and that of her comrades. To any member of the Gotei 13, sacrificing one's life to protect the Seiretai is a basic expectation, not something to be feared. There is absolutely no reason his words should cause them to hesitate or tremble. Kenpachi, on the other hand, is just itching for a fight and wants to dive into the battle as soon as possible. From his seat, Aizen silently observes the scene, finding the alliance between the Soul Reapers and the Quincy's quite amusing. He reflects on how things have changed since his own plans were thwarted. Aizen thinks about Ichigo, the very person who once prevented him from reaching the royal palace, yet who is now already there ahead of him. Meanwhile, Ichigo finally wakes up from his unconscious state. Orihime is moved to tears of joy, relieved to see him back on his feet and safe thanks to her healing. Ichigo notices Kan and realizes the little guy actually cushioned his fall during that free fall. He gives Kan a big hug to show his appreciation for the save. Yorichi interrupts the moment, declaring that the time for their counterattack has arrived and that they need to start moving immediately. Ichigo now has a better grasp of the enemy's terrifying power and suggests a more cautious approach. He points out that the path to Yhwach offers no cover, and a single mistake could cost them all their lives. Yorichi reassures him by revealing some very significant news regarding their reinforcements. She reveals that they have an additional ally on their side, Grimjiao Jagerjakez. Meanwhile, on the enemy's side, the Royal Guard is shocked to witness Yhwach's grotesque transformation. Having fully absorbed the Soul King, Yhwach's physical form has begun to change into something far beyond human. Countless bizarre tentacles begin to sprout from Yhwach's body. Back with the Reapers, Urahara holds a large gem and instructs everyone to channel their spiritual pressure into it. The combined energy creates a resonance that starts to form a spatial gateway, but just as it begins to take shape, a massive tremor hits. The ground shakes violently as hideous monsters and chunks of masonry erupt from the earth. Soifon deduces that the very infrastructure of the Quincy kingdom is breaking apart and ascending into the sky. It's impossible to tell what the Quincy's are planning with this strange phenomenon at the moment. Urahara is deeply concerned and hopes they can finish the gateway before things get even worse. Suddenly, Grimmjow steps out of a spatial portal and immediately walks up to Ichigo to provoke him. Ichigo isn't about to back down though, and prepares to give as good as he gets. Ichigo fires back with some sharp words of his own as the tension rises. Grimmjow draws his blade to show off his power, loudly declaring that if Ichigo is still alive, there's no way he could have died. The heated confrontation between the two is suddenly interrupted by the appearance of the beautiful Nell. Nell clings to Ichigo and starts showering him with affection, which makes Orihime quite jealous, though she doesn't say anything. Nell then reminds Grimmjow that they are all on the same side for this fight. She makes it clear that if he's just here to start trouble with Ichigo, he can get lost. Her tough attitude makes Grimmjow's blood boil, and he challenges Nell to a real fight to see who is actually superior. As the two continue their fiery argument, Ichigo suddenly hears a very familiar female voice from nearby. It seems more reinforcements have arrived than he originally thought. It turns out that along with Grimmjow and Nell, Rukia and Yukio have also joined the effort. Yukio invites everyone into a specialized vessel to discuss their strategy. Ichigo is completely bewildered by all these faces and demands that his friends explain exactly what is going on. Yoruichi takes the lead and explains everything in detail to Ichigo. She starts by describing the Bankai, the dimension that connects the Soul Society to the human world. Scattered throughout the Bankai are places called the Valleys of Screams, which serve a very specific purpose in their plan. These valleys are where fallen souls gather, and the Garganta is the void that fills the spaces between them. Spiritual pressure within the Garganta is extremely unstable, making it nearly impossible to even stand without constantly exerting your own energy. However, the Valleys of Screams are the only stable spaces that can endure. Urahara's plan relies on exploiting these unique properties, which is why he sought out Rukia and Yukio for their help. First, they used Ruruka's ability to shrink a small Valley of Screams and place it inside one of her boxes. Then, they utilized Yukio's powers to transform that space into something functional. By combining their abilities, they managed to create a room and a transport track inside the Bankai. This setup allows them to travel through the dimension, although for now, they are limited to short distances. They can only jump to specific coordinates marked by the spiritual stakes that Yoruichi previously set up. She explains that this method allows them to infiltrate enemy territory without leaking their own spiritual pressure, giving them the element of surprise. It turns out that when Yoruichi first reached the Soul King, she secretly planted a stake in a nearby location. This careful preparation has now given them a fighting chance. This setup provides a narrow window of opportunity for them to snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat. Ichigo turns to Grimmjow and asks why his former enemies are suddenly so eager to help them. Grimmjow gives a typically blunt and aggressive response, clearly not happy about being questioned. He snaps at Ichigo for a bit before finally explaining that they are doing this for the survival of Hueco Mundo. Back at the Seirite, the Soul Reapers are on the verge of finishing the gateway. However, they are baffled as the portal starts to flicker and looks like it's about to vanish entirely. Mayuri concludes that their current spiritual pressure isn't sufficient to maintain the gate, so he proposes using a spiritual pressure amplifier. With the help of his advanced tech, the energy gate begins to stabilize and reform. Meanwhile, Yhwach begins to make his move, emerging with a terrifying new presence. He steps forward looking like a complete monster, with countless horrifying eyes covering his head. Even his most loyal subordinates are visibly shaken by his grotesque appearance. Yhwach tells them there's no need to fear his new look, as this form is exactly what he intended to become. He explains that this transformation is permanent and proceeds to demonstrate his terrifying new power. The surrounding walls crumble into dust and fly off in all directions. His closest aide, Hashwolf, remains perfectly composed, bowing deeply and respectfully before his supreme Quincy king. Yhwach announces that his first act will be to reshape his kingdom as he sees fit. Massive waves of energy ripple across the sky, interlocking to form a giant Quincy star symbol. Switching back to Ichigo's group, their specialized transport vessel is nearing its destination as they prepare to face the enemy. Yukio bluntly states that he has no intention of leaving the safety of his room, telling the others to do whatever they want. His indifferent attitude infuriates Ganju, who points out that they are all risking their lives to fight while Yukio just sits there comfortably, staring at his screens without a care in the world. Yukio argues that he has no personal reason to put his life on the line like the rest of them. Ganju counters by saying that if they lose the war, everything including the very space they are currently in will be completely erased. He can't believe Yukio is staying so calm in the face of total destruction. Ichigo steps in to mediate the argument, telling Ganju not to waste his energy on a pointless debate. He suggests that if Yukio wants to stay behind, they should just let him be. He also tells Rukia that she doesn't need to join the front lines either, as her presence there would be far too dangerous. Rukia is offended by Ichigo's words, feeling like her strength is being underestimated. Ichigo quickly clarifies that he deeply values the contribution she has already made to the mission. He acknowledges that she usually only uses her powers for cute things, so taking on this heavy responsibility was a huge effort. He points out that pushing herself to contain the valleys of screams was an incredible feat that deserves praise. Touched by his sincerity, Rukia is momentarily speechless and eventually agrees to stay back in the Garganta as Ichigo suggested. With everyone's cooperation and Mayuri's tech, the gate is finally finished. The gateway is officially ready for use. Shunsui stands before the gathered Soul Reapers and announces that the portal will take them directly to the royal palace. He expresses his heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their hard work, noting that the time for the final confrontation is finally upon them. The troops are fully prepared and their fighting spirits are at an all-time high. After traveling through the gate, Ichigo's group finally arrives at their destination. They are immediately stunned by the scenery, which has been completely transformed since they were last there. It now looks like the Quincy Kingdom. Yoruichi is initially confused by their location until she spots the spiritual stake she had previously planted, confirming they are in the right spot. Elsewhere, the Gote 13 also arrives at the palace and finds themselves just as bewildered by the drastic changes to the environment as Ichigo was. Urahara explains that despite appearances, they are indeed at the Soul King Palace. It becomes clear that the debris flying up from the Serete was used to rebuild the palace into a new Quincy stronghold. It seems almost impossible, but with Yhwach's current level of power, anything is on the table. Ichigo stands before the ruins of what used to be the Royal Guard's towers, realizing that the enemy has completely taken over and converted the palace into their own base of operations. The scale of the transformation is a direct testament to the threat they are now facing. Yoruichi suddenly senses Ukitake's spiritual pressure, and at the same time he senses her as well. He rushes off to find her but nearly falls off a cliff in his haste. He explains that for some reason, he is currently unable to use spirit particles to create footholds like he usually does. Byakuya carefully examines their surroundings and notes that the concentration of spirit particles in the air is incredibly high. Normally, such high density would make it easy to form platforms, but the rules of the environment seem to have been rewritten. Something fundamental has changed about how the spirit particles react. He concludes that Yhwach must have total control over all the spirit particles in the area. Byakuya points out that a smart enemy would naturally prepare a battlefield that puts their opponents at a disadvantage. Shunsui calmly assesses the situation, noting that Ichigo's team is still quite far away from them. Their first priority is to regroup with Ichigo and combine their forces for a concentrated strike. Shunsui states that if the Soul King is dead, their only path forward is to eliminate the enemy and then find a way to establish a new Soul King to stabilize the worlds. Before they can even move, a massive castle suddenly rises in the center of the area. It is clearly the Quincy headquarters, and they are confident enough to display it openly as a challenge. Inside the fortress, Yhwach receives a report from his men about the Soul Reaper's arrival. Yhwach confidently declares that they will crush anyone who dares to stand in their way. From this new castle, Warvelt, he plans to forge an entirely new world. Yhwach dispatches his elite guards to meet the invaders. The elite guards move out to intercept the Soul Reapers who have just entered their domain. Shunsui and his team brace themselves for the coming battle. Baz B then announces that he and the other two Quincy's only hitched a ride and will now be operating independently for the rest of the fight. As the Gote 13 charges into the fray, the three rogue Quincy's teleport away to carry out their own plans. In another part of the city, Ichigo and his group sense Shunsui's team moving toward the main castle. Without wasting a moment, they also begin their advance toward the heart of the enemy's territory. Mayuri and Nemu finally set foot in the Quincy territory, with Mayuri planning to head off alone so he can conduct his experiments without interference. Suddenly, Kenpachi walks up from behind him, accompanied by a few other members who had been trailing the main group. It turns out these stragglers got separated from the group earlier, but luckily Mayuri had opened a second gate, allowing them to catch up. This group now forms a third wing of the Soul Reaper forces. However, instead of focusing on the enemy, the two captains immediately start bickering with each other. After a brief verbal spat, they finally agree to move forward and join the battle. Ichigo observes that they still can't use spirit particles for footing in this area, and their communication devices are also completely dead. This complicates their plans to coordinate with the rest of the forces. Grimmjow arrogantly claims that having a large group is just a hindrance, and that someone as strong as him can handle everything alone. He charges ahead recklessly and encounters the first enemy, Askin Nak Lavar. Grimmjow doesn't hesitate for a second and goes straight for the attack. He leaps into the air and delivers a devastating kick that completely destroys a nearby building. Grimmjow is confident that he's already secured the first kill of the day. Ichigo and the others finally catch up, with Ichigo clearly annoyed that Grimmjow ran off on his own like that. Grimmjow responds with a typical barrage of insults, and the two immediately fall into their usual shouting match. While they are distracted by their argument, Askin takes the opportunity to make a quick getaway. He moves with surprising speed, clearly wanting to avoid a direct confrontation for now. Grimmjow is stunned to see that his opponent survived the initial hit and immediately gives chase, shouting threats at him. He mocks Askin for being a coward who runs away after just one exchange. Askin, however, continues to flee while tossing back playful insults of his own. Askin claims that he's actually there to kill everyone even as he keeps running. The chase turns into a bizarre conversation where Grimmjow introduces himself as Ichigo's rival. Askin finds this interesting and jokingly suggests that Grimmjow should join his side so they can kill Ichigo together. Grimmjow has no interest in being friends with someone so talkative and finds the whole interaction annoying. He decides the games are over and kicks his speed into high gear. His movements become a blur as he closes the gap, but Askin somehow manages to stay just out of reach. In the blink of an eye, Askin makes it to a nearby rooftop and casually starts sipping a cup of coffee. He thinks he's finally lost his pursuer, but Grimmjow appears right behind him instantly. Terrified, Askin starts running for his life again, throwing an energy sphere behind him to slow the Arrancar down. Grimmjow's arrogance leads him to charge straight through the energy ball instead of dodging it. That reckless decision proves costly as his body is suddenly paralyzed mid-air. He faceplants into the ground while his feet remain stuck up in the air in a rather ridiculous position. Seeing his opponent neutralized so easily, Askin stops running and turns back to mock Grimmjow for being such an amateur. Meanwhile, another elite Quincy, Lil Baro, has positioned himself perfectly for a sniping mission. He takes aim and pulls the trigger with lethal precision. Hisagi is the first to go down, followed quickly by several other Soul Reapers who are picked off one by one. The unseen bullets tear through their bodies, leaving them bleeding out on the ground. Before they've even reached the enemy's main castle, a large portion of their force has already been taken out, causing panic among the survivors. Renji manages to dodge the sniper's fire, only to find himself face to face with Uryu Ishida. He doesn't hesitate and launches a fierce counterattack, using his agility to close the distance quickly. As Renji swings his blade, Uryu is ready to meet him with a swift response. A light arrow grazes Renji's face as a warning shot from Uryu. The message is clear: their past friendship is over and they are now bitter enemies. Uryu coldly explains that in the new world Yhwach is creating, there will be no room for Soul Reapers to exist at all. With Yhwach having absorbed the Soul King and reached his peak form, Uryu claims the Gote 13 has zero chance of victory. Renji is genuinely shocked by how much his former friend has changed in such a short time. He asks if Uryu has had a chance to speak with Ichigo yet. Uryu coldly replies that his next objective is to kill Ichigo himself. Seeing that Uryu is truly committed to this path, Renji realizes there's no more room for talk and prepares for a full-scale battle. He begins moving with incredible speed, keeping his movements unpredictable. Renji dodges a barrage of arrows and closes in to deliver several heavy strikes. He then activates his Bankai, Soo Zabimaru, extending his blade like a giant snake to strike at Uryu. He manages to catch him with a powerful whip-like motion, slamming Uryu hard against a stone wall. Uryu recovers his footing and fires back with more light arrows. Renji skillfully deflects one with his foot, kicking it harmlessly into the sky. He then launches himself forward like a missile, his blade glowing with intense heat as he pierces through a building in his path. The building behind him explodes into rubble, but Uryu narrowly avoids the blast. Uryu immediately counters with a torrential rain of arrows. Renji uses his massive skeletal arm to shield himself from the onslaught, and despite the sheer volume of attacks, his defense remains unbroken. Renji slams his hand into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that sends Uryu spinning through the air. He follows up with a deadly combo, his snake-headed blade lunging forward to deliver a crushing bite. The force of the attack pins Uryu firmly against a wall. Taking advantage of his opponent being immobilized, Renji delivers a punch with earth-shattering power. Uryu is sent flying through several buildings before finally hitting the ground in agony. Not giving him even a moment to catch his breath, Renji moves in to finish the fight with a final strike. Then, Renji unleashes a colossal fireball that detonates right in front of him, a blast so intense it levels every single object in the vicinity. Surprisingly, Uryu doesn't show even the slightest hint of fatigue or damage from the explosion. Realizing the stakes, he decides to stop holding back and prepares to pour every ounce of his combat potential into the next move. By activating his Vollständig state, Uryu's power surges to a terrifying new level, allowing him to manifest an arrow of pure light with destructive capabilities far beyond anything seen before. Renji swings his blade with desperate force to knock the projectile aside, causing it to veer off and soar into the upper atmosphere. The sheer destructive scale of that one technique is enough to leave anyone watching in total awe. Behind this move is truly monstrous. Anyone caught in the direct line of fire would certainly not survive the impact. Uryu continues his assault by generating a barrage of enhanced light arrows aimed directly at Renji. This time, however, the giant defensive arm is no longer enough to keep Renji safe, and we can see the balance of power starting to shift quite dramatically in Uryu's favor. Unexpectedly, countless tufts of fur emerge from the ground, from which Renji summons a series of massive arms to tightly restrain his former comrade. Renji admits that this particular tactic was merely a ruse to buy himself enough time to prepare his ultimate finishing move. As it turns out, during his intense training sessions with Ichibei, the old master had shared some incredibly vital combat insights with him. Ichibei had provided him with a wealth of useful advice regarding his fighting skills and his current power levels. To unleash his most devastating strike, Renji needs exactly 20 seconds to concentrate his spiritual pressure into a single point. Once the necessary energy has finished accumulating, Renji prepares himself to deliver the final crushing blow. He activates his specialized ability, spinning his blade in rapid circles to generate a massive vortex of pure destruction. The light emitting from this technique is so brilliant it illuminates the entire sky, and as the attack sweeps forward, it vaporizes everything in its path. Uryu is left lying in the middle of a pile of smoldering ash, but once again he manages to surprise his opponent. Uryu's incredible resilience continues to be a major headache for Renji. In a flash, Uryu returns to the fray, seemingly without a single scratch on his body. His entire form begins to glow with a blinding radiance as he prepares the Sprenger technique. Pillars of light energy descend around Renji, forming a specialized cage designed to trap him completely. Countless spears of energy pierce through Renji, inflicting immense pain as Uryu explains that this technique is specifically designed to strip away an opponent's spiritual pressure entirely. By doing so, it would render Renji completely powerless, turning him into a mere shell of his former self. Uryu is fully confident that he can end Renji's life right then and there. Renji refuses to back down, exploding with a burst of power to counter with his own technique. The two massive attacks collide head-on, but in this clash of wills, there can be only one victor. In the end, Renji is pierced by a spear of light and collapses to the ground. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, we find Grimmjow in a bit of a tight spot. Grimmjow has fallen into the hands of the enemy, yet he remains as stubborn and defiant as ever. Just as things look bleak, Ichigo arrives to stage a rescue for his comrade. At the same time, Kenpachi's group reaches the enemy stronghold and runs straight into Pernita. While Mayuri is busy meticulously analyzing the situation, Kenpachi's patience runs thin. True to his bloodthirsty nature, Kenpachi decides to charge in solo without saying a single word to his opponent. Unfortunately, his aggressive impulsiveness comes at a price, as the enemy manages to land a hit and injure one of his arms. However, Kenpachi isn't the type to let a minor injury like that slow him down or dampen his fighting spirit. He doesn't seem bothered at all, especially since he just managed to deliver a deep, heavy slash right into the center of Pernita's head. To everyone's shock, Pernita remains completely unfazed by the wound. Instead, his head begins to grotesquely deform, swelling in size and sprouting a mass of twitching tentacles that lash out in every direction around Kenpachi. Kenpachi is left stunned, unable to grasp what is happening, while Mayuri seems to have already caught on to the mystery. Both captains decide to maintain their distance for a moment to carefully observe the enemy's movements. Pernita takes the initiative, using his bizarre powers to twist Kenpachi's right arm into a series of horrific spirals. Kenpachi reacts instantly. In a display of sheer decisiveness, he rips his own arm clean off his body. Within seconds, the intense twisting force causes the severed limb to disintegrate completely. Mayuri comments that Kenpachi made the correct call just in time. Had he hesitated for even a few more seconds, his entire body would likely have been twisted into a grotesque, mangled mess. He would have been turned into a pile of disgusting, twisted flesh. Even though Kenpachi and Mayuri are teammates, their interactions are filled with constant bickering and sarcastic jabs at one another. When they aren't insulting each other to their faces, they're busy making snide remarks. Eventually, Kenpachi demands that Mayuri explain the enemy's bizarre and unsettling ability. Mayuri admits that he hasn't quite pinned down the exact nature of Pernita's power yet. However, he advises that it would be best for them to avoid getting too close to the enemy for the time being. Mayuri then instructs Nemu to handle the task of bandaging Kenpachi's wounds and stopping the heavy bleeding from his missing arm. Kenpachi, always the renegade, completely ignores Mayuri's tactical advice. Instead, he launches another solitary, frenzied assault against the enemy. This recklessness proves to be a costly mistake once again, as Pernita manages to severely damage Kenpachi's legs this time, leaving him in a much more precarious position than before. Unexpectedly, Mayuri rushes forward and plunges his blade right through Kenpachi's chest. It seems Mayuri has finally figured out a solution to the problem at hand. He then activates the F factor of his Ashisogi Jizo, which emits a shrill, piercing cry. Nemu quickly warns their allies to cover their ears immediately to avoid the sound's effects. If anyone hears that sound for just 4 seconds, their entire body will become completely paralyzed. Kenpachi ends up falling victim to his teammates' technique, finding himself totally unable to move. Mayuri then begins his detailed analysis of the enemy's strength, theorizing that Pernita is inserting his own nerve tentacles directly into his opponent's body to manipulate them. By doing this, the enemy can essentially control their every movement. Mayuri reaches this conclusion because he is well aware that Quincy's can inject Rishi into their target's bloodstreams to convert them into power. With his superhuman intellect, Mayuri is extremely confident that he has finally unmasked the secret behind the enemy's terrifying technique. Pernita takes the offensive, lashing out with a multitude of tentacles. Mayuri counters by hurling a vial of potent acid at them, causing Pernita to shriek in agony. According to Mayuri's findings, these tentacles are actually an extension of the enemy's own nervous system, and damaging them has effectively halted the attack for now. With the enemy unable to continue the assault, Mayuri approaches Kenpachi to explain the situation. He clarifies that stabbing him was actually a protective measure. By temporarily paralyzing Kenpachi's entire body, he has made it impossible for Pernita to gain control over his movements. Kenpachi's eyes widen as he stares back at Mayuri. Mayuri is actually quite surprised to see that his powerful paralysis technique hasn't completely overwhelmed Kenpachi just yet. He then mockingly offers a deep thanks to Kenpachi for providing a live demonstration that reminds him to fine-tune the effectiveness of his abilities. Mayuri truly shows his cold-blooded nature here, treating his comrade like a test subject. The captain of the 12th Division views Kenpachi's current disabled state as a necessary sacrifice for discovering how to neutralize their opponent. For Mayuri, achieving final victory is all that matters. and he is always prepared to trade valuable lives for results. With a twisted, unsettling grin, he declares his intention to turn Pernita into his next research specimen. Pernita is sent into a blind rage by this proclamation, and his body begins another sudden, horrifying transformation. A massive left arm sprouts from Pernita's form, revealed to be the actual left arm of the Soul King. This limb begins to expand rapidly, growing into a gargantuan size that dominates the battlefield. Mayuri has never seen the Soul King's left arm in person before, but the spiritual pressure it emits is strikingly similar to what he felt when Ukitake made his pact with the right arm. Because of that prior experience, the sudden appearance of the left arm doesn't actually shock him as much as one might expect. The massive left arm begins firing a relentless barrage of sharp spears at Mayuri. However, its offensive power isn't quite enough to penetrate Mayuri's multi-layered defensive shields. The captain can't help but wonder why a being as mystical as the Soul King's left arm would ever choose to serve as a mere subordinate to Yhwach. Confronted by such a mysterious spiritual entity, Mayuri's mind is flooded with endless questions he wants to research, such as how the limb is even capable of communication. Rather than feeling fear or concern, a joyful smile spreads across his face. This is because he has never had the chance to study such a unique and alien subject before. The left arm seems irritated by Mayuri's attitude and demands to be addressed by its proper name, Pernita. It turns out that throughout history, this part of the Soul King has been acting as a personal bodyguard for Yhwach. Pernita grows increasingly angry and decides it's time to launch a more serious attack. He plunges his nerve tentacles deep into the ground to construct a massive hand made of stone, using it to deliver a devastating blow toward Mayuri. Mayuri narrowly manages to escape the impact and attempts to scale a nearby tower. However, he quickly realizes that another stone hand is already tracking his movements. Mayuri cleverly lures the two stone hands toward each other, causing them to collide and shatter into pieces. At this point, Mayuri decides to get serious about the fight and activates his specialized flying boots, allowing him to maneuver through the air. He takes a moment to introduce this invention to his opponent. The tool is a modified version of Hirenkyaku, the airwalking technique typically used by Quincy's. With the help of these boots, Mayuri can easily avoid touching the dense web of nerve endings that Pernita has spread across the ground. Now it's Mayuri's turn to strike back, as he prepares to detonate a peculiar weapon. He triggers a strangely shaped bomb, and the resulting blast completely severs one of Pernita's fingers. Mayuri immediately splashes a specialized preservative fluid onto the finger, declaring that once the battle is over, he will take it back to his lab for an exhaustive study. Suddenly, a creepy eye pops open on the severed finger. The finger then shoots out nerve tentacles that wrap around Mayuri's arm, but he remains perfectly calm as he binds his own arm tighter. Mayuri reveals that he has surgically rearranged the distribution of his own nerves, blood vessels, and muscles. Because of this radical self-modification, Pernita's attempts to control him are completely futile. Without warning, that severed finger transforms into yet another massive hand and crawls toward Mayuri to attack. The captain responds with a ferocious burst of firepower that sends the limb reeling backward. Refusing to yield, Pernita snaps off another one of his fingers and hurls it directly at Mayuri as a new projectile. This action reminds Mayuri of the ancient texts he read regarding the Soul King. The right arm governs stillness, while the left arm represents progress and evolution. He realizes that this battle is providing him with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to experience these phenomena firsthand. Currently, there are 3 gargantuan hands roaming the battlefield. With 3 giant arms to deal with, Mayuri decides it's time to unleash his Bankai, Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo Matai Fukuin Shotai. From Mayuri's Zanpakuto, a bizarre and unsettling fetus is born. In just a few moments, this creature morphs into a child with a truly demonic and spectral appearance. Mayuri proudly announces that he has recently modified his Bankai, and this new form is a mutated variant he developed from the original Ashisogi Jizo. Slowly, from within the belly of this spectral child, another infant emerges, this one possessing a body that glimmers with a metallic golden sheen. The massive, newly born infant begins to shriek in agonizing pain. Mayuri explains that the nerves of this Ashisogi Jizo variant are distributed across the very surface of its skin, meaning it exists in a state of constant, extreme suffering with 70,000 layers of nerves exposed. It is, quite literally, a perfect weapon. This form is designed specifically to counter Pernida, as any attempt to manipulate its nerves will be completely ineffective. The golden Ashisogi Jizo then crawls forward and begins to systematically devour all 3 of the giant left arms. Having successfully neutralized the threat, Mayuri celebrates what looks like a resounding victory. He erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter to celebrate his triumph. However, the golden Ashisogi Jizo suddenly becomes unstable and shatters into countless pieces. Mayuri sighs in frustration, realizing he'll have to find another way to handle the situation. The resulting explosion draws the attention of Shunsui's squad nearby. Shunsui's team is currently unable to provide any backup to Mayuri due to their own predicament. Shunsui warns that enemies could be lurking anywhere, ready to launch long-range attacks. High above, the sniper Lil Baro has already centered Shunsui's team in his sights. Shunsui can sense that a grave danger is looming very close. He decides to put himself in the line of fire to act as a decoy so his team can continue their advance. Lil seizes the opportunity and pulls the trigger immediately. Before Shunsui can even react, a high-velocity bullet tears right through his body. He coughs up blood and collapses onto the ground in a heap. Lil arrogantly believes he has just successfully assassinated the leader of the Soul Reapers. However, his satisfaction is short-lived as Shunsui suddenly manifests right behind him. Without warning, Shunsui swings his blade and cleaves the sniper's rifle in 2. He looks at Lil with a cold, determined gaze. He flatly states that his next strike will be the one to end Lil's life. Lil is left reeling, unable to comprehend how Shunsui, who he clearly saw fall in the distance, could have reached the top of the tower so quickly. Nanao is also nearby, observing the incredible turn of events as the battle intensifies. Shunsui instructs Nanao to regroup with the others and brief them on the current situation, relaying his order for the team to keep moving forward. Meanwhile, Lil confidently claims that he has already gathered intelligence on Shunsui and his squad. He believes he already knows the secret behind Shunsui's peculiar abilities. He's aware that Shunsui's Zanpakuto has the power to turn children's games into a deadly reality. Since the cat is out of the bag, Shunsui sees no reason to hide his methods any longer. He then begins to explain the rules of the first game to Lil, which he calls 1, 2, 3 baby steps. In this game, after Shunsui calls out the phrase, he turns around to catch anyone caught moving. There are 3 core rules. First, the ghost must be in a position where the players can see them. Second, any player spotted while they are still in motion is considered caught and loses the round. Thirdly, a player wins by touching the ghost before they are caught. Lil interjects, analyzing how Shunsui applies these childish rules to high-stakes combat. He figures out that when the game is active, Shunsui is essentially moving along the path of his own spiritual energy to close the distance. During this period, anything Lil sees is merely a stationary illusion. While the rules seem to favor Shunsui, he remains vulnerable. If the ghost catches him moving, he loses instantly. To put it simply, if Lila can distinguish the illusion from the real Shunsui in time, Shunsui's life would be at an end. Shunsui is genuinely impressed by Lil's sharp analytical mind, noting that his deductions are almost entirely correct. However, he points out one critical error in Lil's reasoning. Shunsui explains that the person Lil saw wasn't just a simple illusion created by a technique. To be more precise, it's related to how spiritual pressure is perceived, known as spiritual sense. In the heat of battle, warriors rely more on this sense than their actual eyesight. Shunsui intentionally anchored his spiritual pressure in one spot to trick Lil into believing he was still standing there. While Shunsui holds the line, Nanao relays his orders to the rest of the group to push forward. This sparks some debate among the members, as some wonder if they should turn back and assist their captain. However, everyone eventually agrees that they must trust in Shunsui's leadership and his final command. They decide to place their full faith in the commander-in-chief. If Shunsui is willing to gamble his own life to ensure their safety and the mission's success, then the least they can do is follow his orders without hesitation. Returning to the high-stakes battle atop the tower, Shunsui continues to employ the rules of 1, 2, 3 to frustrate and disorient Lil. He keeps flickering in and out of existence right before Lil's eyes. Lil aims his rifle, claiming that these childish games won't work on him twice, before firing another shot that seems to strike Shunsui's chest. Suddenly, a blade erupts from the floorboards to strike back at Lil. The sniper quickly somersaults through the air, retaliating with a blast that completely demolishes the floor. Shunsui calmly notes that Lil should feel honored, as he is the first opponent to see through his demon shadow technique so quickly. Lil remains remarkably composed, pointing out that he has already managed to shoot a hole through Shunsui's foot. Boasting about his information advantage, he claims to have total control over the fight. Lil introduces his ability, the X-axis, which allows him to pierce through absolutely anything in existence. To demonstrate his power, Lil fires another shot that goes right through Shunsui. However, the real Shunsui reappears behind him yet again. He tells Lil that the sniper is the one who should be worried. Shunsui hasn't been dodging at all, because everything Lil has hit so far has been nothing but a lingering afterimage. Shunsui introduces a new game called Shadow Sending. By staring at a shadow, he can project an afterimage of himself to a different location. For an opponent with a highly developed spiritual sense like Lil, these afterimages appear even more vivid and lifelike than they would to anyone else. Lil draws his weapon once more to aim at Shunsui, but he's the one who ends up taking a hit. His rifle is suddenly sliced in half again, and Shunsui mentions that he was actually aiming to take Lil's entire arm. Lil retreats to a safe distance and uses gathered rishi to instantly repair his damaged gun. Refusing to give Lil a moment to breathe, Shunsui launches a surprise attack from behind that very nearly finishes the sniper off. In a high-speed battle like this, even a split-second lapse in concentration can be fatal. Suddenly, a multitude of Shunsui's dark shadows begin to surround Lil from every angle. These shadows are a clear omen of Lil's impending and painful demise. As the swarm of shadows closes in, Shunsui appears from the darkness and drives his blade deep into Lil's chest. At that moment, Lil forces his left eye wide open, announcing that he is finally ready to unleash his true potential. He claims that his weapon will now pierce through Shunsui's body, while his own body will pass right through Shunsui's blade. Shunsui realizes that now that his opponent has both eyes open, all his previous combat logic and theories have become completely obsolete. Lil loudly declares his status as a supreme being. Lil reveals he was the very first Quincy to be granted power by Yhwach, giving him a rank above all others. He undergoes a bizarre transformation, turning into a monstrous, multi-winged creature resembling a giant butterfly. This form instantly pins Shunsui down, raining down attacks that leave him severely wounded. A battered Shunsui crawls through the rubble, trying to find a way to escape as overwhelming firepower levels the building. He manages to leap to an adjacent structure, but Lil teleports in front of him instantly. Lil boasts that no weapon in existence can harm him now, but Shunsui isn't finished quite yet. He responds with a powerful circular slash that tears the building apart, though he knows this is mainly a diversion to aid his retreat. Shunsui calculates that he has successfully stalled for enough time to allow his comrades to reach the enemy's main headquarters. It's time for him to raise the stakes. Shunsui finally decides to activate his Bankai, Keiten Kyokotsu, Karamatsu Shinju. In another part of the battlefield, while Ichigo faces off against Askin, the entire environment begins to warp and shift in a surreal, painterly fashion. Shunsui then takes the initiative to seek out his opponent for their final confrontation. Lil offers some mocking praise for Shunsui's colorful display, but he declares he will end the battle right here. He demonstrates his terrifying power by vaporizing a massive section of the royal palace. However, while he's still talking, a piece of his own body is suddenly sliced off. This is the effect of the Bankai's first act, wound sharing, where any damage Shunsui takes is reflected onto his opponent. This is followed by the second act, the Pillow of Shame, which causes black spots to appear on Lil's body like a terminal disease. The sniper is left in such agony that he feels like he's dying over and over again. Finally, we reach the third act, the Abyss, dragging both combatants into a bottomless, icy sea. Lil struggles desperately, but no matter what he does, he cannot escape the endless water. The spirit of Shunsui's Zanpakuto, Ohana, appears and tenderly embraces him as they sink deeper together. The two share a few sentimental words while Lil, blinded by rage, attempts a final, futile attack. Shunsui coldly activates the final act, thread cutting, causing Lil's head to fracture and explode. With the enemy defeated, a completely exhausted Shunsui collapses into Ohana's arms. Shunsui tries to express his lingering feelings for her while he still has the chance, but Ohana simply tells him to stop talking since he's on the verge of death. Meanwhile, back at the other fight, Mayuri's calculations have failed him. Pernita has unexpectedly broken free from the effects of the Ashisogi Jizo technique. The enemy immediately retaliates by firing a gargantuan arrow made of pure light. Pernita holds a cluster of these arrows and firmly identifies himself as a Quincy. Mayuri finds this claim incredibly ironic. It's hard to imagine the Soul King's very own left arm identifying as a member of the Quincy race. Mayuri's mockery sends Pernita into a fresh rage, and the Quincy hand decides to teach the captain a lesson with a reinforced attack. His nerve filaments are now intricately linked to his arrows of light, meaning that even a single glancing blow from one could mean instant death. Mayuri maneuvers with incredible speed, but the enemy's assault is even more overwhelming. The arrows travel at blistering speeds and can even curve mid-air to follow his movements. Mayuri comes within inches of being killed by one of those homing projectiles of light. Luckily for the captain, Nemu arrives just in time to save him, though the arrow still manages to sever an arm from both of them. Despite being rescued, Mayuri is visibly irritated rather than grateful. He's annoyed because Nemu acted on her own initiative before he had even given her a formal order to intervene. Nemu responds to Mayuri's prickly attitude with her usual calm, stating that she chose to act as a living shield for him of her own free will. This behavior strikes Mayuri as highly unusual, as he knows for a fact that he never programmed or taught her to have independent judgment like that. Mayuri begins addressing her as Nemuri number 7, a cold reminder of her origins as his 7th artificial Soul Reaper creation. He spent countless years and endless nights of painstaking research to bring her to her current state. Because of all that effort, he is furious that she would risk her life so recklessly. He worries about what would happen if he were to lose her after all his hard work. Mayuri sternly reasserts his absolute authority over Nemu, making it clear that she is never to disobey his direct orders again. Nemu simply bows her head, silently accepting her captain's reprimand. After the lecture, Nemu provides Mayuri with a medical device containing a specialized regenerative serum. In an instant, the severed arms of both Soul Reapers grow back completely. With his body restored, Mayuri doesn't waste another second and immediately dives back into the fray. Pernita fires a relentless storm of light arrows, creating a complex matrix of projectiles that rain down from above. Mayuri focuses on dodging the onslaught while simultaneously processing all the data he's gathered. Finally, he manages to formulate a plan to turn the tide of the battle. While Mayuri acts as a distraction to draw Pernita's focus, Nemu's job is to inject the enemy with an extremely concentrated anesthetic. Mayuri calculates that this will be enough to ruin the accuracy of Pernita's arrows, creating a perfect opening for her to deliver a lethal neurotoxin directly into his system. The toxin is designed to temporarily block all nerve transmissions throughout the body. For a brief window, the heart will stop beating and the eyes will be unable to open, providing the Soul Reapers with the ultimate chance to finish off the enemy once and for all. Nemu moves with incredible agility, successfully injecting the neurotoxin into one of the connected light arrows. The drug immediately turns the arrow pitch black, and the poison begins to course through Pernita's entire anatomy. It doesn't take long for the effects to start showing on the giant arm. As Pernita's arm turns a sickly black, Mayuri seizes the moment to launch what he believes will be the final blow. However, he soon realizes his calculations were slightly off. Pernita quickly regains control over his body and launches a vicious counterattack that catches Mayuri off guard. It turns out that Pernita has evolved by absorbing the combat data he extracted through Kenpachi's nerves. The situation has flipped in an instant, and now Mayuri and Nemu are the ones facing a life-threatening crisis. We then take a look back at Nemu's early years, long before this battle began. A little girl is genuinely curious and wants to understand why lately Mayuri has been calling her simply Nemu instead of using her original designation, Nemui number 7. It turns out that long ago, Mayuri spent his time creating artificial Soul Reaper fetuses under the project name Nemui. However, it wasn't an easy road, as the experiments numbered 1 through 6 were all complete and utter failures. Each of those early attempts failed in their own unique and disappointing ways, and it wasn't until the 7th experiment that he finally achieved a breakthrough. At that moment, Mayuri was absolutely overjoyed beyond words. Nemu has so many deep thoughts and questions she wants to ask him, but she is well aware that if she were to ask Mayuri directly, he probably wouldn't give her a straight answer at all. She shared her inner reflections, but unfortunately he couldn't provide her with a precise or satisfying answer either. He then recalled the captain's own words, explaining that creating an artificial soul reaper was his own personal lifelong dream. Because he initially viewed it as a somewhat foolish or impossible ambition, he mockingly labeled the entire project as Nemui, almost like he was poking fun at himself. But as time passed and he watched her grow up day by day, Mayuri found himself deeply moved by the experience. For someone like him, it felt as though he was finally living out his own dream in reality. Without a doubt, Nemu is the single greatest masterpiece Mayuri has ever brought to life. Bringing things back to the present moment, Nemu is now focusing all of her energy and strength into her feet. She needs to spring upward with a massive jump to rescue Mayuri from the very clutches of death itself. Nemu confidently declares that she has evolved to an entirely new level of power that she never reached before. She further explains that she has pushed her capabilities beyond the 0.8% threshold and is capable of maintaining this intense state for quite some time. Specifically, she can hold this form for 400 seconds. Nemu firmly asserts that her ultimate mission is to protect Mayuri, regardless of whether he gives her an explicit order to do so or not. In this moment, she is showing that she possesses a will of her very own. Mayuri begins to find her words surprisingly persuasive and compelling as he listens to her declaration. He is gradually moved by her resolve, and as a result, he stops trying to prevent Nemu from entering the battle, choosing instead to let her demonstrate her true power. Showing absolutely no fear of the danger ahead, Nemu charges directly at the enemy. Using her soul-shattering technique at 6% capacity, a massive explosion of damage pierces right through Pernita's eye, causing his entire body to disintegrate into sand and dust. However, the battle is only just reaching its most intense point. Pernita's body shows signs of incredibly rapid regeneration, whereas it is actually Nemu's body that begins to shatter into 100 different pieces. Amidst the excruciating pain and a sense of total despair, the image of Shailapuro Granz flashes through Mayuri's mind. The ghost of his former rival mocks him, taunting that he is experiencing an unimaginable agony. He claims this is a pain that words simply cannot describe, acting completely unhinged just to mess with Mayuri's psyche in this vulnerable moment. According to this mental apparition, Mayuri has changed fundamentally because of Nemu's presence, and it is only now that she is gone that he will have to bitterly realize just how foolish he has truly been. Despite the mental taunts, Mayuri quickly regains his composure and adopts an incredibly arrogant and self-satisfied attitude once again. He crushes the mental image of Sailaporo and shifts his full attention back to the current enemy. He points out that Pernita made a fatal mistake by absorbing Nemu's body, and it's a blunder that is going to cost him dearly. That error will be his undoing. Mayuri reveals that he has managed to save Nemu's brain and declares that the enemy only has a few moments left to live. It turns out that Mayuri had previously implanted cells with an extremely high rate of division into her body. To put it simply, since Pernita absorbed her physical form without taking in her brain as well, things are about to get ugly. Without the brain to regulate the growth, Pernita's entire body will essentially self-destruct due to uncontrolled overexpansion. As soon as Mayuri finished speaking, Pernita began to deform in a grotesque and unnatural way, his body swelling to a massive size before finally exploding into nothingness. With the enemy finally dealt with, Mayuri finds himself completely drained of all his strength. He no longer has the energy required to keep fighting. Luckily, Ikkaku and Yumachika from Squad 11 quickly arrive to provide him with much-needed assistance. They carry him over to where Hitsugaya and Rangiku are currently being held inside a device designed to reverse the zombification process. It looks like the captain of Squad 10 is finally ready to jump back into the fray. Kenpachi and Mayuri are subsequently placed into healing pods to begin their recovery process. Even though his entire body is racked with intense pain, Mayuri feels a certain level of comfort and peace. He tightly clutches Nemu's brain in his hand, expressing his deep satisfaction that his greatest masterpiece has proven to be a magnificent success. Meanwhile, deep inside the fortress, Within Yhwach's castle, the group of Quincy's led by their king has successfully breached the interior. Alongside Lil Tato and Giselle, the female Quincy squad has gathered in full force, now bolstered by the presence of Bambietta, Meninas, and Candice. They are immediately greeted by a massive legion of enemy Quincy soldiers, but the girls aren't backing down for a second. They all simultaneously unleash their most devastating and powerful attacks, causing the enemy soldiers to drop like flies, one after another. However, things are never as easy as they seem, as the faces of the fallen soldiers begin to transform, turning pitch black and sprouting a multitude of eerie, unsettling eyes. Meanwhile, Hashwalth is busy giving strict instructions to his subordinates. He tells them to keep a very close eye on Uryu, as he doesn't feel comfortable or certain about Uryu's recent behavior and motives. Suddenly, those subordinates are executed in the blink of an eye. Hashwalth's opponent this time is none other than his former comrade, Baz B. Elsewhere, Shunsui was just about to fall into a deep slumber when a thunderous, sky-shaking noise jolted him awake. Shunsui's eyes widened in total disbelief at the sight before him. He couldn't wrap his head around how that guy Lil was still alive. He was like a persistent leech. His body, which had just been decapitated, suddenly began to move and function perfectly normal again. If that wasn't crazy enough, a brand new head started growing out of his neck, resembling some kind of bizarre, monstrous bird. Lil begins to taunt and mock Shunsui, claiming that the captain is completely powerless against his overwhelming and godlike strength. Even though Shunsui pulled out every single trick in the book, it didn't seem to faze Lil in the slightest. He is simply an entity that is far too powerful to be handled easily. With a look of extreme arrogance, Lil makes a bold declaration. He flat out states that he is an immortal being, an invincible warrior, and a messenger of God who has been granted special divine privileges. As soon as he finished talking, Lil immediately put his words into action by launching an attack with absolutely horrifying destructive power. The blast carved a massive hole right through a huge section of the sky. Shunsui, using what little strength he has left, tries to survive. He struggles to crawl and hide behind a tall tower to avoid another fatal blow. More than anyone, Shunsui realizes that his life is currently hanging by a very thin thread. He starts to feel like just giving up and letting everything end right there. However, Ohana speaks to the captain commander, reminding him that he has already done the absolute best that he possibly could. She tells him that if he were to stop now, nobody could ever find fault with or blame him for it. Shunsui finds himself agreeing with that sentiment, and he prepares to let fate take its course as he closes his eyes to drift off. But he hadn't even been out for a few seconds before he heard a loud, urgent voice calling out to him, desperately pleading with him to wake up immediately. It turns out the one calling him is Nanao, and she is demanding that he return her family's Zanpakuto to her right this second. The situation has become incredibly dire, and she tells him that the promises he once made to her mother are no longer necessary to keep. Shunsui is visibly taken aback by her words. Following this, he conjures a massive, blinding flash of light. This light completely blinds Lil, giving Shunsui the chance to teleport himself and Nanao to a much safer location where they can discuss this matter properly. Once they are safe, Shunsui asks Nanao what she knows about her mother's situation. As it turns out, Nanao has known the full truth all along. Since things have reached this critical point, Shunsui realizes he can't hide it any longer. He no longer has any reason to keep the secret buried. He calls forth Okio to retrieve the Zanpakuto that rightfully belongs to Nanao. This is no ordinary blade. It is a very special weapon known as the Shinken Hakioken, or the Divine Sword of Eight Mirrors. It is revealed that before she passed away, Nanao's mother's dying wish was for Shunsui to help her hide this unique Zanpakuto forever. This story is incredibly long and complicated, revolving around Nanao's lineage, the Ice Clan. According to their clan's rigid traditions, members are only permitted to give birth to daughters. Any man who marries into the Ice family shares a tragic commonality. They all tend to pass away at a very young age, leaving their wives behind far too soon. People in the outside world refer to this misfortune as the Ice family curse. Nanao's mother desperately wanted to put an end to these rumors once and for all, so she made the difficult decision to break her ties with the clan and marry a man from a distant place. However, fate is a cruel thing, and it wasn't long before that husband met the same tragic end as all the others. He died very young, and as it happens, that man was actually Shunsui's own older brother. Shunsui reminisces that from the moment they got married, the atmosphere within his family changed for the better in so many positive ways. Because of this, Shunsui maintained a very close and warm relationship with the couple right up until his brother's untimely passing. After his brother died, his sister-in-law was consumed by grief and was eventually forced to return to the Ice clan. It truly seemed like the women of the Ice family could never truly escape the influence of their lineage. Nanao's mother was convinced that the clan's ancestral Zanpakuto was the actual source of the curse that haunted them. She believed this curse had latched onto her personally, which is why she was determined to protect her daughter at any cost. Shunsui eventually agreed to her request and handed the blade over to Okio to be hidden away. Nanao shows that she understands and empathizes with her mother's difficult choice, but she has now made a firm decision of her own. She is finally ready to take back her clan's Zanpakuto and face whatever comes next. Shunsui is visibly impressed by her strong will and doesn't hesitate to return the sword to her. At the same time, he begins teaching her exactly how to wield it. You see, for generations, the East Clan has served as Shinto priests responsible for sacred rituals. Because of their unique role, they don't possess individual Zanpakutos like other Soul Reapers. Instead, a single ancestral sword is passed down from one generation to the next. This is a very unusual blade because it was actually designed without a sharp edge. It is primarily an instrument used for ceremonial purposes rather than direct combat. Usually, this specific Zanpakuto cannot be used to physically cut or slash another person. However, when it is used against a divine being and channels the power of a god, it attains a level of strength that is truly one of a kind. Nanao thinks back to many years ago when she was just a little girl, secretly watching as her mother handed over that very sword to Shunsui. In Nanao's memories, Shunsui always appeared as a man dressed in flashy, eye-catching kimonos, wearing hairpins that reminded her of her parents. Later on, after she passed the entrance exams for the Soul Reaper Academy, Nanao just happened to be assigned to Squad 8, which was under Shunsui's direct command and guidance. Back when she first entered the academy, Nanao quickly proved herself to be exceptionally talented in the art of Kido magic. From her perspective, Shunsui was a man with a very strange and eccentric style, but she knew for a fact that he was the person her mother trusted most to protect her most precious and important secrets. Outside the Shadow Realm, after observing the situation very carefully, Lil finally realizes what's going on. He figures out that Shunsui and Nanao have been using a shadow-based technique to hide within the reflections. To counter this, Lil creates a brilliant and blinding sphere of light, intending to force them out of their safe hiding spot. But before Lil could even make his move, Nanao takes the initiative and launches a surprise attack of her own. She suddenly emerges from the shadow reflected right on his face. Lil reacts quickly, throwing a powerful palm strike that knocks Nanao backward. However, Nanao is just beginning to reveal the true potential of the sword she's holding. The blade begins to emit a series of bright, shimmering sparks of light. Nanao explains that this phenomenon is proof that her sword is actively reflecting the divine light radiating from within Lil. Filled with confidence, Nanao charges forward to strike her foe. Lil looks on quite calmly, seemingly unbothered by her approach, as he firmly believes that no weapon on earth could ever harm him. However, things don't go exactly the way Lil expected they would. As soon as the blade makes contact with his body, it delivers a massive amount of damage, immediately erupting into a series of brilliant golden flashes. Lil is left feeling quite shocked and bewildered by this sudden turn of events, as his invincibility seems to have failed him. Despite the damage, he isn't about to back down or give up. Lil quickly regains control of the fight and starts gathering an enormous amount of energy into the palm of his hand, preparing a finishing move to end the struggle once and for all. As his sphere of light grows larger and more threatening, Nanao watches the sheer magnitude of his power. She starts to feel a deep, paralyzing fear, with her hands trembling uncontrollably. Her feet are bleeding, and her mind is beginning to feel dazed and lightheaded. Nanao never imagined that the reality of a life-or-death battle would be this terrifying. This is truly the very first time in her life that she has had to endure such extreme physical and emotional pain. In the midst of the chaos, Shunsui finds himself reflecting on his own very unusual and complicated life. He wonders why it is that those closest to him always end up entrusting him with such heavy burdens and responsibilities, many of which he didn't feel ready to accept. He remembers how before his death, his own brother gave him that hairpin as a memento of his marriage. Shunsui feels a great sense of relief now that Nanao has finally accepted the divine sword of 8 mirrors. The captain commander then decides that it's time for him to step up and give her a helping hand. He emerges from the shadow right behind Nanao and walks up to stand beside her. Shunsui takes Nanao by the hand and reassures her that he's there to support her. He promises that he will protect her with everything he has. When Lil sees Nanao, his contempt for her is obvious. He mocks Shunsui for returning to the fight only to hide behind his subordinate, calling it a shameful display. Without wasting another second, Lil begins to further empower his massive sphere of energy. He aims the giant attack directly at the 2 Soul Reapers. On their side, Nanao and Shunsui are both ready to strike back. Shunsui comforts her, telling her not to worry because he's right there to back her up. Nanao feels a sense of warmth and security from Shansui's presence. She clears her mind and focuses entirely on the challenge ahead of her. Suddenly, Nanao unleashes a strike. She delivers an incredibly fast attack that catches Lil completely off guard. In a split second, his entire body is cleanly sliced in half. His physical form then shatters into countless pieces, raining down toward the ground like a shower of glowing feathers and light. With the enemy seemingly defeated, Shunsui immediately calls out to Nanao. He tells her they need to regroup with the rest of their allies as soon as possible. But as he says this, his body finally reaches its absolute limit and Shunsui suddenly collapses onto the ground. Meanwhile, over at the Quincy fortress, Bazb makes a sudden appearance and blasts Hashwalth with a burner finger 1, sending a towering pillar of fire directly at him. Using his extraordinary agility, Hashwalth manages to dodge the lethal strike just in time. Bazb is absolutely fuming with rage right now. He screams his anger at Hashwalth, blaming him for the deaths of so many Quincy soldiers. He declares that his ultimate goal is to kill both Yhwach and Hashwalth himself. As soon as he's done talking, Bazb begins to unleash his full firepower. He fires off a relentless barrage of fire pillars, but they aren't quite fast or accurate enough to land a hit on Hashwalth. Hashwalth calmly suggests that Bazb should just leave the castle, as he's worried that their duel will end up destroying the entire place. But Bazb isn't listening to a word of it. He's completely focused on his attack. He ignores the warning and cranks up his power even further, unleashing Burner Finger 3. A massive roaring inferno of flames surges forward, completely surrounding Hashwalth. Hashwalth remains unfazed, simply swinging his sword forward to repel the fiery onslaught. Their complicated relationship actually began many years ago, when they first met as young men. They were just teenagers on a hunting trip back then. Bazb was incredibly proud of his own fighting skills, especially since he had already mastered the ability to create bows and arrows made of light. Because of his early talent, he looked down on Hashwalth with a lot of contempt. In contrast, Hashwalth always had a very gloomy and dejected expression on his face. He seemed to accept his lowly status and didn't even bother to argue with Bazb's insults. Bazb always acted like a tough guy, but deep down, he actually cared enough to pay attention to his new acquaintance. He eventually took back his mean comments and tried to encourage Hashwalth instead. The real reason Hashwalth was always so sad was partly because he had lost both of his parents when he was just a little kid. He was a very distant and difficult person to get close to, often rejecting Bazb's attempts at kindness before simply walking away. But Bazb wasn't about to let his new friend leave that easily. He decided to give Hashwalth a rabbit he had caught as a prize from their hunt. Bazb took the lead in befriending him, even declaring that Hashwalth would be his little follower from then on. He confidently told Hashwalth that if he ever ran into any trouble, he should just come and ask for help whenever he needed it. However, it wasn't long before a terrible tragedy struck the place where Bazb lived. The army of Yhwach swept through the area, ruthlessly slaughtering every single person in the village. Yhwach himself conjured a massive arrow of light and fired it down, causing Bazb's fortress to collapse into rubble. Bazb was one of the very few lucky enough to survive the attack. As he looked around, he saw nothing but a landscape of total destruction and ruin. Bazb was absolutely terrified, crouching in a corner and hiding. Even though he was filled with intense hatred for the enemy, he knew deep down that there was absolutely nothing he could do. Tears began to stream down his face in a moment of pure helplessness and despair. The following day, Hashwalth came to help him, having also lost his only remaining relative in Yhwach's conquest. By this time, Basby had managed to calm down a bit, but his spirit was now fueled by a burning desire for revenge. He made a vow that he would eventually find a way to kill Yhwach. The two of them gathered what little gold and treasure they could find in the ruins to sustain themselves, and from that point on, the two young men lived together and relied on one another to survive. They both resolved to become high-ranking members of Yhwach's inner circle, purely so they could eventually get close enough to assassinate him. At first, Hashwalth had very little self-confidence, so Basby took it upon himself to personally train him, insisting that he must learn how to fight. He wanted Hashwalth to be able to create a bow and arrow made of light just like he could. After 5 years of intense, non-stop training day and night, both of their combat skills had improved significantly. However, Hashwalth didn't seem to possess the typical power of a Quincy, and for years he was completely unable to gather any spiritual particles. Basby had heard stories about how once every 10 years a Quincy like that is born, but over time those individuals were labeled as flawed and were usually killed while they were still infants. It had been hundreds of years since anyone had seen a Quincy like that, making Hashwalth a truly rare find. Basby had originally considered striking out on his own and leaving his friend behind, but seeing Hashwalth's incredible dedication to his sword training made him reconsider. Finally, the moment they had been waiting for years finally arrived. It was the day Yhwach began recruiting soldiers for a brand new elite combat unit. This unit was to be called the Sternritter, and their mission was the conquest of the Soul Society. Basby was absolutely thrilled by the news. He rushed over to the captain in charge, Hubert, and demanded to join. Hubert, however, wasn't impressed by Basby's over-the-top confidence. He just turned to leave, saying that the formal evaluations would take place at a later time. Basby was too impatient to wait and wanted to show off his power immediately. He pulled out his light crossbow and fired an arrow right in front of Hubert to block his path. With total confidence, he issued a direct challenge, arrogantly claiming that he would force Hubert out of his position as captain. Those insulting words from Basby immediately grabbed the attention of the entire squad. Hubert turned his horse around and gave him a very sly, menacing smile. He stated that he would take Basby's life right then and there. Without any more talking, the two warriors charged toward each other, but before Basby could make a move, he was suddenly hit by an enormous spiritual pressure. It was so strong that it pinned him flat against the ground. Everyone else watching nearby was also forced down by the same overwhelming force. Basby looked up and saw that the person responsible for this was Yhwach himself. He had come in person because he wanted to handpick the man who would serve as his right-hand man. Hearing this gave Basby an incredible surge of motivation. He mustered every bit of strength he had left to force himself back onto his feet. With the deep hatred he felt, he wanted to be the one to personally end Yhwach's life more than anything. However, something completely unexpected happened that he never could have predicted. For some reason, Yhwach ended up choosing Hashwalth to be his right-hand man instead. Hashwalth was absolutely stunned by the decision. He had no idea how Yhwach even knew his name, let alone why he would pick him for such a high-ranking role. He just stood there frozen, completely unsure of how to react, while Basby was left absolutely fuming with resentment. He glared at his friend with pure hatred, believing that the position should have rightfully been his. He couldn't understand why someone as useless as Hashwalth would get such an honor. Hashwalth understood how Basby was feeling and quickly tried to turn down Yhwach's offer, suggesting that Basby take the position instead. He argued that Basby was much better suited for the role than he was. Yhwach walked over to Hashwalth and told him that he simply wasn't aware of the hidden potential he possessed. According to the king, Hashwalth is a rare type of Quincy who has the ability to share his power with others. This is an extremely special form of Quincy that Yhwach had been searching for over the course of 200 years, ever since he was born. Hashwalth's power is unique because he can distribute it to those around him. Yhwach then clarified that it was actually thanks to Hashwalth's presence that Basby had been getting stronger and stronger every single day. He revealed that Hashwalth was the factor that turned someone with ordinary talent like Basby into a combat genius. This shocking revelation left both of them completely stunned, unable to believe that this was the truth. Basbi absolutely refused to accept what Yhwach had just said. In a fit of insane rage, he aimed a light arrow directly at Yhwach's chest. But just as the arrow was about to strike, it was suddenly caught and stopped by Hashwalth's bare hands. Shifting back to the present day, the duel between the two former friends is still going on. Basbi is struck by a sword blow and collapses during the fight. Seeing his old friend so badly wounded, Hashwalth advises him to stop being foolish and give up. He points out that their fighting here isn't going to help their emperor in any way. But Basbi is stubborn and refuses to surrender, instead preparing to use Burner Finger 4, launching a terrifying storm of fire at Hashwalth. This time, Hashwalth doesn't even bother to counterattack. He just decides to back away. This move is very similar to how they used to spar many years ago. Back then, Basbi would constantly hunt down Hashwalth to challenge him to fights. It actually took Basbi 3 whole years to finally be allowed into the sternritter, but by that time, Hashwalth had already risen to the rank of Grand Master. Even so, Hashwalth never showed any real interest in fighting his friend. He would usually just walk away and tell Basbi to stop causing trouble. Time and time again, Hashwalth was always the one who actively avoided the conflict between them. But this time, there's no way to back down anymore. Basbi is determined to have a life-or-death battle with Hashwalth once and for all. However, Basbi's arrogance is quickly shut down. Before he can even land his massive fire attack, he is struck by an incredibly high-speed sword strike from Hashwalth himself. The Grandmaster coldly slices off Basbi's entire arm. This only makes Basbi even more furious, and he erupts with his ultimate power, the Burning Full Finger. It releases a gargantuan amount of fire that destroys everything in its path. But once again, all of Basbi's efforts are in vain as a sword pierces right through him. Basbi is left coughing up blood and covered in wounds. Despite his state, he manages to crawl over to his old friend one last time to admit his defeat, fully acknowledging Hashwalth's superior strength. Meanwhile, as the Soul Reapers arrive at the Quincy base, they are immediately confronted by Gerard Valkyrie. Loudly proclaims that he is an immovable shield, and that absolutely nobody will be able to get past him to enter the castle. Without bothering to argue, Renji immediately launches an attack. His sudden appearance catches everyone by surprise, but it turns out that he had actually been healed by Hanataro previously. Renji is now back at full strength and ready to jump into the fight at a moment's notice. Elsewhere, Ichigo is struggling to even stand up after his encounter with Askin Nok Lavar. Because of this, Askin is feeling very relaxed and casual. He then decides to reveal some very interesting details about the more troublesome members of Yhwach's elite royal guard. He explains that Lil is the captain and was the first person to be given a shrift by Yhwach. However, he notes that Pernita and Gerard are even more unique than the rest of them. Those two are special because they were the only ones given a shrift based on powers they already possessed naturally. It turns out that Pernita is actually the left hand of the Soul King, while Gerard is the Soul King's heart. Just then, Ichigo's group of friends arrives on the scene to provide him with some backup. Chad charges forward and tries to land a massive, powerful punch right on the enemy's head. However, the moment his fist hits the ground, Askin has already used his high-speed movement to vanish. Not only that, but he manages to counterattack with a disabling move that sends both Chad and Orihime crashing to the ground. The faces of the two immediately look pale and drained of all energy. Below their feet, a colorful circle of light has appeared. Askin smugly explains that this technique is called Gift Bad. Anyone who steps inside the circle will have their natural resistance to certain substances lowered to almost nothing, which causes them to essentially be poisoned by the very spiritual particles around them. Askin is pleased with himself, but he can't actually finish them off right now because he's dealing with some health issues of his own. At that moment, Yoruichi appears to join the battle. She is currently in her most powerful combat form, which gives her a massive boost in both her physical strength and her speed. Askin arrogantly raises his light bow and fires at her, but Yoruichi is moving as fast as a lightning bolt. She closes the distance instantly and delivers a punch so hard that it sends him flying right through a wall. Immediately after, Yoruichi releases an incredible explosion of energy from her body, sending out countless sparks. Like a flash of lethal lightning, she brings down a crushing blow right on top of Askin's head. This specific move packs an absolutely insane amount of raw destructive power. The entire building beneath Yoruichi's feet is instantly vaporized into a cloud of smoke and debris from the impact. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Gerard is busy single-handedly fending off a whole crowd of Soul Reaper captains and lieutenants. Initially, this guy was talking big, claiming he'd take on every Soul Reaper by himself, but man, that arrogance is really costing him now. Gerard is getting absolutely shredded, with his body being torn to pieces by the squad. Byakuya doesn't hesitate to call him a complete moron. There was just no way a lone wolf like him ever stood a chance against their combined might from the very start. It's plain and simple. He never had a path to victory in this fight. Hearing those words immediately sets something off in Gerard's mind, and he flashes this really twisted, sick-looking grin. He starts rambling, saying that if he actually manages to beat all of them, wouldn't that be a total miracle? It seems he's got a lot of deep, weird thoughts about what the word miracle actually means. To him, a miracle is something that only happens when people least expect it, and it usually arrives when someone is facing the most extreme difficulties imaginable. He's just rambling too much nonsense at this point. Without saying a single word, Byakuya unleashes a cold, decisive strike intended to send him straight to the grave. He strikes with total ruthlessness and absolute precision. Just like that, Byakuya lops Gerard's head right off his neck. Shinji totally agrees with how Byakuya handled things, noting that since Gerard was talking so much, he figured the guy was definitely plotting something. It's better to finish it now to avoid any bigger problems later. Byakuya is moving with total certainty and doesn't plan on leaving anything to chance. He lands an extra blow that completely vaporizes the enemy's remains into 100 tiny pieces before finally feeling at ease. With the enemy dealt with for now, they can finally focus on moving deeper into the fortress. They have to take down Yhwach as fast as humanly possible because the three worlds are currently teetering on the very edge of total destruction. No matter where you look, violent earthquakes are tearing everything apart right now. It's a terrifying warning that the end of the world is basically on the horizon. Switching back to Ichigo's group, Orihime just finished patching up two of their friends. Now, the whole squad is feeling re-energized and ready for the massive battle that's about to go down. Yoruichi tells them to go and regroup with Byakuya's team while she stays behind to personally handle Askin. And wouldn't you know it, that guy is as stubborn as a leech. As soon as Ichigo leaves the area, Askin casually strolls back out for more. Round 2 between Yoruichi and Askin is just about to start when they're suddenly interrupted. Just as things are heating up, Yushiro comes sprinting out of nowhere. He jumps right in front of Yoruichi and starts taunting Askin with a ton of attitude. Yushiro is looking incredibly confident, declaring that he's here specifically to provide some backup for his big sister. At first, Yoruichi doesn't seem all that excited about her little brother showing up to help her. However, when she sees Yushiro getting all teary-eyed while expressing his burning passion to fight, she starts to feel a bit moved by his spirit. It turns out Yushiro wasn't just bluffing when he said he'd gotten a lot stronger. Sensing the perfect moment to strike, Yushiro gets into position and prepares to show exactly what he can do. He flickers forward with insane speed and lands a direct punch right in Askin's face. His attack speed is breathtaking and perfectly timed. Askin takes a whole flurry of heavy punches and ends up face down in the dirt. Yushiro isn't giving him even a single second to rest, immediately moving into his next high-level technique, the Shunko, Bakuen Muso. He unleashes a massive, fiery explosion right on top of Askin to finish the job. Meanwhile, the path for Byakuya's group is suddenly blocked by a massive obstacle. A giant foot comes crashing down from above right in their way. It turns out Gerard has returned, and he's way more formidable than before. This guy is definitely not going to be an easy target. Gerard introduces his Shrift as the Miracle. His ability basically allows him to swap any physical damage he takes for the divine power of a god. To put it simply, the more injured he gets, the more massive and terrifying his strength becomes. With his now colossal body, he starts causing total chaos for the Soul Reaper group, crushing everything in his path. He easily sends the group into a panic as he tramples over everything in sight, leaving only ruins behind. Momo and Shinji coordinate their movements perfectly to launch a counterstrike. Shinji starts the assault with a rapid-fire sequence of energy blasts, aimed right at the enemy's eyes to blind him, hoping to create an opening for the next move. Immediately after, it's Momo's turn to step up, diving in with her sword to try and rip through his throat. But despite their seamless teamwork, this combo doesn't even seem to faze him. Gerard just swings his massive arm, making things incredibly difficult for the two of them. Byakuya adds his own petal storm attack for extra pressure, but Gerard just calmly blocks it. He catches the attack like it's nothing. Even Soifan joins the fray, firing off her Jomei Kyoku missile, but even that fails to deal any significant damage to the giant. This guy's defense is just on another level entirely. Then it's Gerard's turn to strike back. He exhales a massive gust of wind that instantly sends the entire Soul Reaper squad flying back. Just like that, he's managed to knock everyone off their feet. Gerard starts laughing, totally full of himself and his own power. He's convinced that no miracle can stop him now. Switching back to Yoruichi, Askin is currently being engulfed in a massive pillar of flames from the previous blast, looking like he's finished. Seeing the enemy burning, Yoruichi can't help but shower her little brother with praise for how fast he's improved. She is genuinely proud that after only a short time teaching him Shunko, Yushiro is already performing at such a high level. But their sibling moment is suddenly cut short when they realize the fight isn't over yet. Askin starts regenerating his body right out of the scorching flames. He explains that thanks to Yushiro's massive attack, he was able to absorb a huge amount of spiritual pressure. Because of that transformation, their spiritual powers are now completely useless against him. He's developed an immunity to their very essence. Yushiro doesn't want to believe those words and rushes in for a reckless attack. It's a huge mistake that costs him dearly. Not only does he fail to scratch the enemy, but he ends up getting brutally injured himself. Meanwhile, inside the enemy base, Uryu is staring at a massive, glowing sphere that seems to radiate immense pressure. This is where Yhwach stays while he's in his sleeping state. Hashwalth approaches and explains that in this state, his power and the king's power are actually swapped with each other. It's a temporary exchange that happens every night. Hashwalth clearly has no love for Uryu, throwing a bunch of taunts his way to test his resolve. Hashwalth's eyes are currently filled with multiple pupils, showing he's wielding Yhwach's signature power right now. He keeps trying to provoke Uryu with aggressive insults. Eventually, he draws his sword and demands a duel to the death. Their fight is about to start when a massive explosion interrupts the entire scene. Ichigo suddenly appears out of nowhere to face his close friend. Orihime and Chad are right there too, rushing in to support Ichigo. When Hashwalth sees them, he gets a wicked idea and seems quite pleased. He decides this is the perfect moment for Uryu to show where his true loyalties lie. He orders Uryu to kill his own friends right then and there just to prove his loyalty to Yhwach. Without missing a beat, Uryu starts firing a barrage of light arrows at them. Ichigo is furious, charging forward and swinging his blade to get close. He demands that Uryu explain exactly why he chose to side with the Quincy. He needs to know why Uryu would ever follow these people. The two of them seem pretty evenly matched as they clash. Ichigo moves like a shadow, weaving through the hail of arrows coming his way before preparing to launch a massive counterattack of his own to push back. Ichigo unleashes a massive Getsuga Tensho, and the sheer power of the blast brings down the massive castle wall in front of them. Uryu isn't hurt by the attack though, and immediately fires back. However, the target he was aiming for has already vanished. Ichigo suddenly bursts out from the thick smoke to catch him off guard. He lands a surprise hit that sends Uryu rolling across the floor. The two friends then unleash a massive amount of firepower at each other simultaneously. The shockwave from the collision shakes the entire fortress. The floor they're standing on gives way, sending both of them into a free fall to the level below. Orihime and Chad don't hesitate for a second and jump down after them to stay together. Ichigo approaches Uryu again, demanding a full explanation for why he's following the Quincy. He warns Uryu that if he doesn't give a real, honest answer, he's going to have to get rough to get the truth. This is his final chance to explain all these confusing actions. As it turns out, joining Yhwach was actually part of Uryu's secret plan for revenge. In a book left behind by his grandfather, it was revealed that Yhwach isn't some savior for the Quincy race. He's something far more sinister. In his eyes, their lives are just tools to fuel his own power. So much death and suffering has happened all because of Yhwach's greed. To gain the power to rule the world, he used the Auswahlen to steal the lives of countless Quincy, treating them like disposable batteries for his own ambition. Uryu decided to follow his grandfather's words and treat Yhwach as the sworn enemy of the Quincy and the entire three worlds. As one of the few survivors left in the human world, he feels it's his responsibility to take Yhwach down once and for all. He's been carrying this burden alone this whole time. He was willing to trade his own life to protect his loved ones, which is why he became Yhwach's attendant. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. By boldly standing up to Ichigo and playing the part, Uryu was slowly earning Yhwach's trust to get closer to the king. This gave him the chance to sabotage the enemy from the inside. He then hands Ichigo a special bracelet called the Sun Key. This tool allows them to open a sun gate, which functions as a portal for traveling between different worlds. It's their ticket to shifting the battlefield. Uryu reveals that there's a sun gate already prepared on the floor below, intended for the invasion of the human world. He urges his friends to take the key and head back home while he stays behind to deal with Yhwach and his subordinates. He's ready to face the consequences of his choice. Ichigo loses his temper, grabbing Uryu by the collar and scolding him for trying to do everything alone. He's mad that Uryu wouldn't just fight beside them like they always have. But for Uryu, keeping this a secret was the only way he felt he could actually achieve victory. He argues loudly that even if they helped, they wouldn't be able to do much in this specific situation. He's convinced that he's the only one with the right position to handle Yhwach. He's thought this risky plan through very carefully and really hopes his friends can understand why he had to do it. Seeing how determined Uryu is, Ichigo starts to calm down a little. Uryu then tells them to hurry up and follow his instructions before Hashwalth finds them and ruins everything. But speak of the devil, Hashwalth appears right then and there. He's been watching them the whole time. He calmly walks out and announces that he's seen right through Uryu's betrayal from the very beginning. He tells them that any hope of using the Sun Gate is gone because he already went and destroyed it himself. There is no escape left for any of them now. His next mission is simple. Wipe out Ichigo's entire group before Yhwach wakes up. This actually gives Uryu a new idea. If Hashwalth has Yhwach's power while he's asleep, then the king himself isn't omnipotent right now. He's vulnerable in a way he wouldn't be otherwise. This is their one and only chance to kill him. Ichigo agrees to the new plan. He'll take Orihime and Chad to go handle Yhwach while Uryu stays behind to keep Hashwalth busy. It's a high-stakes gamble, but it's the only move they have left to play. The attendant just lets Ichigo leave, claiming he's already seen a vision where they all die anyway, so there's no point in chasing them. Uryu fires back, saying the future is something that can be changed. He's not ready to accept a predetermined fate. We'll just have to see which vision actually comes true. Even against such a terrifying opponent, Uryu isn't scared. He's actually getting fired up for the fight. He points his bow at Hashwalth and declares that he's going to surprise him with the full extent of his true power. In another part of the castle, Yoruichi is frantically carrying Yushiro away from the enemy's clutches. Somehow Askin managed to catch up to them. Yoruichi launches a surprise attack to gain an advantage, but Askin's reflexes and speed are just on a completely different level. He flickers behind her just to toy with her. Yoruichi proves she's no pushover though. She blasts Askin's eyes with a blinding light to mask her movements. Then, she leaps high into the air and prepares to deliver a powerful blow to knock him down. She delivers a kick that sends him crashing headfirst into the ground. Elsewhere, someone is being chased by the giant Gerard. He's smashing through everything in his path like they're just toys. A girl is hiding in a corner, terrified, but Gerard finds her anyway. Just as things look dire, a surprise hit lands. An attack hits him right in the face. It turns out Shinji is leading the Vizard team into battle against Gerard. He's confident that if the regular captains couldn't get the job done, they'll be the ones to show him what a real miracle actually looks like. Things in the Soul Society are a total mess right now. The remains of Lil Baro have fallen and split into many smaller monstrous versions of him, ready to cause havoc. One monster is about to strike when something stops it. The monster gets sliced right in half. That blade belongs to Izuru Kira, who steps out looking like a hero and declares he'll wipe them out himself. At the same time, Isshin and Ryuken have finally reached the royal palace. Hiyori and the others are also geared up for the battle. While that's happening, the group of female Quincy's led by Lil Tato has found where Yhwach is resting. Seeing the king deep in sleep, they take the chance and charge in to attack. They thought it would be an easy win, but things definitely didn't go as they planned. The girls ended up getting totally thrashed and defeated.